Welcome to East Midlands Airport, or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport, or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport, or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
in some coffee and milk.
Oh, thank you.
Given that the coffee supply looked as though it was from last season.
Yeah, if you're lucky.
Hello, Kira, how are you?
Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or
What,
should
but my
we
hair
say
being
the
short?
easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK,
I didn't even think
flying
that's
to over
horrible. I'd
70
say it's pretty tame.
destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra
Okay,
time to
yeah.
relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away.
You've said much
To
meaner
book your
things than
next
that to me,
holiday,
Kira. I'd
visit
say that's about 2 out of 10 on the scale of
eastmidlandsairport.com.
the horrible things you've said to me. I don't know. What was the teasing? Did I have something on my face once, or like a bit of food on my face or something? That was pretty savage. What was that? Right, guys, I'll start, guys, in a second if you are listening over. Well, a very good morning to you and welcome to Grace Road as Leicestershire face Glamorgan. It's day 2 here and it is Glamorgan very much on the top. Leicestershire will resume on 113 for 7 with Ben Mike and Ian Holland, the 2 batters. I'm Adam Whitty. With me from BBC Sport Wales is Nick Webb. Nick, hello.
Very good morning to you.
On a good day yesterday for Glamorgan.
A very good day between the showers for Glamorgan, taking 7 wickets in what was effectively half a day's play, and shared round as well. It was a team effort. They talk about bowling as a unit, and I think Glamorgan did that yesterday. There was no real let-up in the accuracy, so congratulations to everyone involved for Glamorgan. But of course, we see how good the wicket is when both teams have batted on it. And for those of you that weren't with us yesterday, it is a very peculiar wicket. Leicestershire supporters may be familiar with it from the Yorkshire game, in that it is shaven at the ends. It was 3 millimetres to start the match, apparently. We've grown a little bit, obviously, and 16 millimetres for the chunk down the middle. So basically, if you bowl just back of a length, the ball is likely to behave differently, and there are quite a few that climbed a bit off just back of a length. So it's not entirely consistent, depending on exactly where you pitch it. And Glamorgan will still have their work cut out to get a first innings lead.
Well, you spoke to the Glamorgan camp yesterday after the day's play. I spoke to the Leicestershire camp yesterday. Dave Whitmore, the fielding coach, who basically said he thought that Glamorgan bowled very well. That's how they hope to bowl on the pitch as well. But just to run you through it, we will have 104.2 overs today because Ben Mike was dismissed from the final ball of yesterday with 2 deliveries to go, so it will be Ian Holland who resumes on 17 not out, and I would presume Tom Scriven will walk out with him this morning. We've got a slight change to the schedule to fit in the extra hour, the extra overs, so lunch will be at 1:10, and then tea at 4 o'clock. We will then have a scheduled close of play at 6:30, but I suspect we'll probably get closer to 7 there, won't we, with 104 overs.
Yeah, if it stays dry, possibility of a shower around in that evening session sometime after 5, but may miss us entirely.
So who did you speak to yesterday?
We spoke to Ray Toole, the Kiwi opening bowler on debut. Cool challenge, he said, to play county cricket. He'd been apparently playing club cricket in Lincolnshire before the call-up.
Grantham?
Didn't say.
Did he not?
Lincolnshire. So I suppose these overseas guys probably go through quite a lot of clubs in their time. Good vibe in the changing room, he said. Simple plan, controlling what we can control, etc. Pitch has an unusual cut, but you just have to adapt to the conditions in front of you. Bit of an even bounce, he said. Didn't expect it to jump like it has, but same for both sides.
I was going to ask him what he made of bowling on it, but a bit of an even bounce. We did really see some balls spit up off the surface, didn't we? I guess when you're hitting that lip between, and if you're watching the stream at the moment, you can see the two-tone nature of the pitch. When you're hitting the lip between the very green section and the slightly beige part of the pitch at the ends, seems to leap up.
Yeah, just a clarification. If you were listening last night, we thought that Ben Mike was given out caught behind. Since there was an appeal and he waited for the umpire's finger, that would be a logical conclusion. Apparently he was bowled.
Was he?
The ball just trimmed the off bail, so there was a noise before Chris Cook caught it, but yep, checked in the official logs, and I was very surprised. I thought maybe the scorers had got it wrong, so I checked with Tim van der Hoogten this morning, and he said no, it just hit the off stump on the way through.
Yeah, van der Hoogten, 17.4 overs yesterday, and it will be he that continues from the Bennett end. We've got blue skies above. It's a much more pleasant day. than it was yesterday, when we were always nervous about these showers. I'm unsure. You keep seeing me, if you're watching us on the stream, you keep seeing me change between my prescription sunglasses and glasses, which tells you it's that sort of day.
I might be the same as well.
And here is Van der Hoogten, comes in and bowls, and defended by Scriven, who is the new man. Scriven is a very, very good number 9. Probably a number 8, Scriven, I would suggest. I mean, he has batted all the way down to 10 and 11, which is ludicrous, really. He is a very good bat. But a bit of white cloud above us. Not too warm, but a sort of pretty pleasant late August morning to start us off on day 2. Van Hoogten, 2 for 43, his figures from 18 overs, but he was made to work pretty hard yesterday. He's running in towards us, up to the wicket. He bowls, and it's left alone outside off stump by Scriven. And so that is the 2 deliveries of the 104.2 that remain in the day's play. With me, Nick, and Nikesh Ragani throughout the day. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Sport Wales, keeping you company this afternoon.
Yeah, Tim van der Hoogten has often been the workhorse of the Glamorgan attack in the last couple of seasons since the departure of Michael Hogan. Now retired, had a brief spell with Kent before shuffling off back home, and Tim van der Hoogten able to bowl probably more overs yesterday because there were so many interruptions. We had just 15 minutes play after lunch, and then 15 minutes after tea, and another break until 6 o'clock. But it'll be Ray Toole, 1 for 23 off his 12 overs, very tight, bowling left arm over the wicket to Holland. Big appeal. They like it. The umpire does not. As it went through to Chris Cook. Appeal 4 caught behind. One presumes, though after last night. Can never assume anything, but not given. Umpires, by the way, Michael Burns and Ben Debenham. Burns, former Warwickshire and Somerset player. 113 for 7 then, here on BBC Sport Online. Update for BBC Radio Leicester to come shortly, but here's Toole to bowl, and that's whacked Holland on the hand as he shakes his glove in some pain.
So shall I take over? I think we're going to go to Radio Leicester update in a second. That's part of the 11 o'clock news. Yeah, that was the lip we were talking about, wasn't it? The ball jumping up off the surface. Update coming. Yes, play has started, Rob, and to use the official language, Leicestershire are in deep trouble here. They are 113 for 7 at the start of day 2, having lost wickets at regular intervals throughout the first day. They will hope that their tail will be able to get their team to a total of around 250, and then hope that their bowlers can use what is a wicket with uncertain and uneven bounce to get themselves back into this match. It is, though, going to be a challenge. These are 2 promoted sides from Division 2, but it's Glamorgan who look the far better in the evidence so far. 113 for 7 at the start of day 2 today.
So three slips for Toole in this first over, his first over of the morning, as he comes in, bowls, and that's clipped nicely through the leg side by Holland. There's a chase on from the man round from fine leg, but he won't get there as it trickles over the square leg boundary in front of the open seating away to our right, and Leicestershire have their first runs of the morning. 4 to Holland, moves to 21. And is in danger of being Leicestershire's top scorer, because 22 from Sheridan Gums was as far as the Foxes got on day 1 of this game. 117 for 7 then, as Toole is into bowl, and that's chopped away on the offside by Holland. Runs to Callaway at point, and there's no run.
Looks tough batting out there this morning, doesn't it? There's life and spice in that pitch.
Yes, I wonder whether with a bit of sun on it, whether it might get slightly less spicy. That'll be the Glamorgan hope anyway. 117 for 7. 4 runs added if you're just logging on, tuning in, or however you're following us. There's Tool bowls, no shot played by Holland through outside off stump. And that's the end of his over. The boundary, the only scoring shot in it. 117 for 7. Reminder, you can email us on lexcricket. What is it? Lexcricket at bbc.co.uk or Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk.
It's interesting reading the report last night, Nick. And this is obviously true because of Glamorgan's position in the table, but it was striking that they were described as title hopefuls in that. It was the first word of the article.
Yes.
Title hopefuls. I'll come back to that in a second. Van der Hoogten is ready to continue his 19th over, starting as Scriven comes forward and it hits him on the pad. Struggling to read that is the number 9 for Leicestershire. And again, like, you know, they win this game, which again we need to see how Glamorgan will bat on it and how Leicestershire will bowl on it, but they've certainly put themselves in a very good position with the Foxes at 117 for 7. And I don't know, you come away with a win here. Is that what you start to think?
It's what the team might start to think. I'm not sure if too many followers will be as optimistic as yet.
Van der Hoogten in, defended by Scriven, who comes forward and plays this straight back to the tall, blonde-haired Australian.
Yeah, did raise one or two eyebrows on social media. Replied, well, it's not my report for this game. It's the view of a local Leicestershire reporter. John over in the press box. The far end of the ground, so our input had no bearing on his thoughts.
Van Hoogten is going to run in towards us now. He's going to kick up his heels, bounding in. He's up to the wicket bowls. And back goes Scriven. There's a strangled appeal for leg before wicket, but it was too high. There's movement off the seam. That jagged back in. That may well have been an off-cutter from Van Hoogten. Well, if you look at the table, and again, perhaps I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but they are 9 points off the top of the table. And there is a 6-point battle for it. If they keep themselves in with a sniff, sort of top 2-3 finish would be a remarkable achievement for them as Van der Hoogten is in past the umpire. Bowls driven by Scriven, not perfectly timed. It's stopped by cover, and a single is scored by Scriven, who is off the mark.
Yes, I mean, I think, as we said, Glamorgan haven't succeeded in staying in the top flight before. So 8th position would be an improvement on anything that they've managed in the last 25 years. Top half would be amazing. Top 3 would be brilliant, I think.
Van der Hoogten starts his run now. In on the angle, and it's a straight delivery just back of a length, and it gets Holland hopping and jumping and defending into the offside. There is no run. Where is Leicestershire? I mean, at the moment, the focus of course all on survival. At the moment, I think a lot of Leicestershire fans would probably tell you this was a game they felt they had to win in order to survive. They go to Scarborough next week to face Yorkshire, a team that they have beaten already this season, the only team that they've beaten. But there was
it's a very packed table all round, isn't it? Closely packed.
Van Hoogten is in. Bowls. Oh, it's an inside edge that nearly snuck through, and that didn't bounce. This is tough batting this morning for 2 all-rounders, Holland and Scriven. 118 for 7, just a single off the over. Van Hoogten's figures 2 for 44. It's certainly, well, it's a packed top 6, and we could have a really thrilling last few games, couldn't we? But what I fear for Leicestershire is that a defeat here could see them being cast adrift, and that was the risk before they played Yorkshire, and they kept themselves and got themselves back in it, caught the rest of the division. But I think Glamorgan should be incredibly praised for their efforts this season. As I don't know what fans' thoughts were and expectations of what it was possible to achieve this season.
I think given that it was more or less the same squad, as Toole is in to bowl, and that one makes no contact with the outside edge as it flies past Tom Scriven. And it was more or less the same squad. If you swap one overseas bowler for another, lost Sam Northeast, who scored lots of runs in the championship and other formats, but a big championship player, replaced by Sean Dixon coming in.
Just the 410 here.
Yes, memorable occasion 4 years ago. As that is played into the gully by Scriven, and there's no run. So, given that it was more or less the same standard squad as last season, I think survival would have been a realistic aim, and a lot of pundits and commentators would have had probably these two sides to go back down again. But Glamorgan should be able to look upwards rather than downwards in the last few weeks as Toole bowls, and that's played awkwardly away off an inside edge by Scriven down towards fine leg. They'll trot through for a single. 119 for 7, but batting is not looking any easier this morning than it did on the rain-hit first day.
Yeah, those gloves are getting a pounding, aren't they, from both batters? Just to your point that this is probably a bit of a crude comparison and not necessarily applicable for both sides, but if you take in football, for example, if a team was to win the championship, I'll come back to this in a sec.
Toole in, left arm over, bowls, Holland forward, playing out to point, no run.
If you were to win the championship, so Coventry City were to win the championship, the expectation is you need to recruit better players in order to come up. And considering Glamorgan hadn't been up for so long, as had Leicestershire, the instinct is to think that they would have had to have recruited a lot of different and more senior players, more experienced players, high quality players in order to compete in the top division.
Toole in, balls to Holland, who's defensively pushing out on the offside. Yeah, it doesn't quite equate the world of football because there's so much less movement, even given that cricket is a smaller pool of clubs and players. There don't tend to be that many sort of moves of first choice players often. Sometimes obviously you get the bigger clubs picking off the players from the smaller ones as another ball goes past the outside edge. Holland may have played inside the line of that deliberately, but it's the end of the over. 119 for 7. I mean, obviously you get some movement of first division counties picking off second division top line players, but overall you don't tend to get as much on the market that and there's not much cash to be splashed, I don't think.
No.
So it is often a case for the financially realistic counties of promoting from within where possible and trying to get bargains on the transfer front.
Van der Hoogten is going to bowl from the Bennett end. And he moves in now, bowls. And back goes Scriven, and again that's leapt up at him. And he's ripped his hands away from his bat in order to protect his fingers, has Scriven. The ball squirts away into the offside. There is no run. I think it's a real. I think you can make a real argument to say that Glamorgan are probably the best have had, compared to expectation.
Yeah,
have been one of the best performing sides
they have
in the division.
Overachieved on most predictions. I think that's fair to say.
Here comes Van der Hoogten. He bowls and that beats Scriven outside off stump. I suspect he might tell me he withdrew his bat at the last moment, but he certainly wasn't comfortable with the length delivery outside off stump.
Yeah, I had an inquiry on social media yesterday how much I thought Kieran Carlson was influential as the new championship captain. Interesting point. He's positive character. He's always the noisiest in the field and one that you'll hear encouraging others. He's at third slip at the moment.
In comes Van der Hoogten in bowls, and that is defended out into the offside. There's no run, pressure building.
So a bubbly character, and obviously a leading player with the bat, has made at least one attacking declaration in the third innings this season. So he's not afraid to gamble, but victories over Surrey and Somerset due to sheer slog rather than tactics, I think.
In comes Van der Hoogten. That one keeps low, but Scriven is equal to it, defending to mid-off, no run. But that's what a captain has to do too, isn't it? You've got to have that boldness in you, but you've also got to inspire your team to slog it out. Was it Hadley who'd never scored basically more than 4 runs in his entire career and then got a 50?
Yes. Extraordinary innings against Somerset.
I mean, that tells you something about his captaincy too, that people and his players are willing to play ugly for him. Van der Hoogten steams in now. He bowls, driven by Scriven, just over pitch to Tad by Van der Hoogten, not perfectly timed by the pace bowler. Number 9 for Leicestershire. He gets 2 for his troubles. 1-2-1 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, we were surprised to see him as a night watchman with 6 or 7 overs the previous night, and thought about, well, shouldn't it be someone who's a little more solid with the bat? But it proved to be a tactical genius.
As Van der Hoogten holds the ball in front of his chest. Broad-shouldered chap moves in, driven by Scriven again. That was better timed. It hit straight at cover point. And it's a dot ball. So 2 off the over, 2 for 46, Van der Hoogten's figures. He's bowled 20 overs, though, of the 51 that we've had so far. So Leicestershire not losing a wicket this morning. Slow progress and tough batting out there. And just to go back to the point, I think, some Leicestershire fans may disagree with me here, but I think, they had such a good season last year where they dominated the league, really.
Yeah.
They've missed Peter Hanscom hugely. A, the captaincy, B, that international quality that he brings. But I think there is. I think certainly you could make the argument that they have looked like a team that it hasn't changed too much, but they've looked like a team that was too good for Division 2, but not quite good enough for Division 1.
Here comes Toole into bowl to Holland, who punches that one off the back foot to Callaway at point. No run.
Which is why I thought there might have been a risk for that for Glamorgan as well, but they have looked far the opposite. They've looked very at home.
Yes, I mean, I wasn't particularly worried about Glamorgan in terms of the squad, apart from the seam bowling department, and really considering the injuries they've had, they've made remarkable progress. Toole in, bowls, and Holland defends rather jumpily. Back down the pitch, and there is no run. And the batting lineup, I think, is decent. Wicket keepers coming out their ears. 2 good spinners in Callaway and Crane, and they've produced enough out of the seam bowling department to hang in there. There's Toole bowls, that's driven out on the offside. Good scrambling half stop at mid-off, and there is no run. 121 for 7. Apologies for not crediting that query about Carlson's captaincy, because I've forgotten which of the several ways to contact us it came in on. Toole in bowls, straight drive. That one does escape mid-off. It's running down the slope towards us, but won't run away, and Van der Hoogten is able to run back from mid-on and retrieve Gorvin at full stretch.
I think the fact that he's Welsh makes a difference.
It always helps in terms of the public perception, because it's only he and Kellaway who are Welsh born of this particular 11, and that's been a bugbear of some supporters. Gorvin has some Welsh roots as well. A lot of the others were sort of made in Wales, if not born in Wales. There's Tool bowls, and that's chopped down towards Scully. Kellaway Fields, no run. 123 for 7 it remains.
It's not overly uncommon, I guess, as the Welsh county, I suppose you've got that sense of national as well as local pride. But I mean, you look through the Leicestershire team, it would only be Ben Mike, I think, who's from Leicestershire in this team. You would have Lewis Hill if he was playing.
Yeah, I mean, population of Wales, just over 3 million.
Good point.
If we can just have Phil Salt, that would be nice. Born in North Wales, Bodelwyddan. As Tool bowls, and that gets up a bit, as well defended by Holland. On the leg side, there's no run. 123 for 7, so 10 runs added without further loss. Graham Smith says if Glamorgan have title ambitions, they will need to play Mir Hamza and Ray Toole alongside Tim van der Hoogten, and will then have a serious attack. Well, yeah, it's pick and mix and match 2 out of 3 for the remaining games, with Colin Ingram, of course, in the ranks, and you can only pick 2 overseas or official overseas players. Several of the others, like van der Hoogten and Cook and Dixon, were born overseas but UK qualified or European qualified.
It's Van der Hoogten, because he's Dutch international, isn't he? He's running in now to bowl from the Bennett end, and Scriven defends. So does he qualify through his Dutch?
He got in before Brexit, basically.
Fine.
As I understand it, he can't have any other employer in the UK. I was told.
Fine.
But because he was employed by Glamorgan before all that happened.
Okay. It was 2016 he joined, so it's just, wasn't it? Or started?
Yeah.
In he comes now. He bowls. Scriven goes back and edges, but it's along the floor. That look. I don't know whether he held his pace back a bit there, Van der Hoogten, or it slowed down in the pitch and didn't bounce. But Scriven had to play that late and wait for it. 1, 2, 3 for 7.
Good morning to Trevor Freeman in Dublin, who says who's a Glamorgan supporter. Says, I'm a believer. Why not aim high? Trevor hoping to get over for the Essex game, which is the final game of the county championship at the end of September. Best wishes to you, Trevor.
Van der Hoogten past the umpire, outside off stump, bit of in swing this time, but well left alone by Scriven.
Got an email from Ian Evans, who's a regular correspondent, saying, I'm the eternal optimist. I don't think we're merely title contenders. I think we will win it, but gotta go because the nurse is bringing my medication. Thank you very much indeed, Ian. So Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk. You can email us, and many of you know that I'm Nick Webb 2017 on social media.
Van der Hoogten in bowls and defended by Scrivener. Well, he's holding off Van der Hoogten pretty effectively here. It's a really challenging spell of bowling for him, but he is keeping him at bay. I suppose that was why I was asking you the question, actually, because in a sense, I can imagine a Glamorgan fan listening to this thinking, asking you about title contenders, thinking it sounds a bit loony. But I suppose you look at the table, you look at their form here, you look at the form elsewhere, and it's not that loony.
No.
Van der Hoogten turns, bowls tight to the crease and beats Scriven, who tries to drive at that little dangle of the bat. It goes outside his off stump.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Glamorgan's final block of fixtures, without wanting to disrespect anyone, the fact is that Leicestershire this week and Hampshire next week are the 2 bottom sides in the table. So you would have thought if Glamorgan are to mount any sort of challenge at the top, then they'll need to win at least one, if not both, those two fixtures.
Van der Hoogten bowls, beats him outside off stump again. This is brilliant bowling. This time it was a little tighter to the stumps, and rather than attempting a drive, he tried to defend this. I'm just going to watch. I presume there was a tiny bit of a nibble away from Van der Hoogten. Oh no,
It's
massive
gone all over the
in swing.
place. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, so it pitched further outside off stump and then zoomed back in and went in between bat and pad and over the stumps.
Parried by Chris Cook going down leg side, and he did well to get gloves on that one because it really did go a long way.
Yeah, very good take. Very good bowling from Van der Hoogten. 21 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 46 his figures. 1, 2, 3 for 7. Leicestershire, they've added 6 runs this morning?
10.
10 runs this morning. Oh yeah, 113, sorry.
Yeah. Final month looks quite difficult. Somerset away, Warwickshire home, Surrey away, Essex at home for Glamorgan. So I think if they're going to get into the mix, they have to get there in the next fortnight. Andy Gorvin takes over from Ray Toole and has got the wicket first ball as Holland plays all round that. Gorvin strikes 123 for 8.
Well, I was just watching, as he was running in, I was just watching him thinking, he's the slightly, it's a beautiful delivery, just pitching off the seam. It's slightly skiddier bowler, isn't he? He's slightly smaller than the other two who opened.
Yeah.
And I just thought, I wonder if this skiddiness will work. And that looked like a perfect skiddy delivery. Zipped off the surface, cut back inside.
Yeah, just a tiny little gap between bat and pad. Holland didn't do an awful lot wrong, but the ball disturbing the stumps. And, well, Leicestershire's highest order player, genuine all-rounder, Ian Holland, that they had available to them. Obviously, Scriven and Mike can wield the willow, but Holland would have been Leicestershire's main hope of getting to 200, you would have thought. So, sorry, we've had Mike. Apologies for that. Mike came in as 8.
Yeah, Ajaz
written down
Patel.
in the wrong order originally. Ajaz Patel. Yeah, I mean, he's got, I think he had a first-class 50 in his 4 games for Glamorgan a couple of seasons back. Remember the final day of a game down at Sussex where not much was happening, and he and Andrew Salter had to bowl virtually the whole day. They bowled 40 or 50 overs each, which was some going. 123 for 8. And Gorvin has 2 for 13 now.
6 first-class 50s he's got.
There we are.
Patel.
Gorvin just the 7 championship wickets at 36 coming into this game. It's his 4th championship game of the summer, as he's in to bowl to Ajaz Patel, who drives and doesn't really time it. Was looking to play straight, drove it to Dixon at mid-wicket. No run.
Looks nippy. He's bowling in a very... It's a nice varied attack that Glamorgan have got in this game, I think.
Yeah, it's good to have a left armour in terms of Toole.
Skiddy bowler, Van der Hoogten's a sort of workhorsey type figure, isn't he?
Gorvin in bowls, and that's firmly driven on the offside, but fielded by Carlson at cover, and there's no run. I mean, if you have to make a criticism, there isn't much out-and-out pace there. Gorvin and Ul Hassan are more or less the same speed, I think. But they've got off-spin and leg spin in there. They haven't used the leg spin as yet. As Gorvin is in to bowl to the left-handed Patel, who shoulders arms to that one. There's a big appeal for a caught behind, but the umpire says no.
Was it LBW? Because he left it.
He's left it, yeah. Must have just flicked the top of the pad. I thought they were appealing for caught behind initially, and possibly just on height might have saved him. It hit the top of the pad there, so may well have been going over. As stream viewers are treated to another replay. Yeah, too high. Too much bounce on that one, despite Gorvin being one of the shorter bowlers. 123 for 8. As Patel has a wild swing at that and misses. Well, he's not having had an appeal. Not playing a shot. He's played several shots this over already.
He's a shot player, Patel. I think it was quite instructive last night talking to Dave Whitmore, the fielding coach, where he went through who was remaining to bat and said Ajaz will play his shots, then stopped,
Yes.
and then went, but he can also dig in. And I think that a quick 25-30 would be quite helpful.
Gorvin in to Patel outside off stump, tempting, but this time Patel is not to be tempted. He shoulders arms. It's 123 for 8, so quite a sedate but interesting first half hour. 10 runs added, 1 wicket added, 1 commentator added, Nikesh Ragani.
That's so smooth. So, tough work for Leicestershire this morning. Glamorgan have bowled very well. The conditions look favourable. The pitch is doing all sorts. They're getting to move it both ways. Do get in touch with us, by the way. Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk or less cricket at bbc.co.uk. In comes Van der Hoogten. Straight delivery on a middle stump line. Forward comes Scriven. Gets a thick inside edge to long leg. Picks up a single. Leics. I was told last night that I didn't need to say the Leics because it's obvious, but I actually think I think Nikesh that it is not obvious.
Yeah, I think you just need to just roll with it now. After all this time. Good morning, Adam. Good morning, everyone. Guess if people are emailing in now, from a Leicestershire point of view, another frustrating little passage of play. This.
Van der Hoogten's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Ajaz Patel, and that jacks back into his body, and he protects himself, almost holding the bat like a shield to protect his body. And the ball drops down in front of him. There is no run. Interesting, I think. In fact, he got an inside edge onto his thigh pad. You often, when you see a low total like this, you sometimes wonder whether Leicestershire have batted badly, whether Glamorgan have bowled well, or whether it's to use the football cliche, a bit of both. As Van der Hoogten steams in past the umpire, bowls, and that nibbles away from him, prods at it, does Patel, but it beats him. But I have to say, I would probably, I haven't watched any, bar the run out, I haven't watched any of the Leicestershire dismissals and thought that it was silly or embarrassing, a poor shot, recklessness. Perhaps Ahmed's shot, but that's it. You're talking 2 of 8 that you would say were probably poor batting. Otherwise, I have to credit Glamorgan and their very accurate and consistent bowling. 1-2-4 for 8 is the score. Patel yet to get off the mark. He's faced 7 deliveries. And in comes Van der Hoogten. He's in, he bowls, outside off stump, left alone by Patel. Through to the wicket-keeper it goes. I don't know what your thoughts on that are, Nikesh.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. There haven't been any silly dismissals apart from the run-out and that slightly loose shot from Rehan Ahmed outside off. But, I guess it's just a case of better application from Leicestershire, and they should know these conditions better than Glamorgan. But full credit to the bowlers. They have kept the ball in the right areas. They've asked all the right questions. And they've performed like a top side.
Glamorgan bowling, Van der Hoogten bowling for Glamorgan. Inside edge, thick inside edge from Patel to mid-on.
Yeah, they certainly don't look like a side that's just been promoted and hanging on for dear life in Division 1. They look like they belong, Glamorgan, and fair play to them.
Yeah, I mean, I was sort of saying this to Nick. I think you can certainly make a case that it's the most impressive performance in the division from any team, given the expectations, given the context, Sussex, you would say, are probably level, aren't you, because of the points deduction, the recruitment issues they've got. In comes Van der Hoekt, and that's a glorious shot down the ground. Perfectly timed by Patel. A off drive on the half volley. That's the best shot of the morning by some distance. A glorious shot from the New Zealander. 1-2-8 for 8 the score. Patel off the mark with that boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot, just slightly over pitched. And Patel puts everything into it, times it gloriously out towards the long off boundary. Yeah, certainly, I think they've performed above everyone's expectations, Glamorgan, and I heard the sort of hints that they might be in this title race. They certainly are. I mean, 9 points off the top. You can't count them out at this stage. Obviously, a long way to go. It's very tight with those top 6 sides in Division 1. Gorvin runs in from the pavilion end, bowls to Scriven, who defends into the offside, and there is no run. It's a little bit like the famous Leicester City story of 2015-16. Anything can happen.
There have been far more ludicrous things that have happened than Glamorgan winning the county championship under these circumstances.
Here is Gorvin once more, and that's defended away into the covers once more. Yeah, you're right. I mean, look, as Nick was saying, the players generally the same from last year. They're the same side that got them promoted. And Leicestershire will sort of know all about that, having a very similar core to what they had last season. And they've carried on that momentum. They've delivered when it's mattered. They've been difficult to beat. They've picked up wins when other sides might have held on for draws. As Gorvin's in, he's hit on the pad, Scriven. Sort of muted appeal for LBW, but the ball looked to be heading way down the leg side. 128 for 8, Leicestershire. And Leicestershire will look on at a side like Glamorgan and think, well, why didn't we do that, carry on our momentum? Why weren't we able to just, carry on that good feeling from last season? They were difficult to beat, Leicestershire, early on in the season, but just not getting over the line and picking up those victories. Gorvin past the outside edge of Scriven. Lovely delivery. Sharp rising one from just outside off.
It'd be interesting to know what Leicestershire fans maybe think is the difference between the two. The things that come to mind immediately, probably the experience of this Glamorgan team. First slip and the wicketkeeper 81 combined. And then you've got Van der Hoekten, who's in his mid-30s, haven't you? Mason Crane, Sean Dixon. These are guys who are very experienced.
In and is that an edge that's dropped just short of slip? Let's have a look. There's another lovely delivery there from Gorvin. Yeah, just played with soft hands, dropping just short of first slip. So another half chance created by Glamorgan.
So experience. I think the captaincy of Kieran Carlson is a big difference, perhaps, between the two, as Nick was talking about.
Gorvin bowls, and it's been punched, but straight into the covers. And it's another dot ball, so maiden over there from Gorvin. Leicestershire still 128 for 8, Scriven on 5, Patel on 4. Run rate for Leicestershire just a tad over 2 runs and over throughout the course of the innings, so they've kept it really tight here at Glamorgan. It's not been a case of Leicestershire trying to bazball their way through this innings and just playing silly shots and getting out. There's just been some consistent good bowling here from Glamorgan, who last won the county championship. They've got 3 titles. 1997. Can you remember who won it, the other 2 sides?
Well, I was just going to say, yeah.
Leicestershire in 96 and 98, of course. So these 2 sides dominating the late 90s in the county championship.
As Toole is going to bowl left arm over the wicket from the Bennett end, and his first delivery, he gets the ball to spit up and race past the body of Ajaz Patel, who leaves it alone. Plenty of pace in that, though. That whipped up off the surface, possibly off that lip again. Plenty of life in the pit. And obviously there wasn't promotion and relegation back in 96. But Leicestershire's triumph, certainly in 96, was such an underdog story. Probably similar to what it might be if Glamorgan were to lift it this time round. Here is Toole, fast delivery, full and driven back by Patel, but it's a thick inside edge, so it doesn't time it. Have there been teams who have won it after being directly promoted?
I would have to check. I'm sure there was one in the early 2000s.
Man looks up something on the internet.
Interestingly, that season Leicestershire won the title in 96, and then in 97 it went to Glamorgan. Leicestershire finished 10th without Phil Simmons from memory for that season. Star overseas player from the West Indies.
Patel waits, bat raise, Toole bowls, and there is a drive, a wafted drive outside off stump. He doesn't get anywhere near it, Patel. I had in my head Essex, but I wasn't sure, and Essex did do it. 2017. I thought that was just in my head when I was posing the question, and then Nottinghamshire did it in 2005. So
that's the one I remember, right. Yeah.
Toole bowling, left arm over the wicket, big angled run up, and again gets the ball moving away. He's angling the ball into the left-handed Patel and getting the ball to move away from him, and Patel is all at sea at the moment. He's getting working over. Just watching the replay of Toole. It's a big tall figure, and that is a Jaffa on a length delivery. You'd be in top form if you nicked that, I think.
Still some swing on offer as well, which is interesting. To the 57th over with this ball.
Looks like it's off the seam too. It really has. Yeah, 57th over. The ball's still hooping around. In comes Toole. Bowls driven beautifully down the ground. There's Patel's response. Well, when he is connecting, he's connecting with some flair and timing. And that was just too pitched by Toole and crunched down the ground. Sort of bunted really by Patel, but perfectly timed. It raced away to the boundary, went for 4 runs. So he's on to 8 off 15 deliveries, 132 for 8 is the score.
Not quite a Sachin Tendulkar on drive, but as you've quite correctly put it, a bunt, but very useful.
Toole in, bowls, and that's a glorious shot. Another straight drive down the ground. This time through mid-off, slightly wide mid-off, and over-pitched once more. And Patel has lent into that gloriously. That was a proper textbook drive, that. And he's got 4 runs for it. I have noticed that as soon as the over-pitching happens from the pace bowling, the batters do feel like they can dispatch it. We've seen quite a lot of straight drive shots in the V.
Yeah, we saw a couple, didn't we, from Sheridan Gums early on yesterday. And that's as good as any of them. Just Patel quickly on to 12 then. Those 3 boundaries, 12 from 16. It's going to be Gorvin to continue from the pavilion end. Here he is into Scriven, who plays and misses at 1 outside off. That keeps a touch low as well. That's the length that they've been so good at, just hitting time after time. Glamorgan just short of that good length. You've got to play at it. It was angled in towards that off stump and then just nipped away at the last moment. It's highly skilled bowling this from Glamorgan. Gorvin in once more, and that's comfortably left alone from Scriven, maybe just trying a little bit too hard on that occasion. Gorvin, we often talk about, don't we, when we're watching international cricket, and we're sort of, I guess, talking about England's selection and players who play county cricket, and there's always the critics that say, well, you know, you've got so many trundlers who just come in 75 miles an hour, put it on a length and swing it around. They'll be successful in this form, not necessarily when they step up. As Gorvin is in once more, and that's pushed away to point by Scriven. A slight fumble, but doesn't cost a run. But then you look at what Australia did in the Ashes. Michael Neser and the likes, with the keeper standing up, nibbling it around at late 70 miles an hour and causing England all sorts of problems. So it can be done.
Yeah, although look at what Bangladesh did to Australia. I think that probably says more about England's batting than it does about Australia's bowling. But I take the point.
Well, Bangladesh have got bowlers like that as well, and they troubled Australia. No great pace in their attack. They just put it on a spot and nibble it around. Gorvin in, and that's past the outside edge once more. A little bit too close for Scriven perhaps to be playing that shot, looking to punch it through the covers. Yeah, what a test match that was. Bangladesh humbling Australia, thrashing them by 9 wickets in Darwin. I think it's been 23 years since they were invited to play Test cricket in Australia, and they made it count. Gorvin in once more, and that's defended by Scriven towards cover. Leicestershire still 136 for 8. 5 dot balls in this over so far from Andy Gorvin. I mean, England did have a little bit of a record of playing some of these sort of county seamers who put it on a spot at 70 odd miles an hour. Ian Austin, Mark Elam in the 90s, especially in white ball cricket. Full delivery from Gorvin, defended away to mid-off by Scriven. So another maiden over there from Andy Gorvin. Leicestershire still 136 for 8.
Well, the discussion was at the time, wasn't it, what would actually happen if you played Darren Stevens at 39 for England?
Yep.
And it would have been interesting. I don't think it would have been the best advert for county cricket, but I think it would have been very interesting. I think what I like about this Glamorgan bowling lineup is there's a decent amount of variation. You've got pace and bounce. Gorvin there bowling a sort of very skiddy style, but it was getting the ball to move both ways there. There's a delivery in that over that was moving, that was shaping to move away from the right-hander and then just shot back in.
Yeah, sort of hit the seam and went the other way. Very difficult to play. I mean, overhead conditions would suggest that, you know, they're not completely bowler friendly, but Glamorgan bowlers still finding something.
Tall bowls outside off stump, starts a new over. His 17th, 1 for 38, his figures, and he's the tall, burly frame, getting pace and bounce. Van Hookton has bowled with accuracy and consistency.
Just talking of England, they've had a bit of a dash this morning. 409 all out in the first test against Pakistan, day 3, so they lead by 238 runs.
Tall, left arm, over the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Patel and bowls him. That looked like it sank in the pitch and just jagged back off the seam, but the off stump is leaning back. Patel practices a forward defence. It's a little bit too late for that now. In fact, it held its line, really. Just didn't bounce as much as Patel was thinking it would. He has to go for an eventful 12 off 17 deliveries, and Leicestershire are 136 for 9 now, the end very much nigh.
Absolutely, yeah. Patel entertained with those 3 boundaries, didn't he? But in between all that, was hopping around a little bit, facing Toole in particular. He's on his way back now, and this looks like it's going to be well below total for Leicestershire in this first innings. They were inserted by Glamorgan yesterday, but Glamorgan making absolute full use of the conditions. Grey, overcast, lots of rain around yesterday. Ball was hooping around, but you still got to put it in the right spot, and Glamorgan have done that brilliantly. It is going to be Josh Hull coming in at number 11, and he is a proper number 11.
He is. He's got the odd, very lovely cover drive in him, but I would think you could describe him as a number 11.
Yeah. Even Glenn McGrath had a Test 50, but he's still a number 11.
This is a very disappointing performance from Leicestershire. I think there's a lot in the pitch. I think Glamorgan have bowled very well. And to be fair, I think maybe we should reserve full judgment until we have seen how Glamorgan bat. If Glamorgan are bowled out for 150, then I think you can withdraw criticism a little bit, but I think given the importance of this innings, the importance of this game, to be 136 for 9 at the start of day 2 is very disappointing. Toole 2 for 38. Certainly a lot of uneven bounce in the pitch. He's got balls to spit up. That one sank to bowl Patel. And in he comes now. Forward comes Hull. Long way to get down from his 6'7" frame. The England Test player, who was involved quite a lot in England Lions. I noticed he played a warm-up game for what was it, the PCC Select team. 0 for 36, 1 for 28, his figures in those 2 games. Toole, bowling from the Bennett end, moving in towards us now. He bowls, forward comes Hull and defends, and in fact he plays that rather nicely. Late sort of dab down to third man. Joe Root-esque there.
Yeah, Rob Key, England men's director of cricket, certainly seems to be a big fan of Josh Hull and the potential that he's got.
He's got all the right physical attributes. I'm a big fan of Josh Hull. He's a lovely lad. I think he's grown up quite a lot over the past year or so. Sort of, it felt like a boy, but when we spoke to him pre-season, it sort of felt like a man was walking in and talking to you. But I think he's not had the best season, all told. He's struggled a little bit with injury. Toole is going to come round the wicket to the right-handed Scriven. Scriven drives straight to cover. It's a dot ball. He got tonked around in the T20s. He was going at 2 runs a ball, pretty much 11, 12 runs and over. He wasn't the only player to be going like that, but he hasn't got the consistency in the 4-day format, so it's not quite been his season. I don't think he's shown the promise that we saw. He's got all the attributes. 6'7", left-hander. He's the sort of perfect person you would want to be part of your attack, to offer that variety as a left-hander comes in now around the wicket. Tall and bowls, and there's a thick inside edge. Forward comes Scriven and defends. That is the end of the over.
I do understand all that. I think he was pushed a little bit too early into that England Test side, and there wasn't enough sort of, I guess, development that was allowed to happen, maybe with call-ups to Lions squads and things like that previously, and that might have been the road to go down, just to see what England were working with from their point of view, and maybe, I guess, fine-tune his action, whatever it might be that they feel they needed to do. And with being called up and playing Test cricket for England comes the added pressure, lots of more eyeballs on you, and that can affect your game as well. You're right, the attributes are there, but you've got to allow players just to play enough cricket. Shoaib Bashir's another one. There's Gorvin runs in, bowls to Hull. That one keeps very low outside off, and it's left alone by Hull. Yeah, I mean, Bashir, I don't quite know where he stands as well. He's knocking around at Derbyshire, and he's been sort of here, there and everywhere over the last couple of years. Not really performed consistently enough when he has been given opportunities at Test level, but they keep talking about the physical attributes. And I guess the argument to that would be just pick players who are performing and delivering results in county cricket. Hull looks to leave one, and the ball hits his bat as it's on its way up, trickles along the ground to third slip, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think and you feel a bit sorry for Hull, really. I think he was chucked in a little bit early, as you say, but there was a theme of picking on, vibes, physical attributes, potential, which was difficult to reconcile sometimes, I think.
Gorvin over pitches, and that's a glorious drive from Hull. It's going to be 4 out towards the long off boundary. Well, we have seen on a few occasions this morning when Glamorgan do over pitch, Leicestershire are cashing in. 3 lovely boundaries for Patel earlier, and another one there for Hull.
I told you he's got a lovely drive. Glorious stuff from Josh Hull. There's something, you saw it with Stuart Broad, didn't you? Players who are that tall, there's something so glorious about watching them drive. So
especially when they're left-handers as well. It's got that added bit of glamour. How does Gorvin respond? He bowls a nice delivery just outside off, swinging in but comfortably left alone by Hull. I think what would be great from a Leicestershire point of view is if Hull has one of his days where he just bowls a few jaffers and gets a few early wickets here for Leicestershire. It's going to be much needed. 141 for 9. Really backs against the walls at the moment. Gorvin bowls on the pads, and that's been flicked away gently to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, and I think the attitude from England for a lot of people was, well, let's try it, as opposed to who's proven it. And you don't actually know what sort of impact trying it has on the individual player. I think you can make that argument both for Hull. I think you certainly make it of Bashir, which is when you become vilified for your performances, which maybe that vilified is a stretch, but certainly criticised.
Gorvin with the final ball of the over. Another fullish delivery, driven but not timed very well to mid-on. So another fairly decent over there from Gorvin, just that one slightly over-pitched delivery being put away for 4. 141 for 9 Leicestershire. It's a little bit like, I don't know if listeners and viewers can relate to this, who watched a lot of England Test cricket in the 1990s, where selection was a little bit like that. Let's try this guy, and there were so many changes made between series and even in the middle of series. Players were just axed after 1 or 2 performances because they'd been tried out, hadn't really got a run, they were dropped, they were maybe brought back a couple of series later, and it was never any good for them.
Toole continues from the Bennett end, left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Scriven. He defends the score 141 for 9, so Leicestershire won't get a batting bonus point. I think we can be pretty sure of that. Glamorgan have already got their 3 bowling bonus points. And a really fascinating period ahead in this game, I think it would be fair to say, with Glamorgan about to bat. Remember, we've got a longer day today. Scheduled close of plays at 6:30, but I think we'll go more towards 7. We've got 90 overs left. Toole storms in, he bowls, driven beautifully down the ground, and there's a chase on between the fielders. It might not run away to the boundary. It does, though. It's sort of scooped up over. It's a brilliant effort from Mason Crane at mid-off, but he was always running behind it. It's a wonderful shot down the ground. I'm just watching the replay. He did get to it, Crane, but it was always behind him, so good effort. 145 for 9. I think straight drive is the only shot that I've seen any player from Leicestershire play with any conviction or effectiveness. In fact, mid-off has gone out to the boundary as a result, quite wide, and Scriven is beaten the next ball. He's jumping backwards to a length delivery, which beats him outside his off stump. I'm sure you saw the video yesterday of the man dropping his beers that went viral, didn't it, at the cricket? Poor bloke.
Expensive rounds at Test matches.
Oh yeah. And it's almost that's almost as good as, I'm sure you've also seen the video of that, from that woman who went to sit down and her seat wasn't down and felt. They had to stop the game, didn't they? Because the players were laughing. As Toole comes in wide on the crease, thick inside edge down to fine leg. He tried to get on top of that Scriven, maybe even at the bat handle, or the top corner of the bat. Got a right hand left hand combination, so the field changes. 146 for 9, Scriven into double figures.
The ones I love are when a particular batter hits the ball into the crowd and somebody drops their drink, and then you hear stories about how the player then made sure that they got another couple of rounds on them, which is quite a nice touch.
Yeah. Toole is going to come over the wicket, 3 slips, and he bowls and beats Hull, who dangles the bat at that and it beats him. Is that 3 slips in a gully? I'd say that's probably actually more 4 slip. We've got 3 orthodox slips, first, second and third, and then maybe 5th or 6th slip.
Yeah, I think we'll go gully, just
Maybe
about.
Gully. Also got a mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-off very wide. backward point as Toole comes in, bowls, defended by Hull, and plays it very late. Dabs it down behind square on the offside. It is stopped by the aforementioned gully. England have already got a wicket in that game. Pakistan 4 for 1, so 234 runs behind with 9 wickets remaining.
Could be over very soon, that.
Could be. So we've mentioned the games that other teams will be having an eye on in the rest of the County Championship today. Hampshire 94 for 4 in reply to Yorkshire's first innings total of 173. That's the game Leicestershire fans will be looking at. Probably want a draw out of that, and a low scoring draw. Somerset 388 for 8 against Essex. These games are more interest to Glamorgan. Somerset 388 for 8. Essex yet to bat. Surrey against Nottinghamshire. Surrey 61 for 2 in reply to 184 all out for Notts, and Sussex 134 for 9 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire.
Well, here is Gorvin once more, and that's full and defended by Scriven into the offside. Were you reading those off BBC Sport?
Yes.
It's a little bit ahead of Cricinfo, actually. Just a reminder, it's the place to be if you want to hear every ball of every county championship game. Of course, to viewers on the stream as well, thank you very much for joining us today. Andy Gorvin, 2 for 17 into his 12th over here. Runs in, bowls. That's been tucked away off the hip out towards deep mid-wicket. He'll get himself a single, so first time in a while that Scriven is down at the non-striker's end when Andy Gorvin's running into bowl. I think you've got an update to do in a second, Adam.
In a second, so I will take over, and then Rob will come to me in a second. So 147 for 9. I'll hand over to Nick Webb in just a moment after that. Hull 5 not out. So Gorvin, he's going to come round the wicket to the left-hander, who's a big tall man, looks round at the field. In comes Gorvin, 11 on his back, 2 for 18 his figures. He's past the umpire, he bowls down the leg side, no run. An update is coming up for BBC Radio Leicester in their news bulletin. Yes, they've lost 2 wickets this morning, those of Ajaz Patel and Ian Holland, to leave them 147 for 9. It has been tough going out there. Glamorgan have bowled very, very well in this battle between the 2 promoted sides, and now Tom Scriven and Josh Hull are just trying to get them to as competitive a total as possible. We shall reserve judgment until Glamorgan bat on what is an uneven and difficult pitch to bat on, but the Foxes, who needed to win this game, are in a bit of trouble at the moment. After 61 and a half overs, they're 147 for 9.
Very well done, Adam. So yeah, 147 for 9. It'll be interesting to see if they do get to 150, what the reaction is. That's a lovely delivery from Gorvin once more past the outside edge of Hull, who's looking for that big booming drive out towards deep cover.
I just think they'll be dancing on the streets of Groby if they get to 150.
Looking at the forecast as well for today, looks pretty good. Maybe a little bit of rain around post 7 PM, but we will be done and dusted by then. As Gorvin runs in, and that's defended away by Hull towards mid-on. End of the over, just 1 from it. Leicestershire 147 for 9. Adam, you're going to take a short break here and hand over to Nick Webb. With Glamorgan looking to wrap this one up as quickly as possible. They won't want to drag it too close to the lunch interval and have a tricky little period to bat. Like their openers to have a bit of time and get well set before that interval. Good afternoon, Nick.
Afternoon. As Toole comes in from the Bennett end towards us and bowls, and well, a ramp shot played by Scriven, and he's flicked it away to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. Oh, didn't see that one coming.
Just for you, Nick. As soon as you sat down, out comes the white ball shot there from Tom Scriven.
It's rather contrary to the approach that he's shown previously. 11 runs off his first 42 balls faced, and all of a sudden he gets all fancy on us.
150 up as well now.
Dancing in the streets. In comes Toole. Balls to Scriven, who tries to pull, and the ball hits something and rolls down into the gully, and it's fielded by Carlson, and there's no run.
Well, I guess it's one way of trying to score a few runs. They've just been putting it on a very similar spot, haven't they, the Glamorgan bowlers this morning, bowling very well, keeping things tight. But I guess once you've been out there for a while and you know the area in which they're aiming, you can perhaps premeditate those types of shots.
Toole, left arm round, straight run. In comes balls, and Scriven plays no shot as the ball fizzes past his off stump. Through to Chris Cook. 151 for 9. A few more in the crowd today. Not huge numbers by any means. Good to see a reasonable Welsh contingent up here as well.
It was a Glamorgan takeover when I was walking up to the commentary box this morning. Shirts and caps everywhere.
Good to see. As Toole is in bowls, and Scriven pushes it back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Saw a fella in a Knots tracksuit top as well this morning. I think he's at the wrong ground.
Where's he come from?
Got lost on his way to the Oval.
Now, 5th ball of the over, field all in. It's not a part of the game I particularly enjoy, with the field going towards the boundary for the more established batter. The first 4 balls of the over, now they're saving the single as Toole bowls, and Scriven is caught at slip by a diving Colin Ingram. Good low catch, that one fizzed a bit, caught the shoulder of the bat. And Toole finishes off Leicestershire with figures of 3 for 48. And it's 151 all out. And there's another batter who's been caught on the glove, I think, there, as Scriven marches off, wringing his hand. And Glamorgan players looking suspiciously at the wicket. And as are the umpires as well.
Well, they are, aren't they? And they've got their little notebooks out. Don't know if that's just to mark the scores and the amount of overs that have been bowled at the innings break. But a couple of the Glamorgan players in conversation with the umpire and looking down at the pitch. But look, we've seen uneven bounce right from the off, really. The odd one shooting low, the odd one rising off a good length. But it's been a fantastic performance here by Glamorgan. All out for just 151 Leicestershire. It was Glamorgan who won the toss. And yes, the conditions were in favour of the seam bowlers yesterday, but you've still got to put the ball in the right spot. Still got to create that pressure and take your chances when they come. And they've been absolutely brilliant at that. And the wickets have been shared around as well, haven't they? With a couple each for Van der Houten and Andy Gorvin, 3 for Raymond Toole, and 1 each for Zainul Hassan and Ben Kellaway.
Yes, Kellaway bowled 2 overs just before lunch yesterday, 1 for naught. So there's the card for video viewers, and Holland's 23, the top effort, Gums 22, several others in the teens, but you wonder whether the approach on this wicket is going to be for Glamorgan to get on with it, go hard or go home.
Yeah, it might be the way that they'll have to go, really. I think they'll try and build something like Leicestershire did at the start of their innings with that 35 partnership between Rishi Patel and Sheridan Gums. Just try not to lose an early wicket, and then Yeah, once the ball's a little bit older, 15 overs or so, might give it a little bit of a thrash and try and get past this 151 as quickly as they can, because well, if they just allow
Good afternoon and welcome back to Grace Road, Leicester, where Glamorgan are beginning their innings in reply to Leicestershire's 151 all out. And we will see how good that effort is in the next few hours with the nature of the Glamorgan reply. Nick Webb and Nikesh Ragani with you at the moment as Tribe and Ul Hassan come to the wicket for Glamorgan, a regular opening pair. Not huge stats this season. Ul Hassan 28, Tribe averaging 31.7. Ul Hassan has one big 100 down at Hampshire, and Tribe has 4 half centuries to his credit so far, but they've done a decent enough job for Glamorgan. We will see if Glamorgan go hard at it. Ul Hassan is not a huge stroke maker. He's more the grind it out sort of batter. And he will be first to receive from Ian Holland. Can Leicestershire get the pitch to be equally unpredictable as Glamorgan's bowlers did, as Holland is in, bowls, and that's through outside off stump, and Ul Hassan plays no shot.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they approach this Glamorgan. As you mentioned, Ul Hassan will probably look to drop anchor and just see off the new ball if he can. He's a Tribe at the other end certainly will play a few more shots.
As Holland is in to bowl, Ul Hassan plays no shot through outside off stump, coming back a little bit. Leicestershire slips, getting enough encouragement from that. Probably a little bit of that one meant pretty much straight on, to be honest, looking at the replay. But they're going to applaud anything that at this early stage that doesn't get whacked for 4. Holland on his way in, medium pacer, medium length run, and through outside off stump. I think when we get probably Josh Hull, it'll be something of a surprise, given that we haven't had anything of huge pace sent down during this game.
Absolutely, yeah, but the sort of medium fast guys have done a great job so far. Holland got 3 slips in place, wants to get Ul Hassan playing at one of these.
And he doesn't play at the next delivery either. The 4th ball of this opening over. In Holland, who missed a few weeks while he was off playing for the United States. American born, Australian bred, the Leicestershire captain. If you're just joining us, 151 was Leicestershire's final score, so they added 38 for the last 3 wickets. Would have hoped for a bit more. Holland bowls. Ul Hassan again playing no shot, took half a pace towards it and decided it was continuing to go away from the left-hander, and was correct. So the field, 3 slips, there's a fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover and backward point rather than gully. As Holland bowls, Ul Hassan does have to put bat to ball on this occasion, defends it safely out on the offside, and Holland has begun with a maiden over.
Might not have needed to play at that one, Ul Hassan, but it's always a nice feeling as an opening bat when you get a bit of bat on ball. It makes you feel like you're properly in. It's not the most threatening over there from Ian Holland, just finding his range. And it is going to be Josh Hull from the Bennett end. All 6'7" of him. Just checking his run up and walking back to the top of it. A bit of extra pace on offer then for the first time, really. Hull got the capability, of course, of bowling magic deliveries. We haven't seen it on a consistent basis over the last season or so. Leicestershire will hope he can try and contribute with a couple of early wickets here to put Glamorgan on the back foot. Here is Hull then, over the wicket into Tribe, who defends that first ball, which is just on an off-stump line, just short of a good length.
Yes, there's going to be another contrast for the Glamorgan batters, the contrast in pace. They already have to deal with the contrast in the wicket, with the middle section left with long grass and the ends shaved.
Looks a little bit more brown, doesn't it, the midsection today?
Yeah.
Having had a dry start to the day, lots of sunshine as well here at Grace Road as Hull is in, and that's defended away off a thickish outside edge towards backward point. Another dot ball. Hull with number 20 on his back. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, Test cricketer, maybe pushed in towards international recognition a little bit earlier than was merited. Just 22 years old. His birthday yesterday.
Yeah, got to put his feet up all day.
Not a bad way to spend it, although wouldn't have wanted his teammates to be skittled like that. He's full and wide on this occasion. He's been driven away out towards the backward point boundary for 4. Too much width, really, and Tribe quickly onto it. Glamorgan off the mark, 4 without loss.
Yes, Leicestershire won't want to see too many of those, as scoring has been slow throughout the match, with Leicestershire's 151 coming off 62.5 overs. So under 2.5 runs an over.
Hull runs in again. And he's hit on the pads there, Tribe. Big shout for LBW. Given not out.
Little hint of inside edge, maybe. Sounded to me like possibly 2 noises.
Potentially, would have been a good shout otherwise.
Worth asking the question, certainly.
Hull's only test, of course, coming against Sri Lanka at the Oval a couple of years ago. Took 3 for 91, so not a bad effort. It was slightly expensive, though. Here he is into Tribe, who leaves the next ball.
He must be still somewhere in the thoughts of England management, because he featured for that professional, whatever it was called, 11 against Pakistan in their warm-up the other week.
He did, just took the 1 wicket in that. As I was saying to Adam earlier, Rob Key, the Director of Cricket, does seem to be a big fan of Josh Hull and his attributes. And he comes running towards us. Bowls and Tribe defends to mid-on. And there's no run. So 4 off the over. And Glamorgan 4 without loss after the first 2. As I was also saying, there's become a little bit of an obsession with attributes, and he's 6'7", he's a left-arm bowler and he can bowl quick. But is he producing the results? Has he played enough cricket at this level to warrant a place in the Test 11? I'd say no, and I'd probably say the same for Shoaib Bashir at this stage. Yes, he's tall, he's got the attributes, he's got the potential, but he's just not bowled enough overs.
Oh, but vibes, man.
Vibes, exactly. That's what I mean. You know, picking people by watching clips on X of a particular over they bowl is not necessarily the way to select a Test 11.
As Ian Holland will continue to chug away with his medium pace, he's coming round the wicket for his second over and beats Ul Hassan's forward lunge with his first ball. Yes, sure, Bashir with his a brief spell on loan at Glamorgan, in which I think it's safe to say that he wasn't even the best 21-year-old off spinner in the side, because Ben Kellaway had, neither took many wickets at the beginning of the season, but Kellaway had a couple more. As Holland bowls and Ul Hassan presses forward and defends stoutly on the offside.
And it's not their fault that they're being selected.
If you're selected, you don't say no thanks, I'm not quite ready.
Of course, it's just throwing them in at the deep end when they're not quite ready, and taking somebody like a Bashir to Australia and then not playing him when you need a spinner in your side, and Dan Lawrence is your choice over Shoaib Bashir. It tells you quite a bit, that. Holland
bowls. Ul Hassan pushes away on the offside again, no run. Yes, you feel sorry for him in a way. Am I right? He's played, whatever it is, more tests than most of us ever will. So he's already achieved in that department, and he's done well, particularly in South Asia. But whether he should still be in the squad is very much open to question, as Ul Hassan defends another ball from Holland. They shall not pass. 4 without loss it remains in reply to 1-5-1.
You've got somebody like a Rehan Ahmed who offers you something with ball and bat, which seems to be what England selectors have been obsessed about for quite some time when it comes to picking spinners.
Well, particularly after Ben Stokes' departure, and you want someone to balance the side, who can bat 6 or 7 and bowl. Edged. Has that carried? Yes, it has. Ul Hassan goes. Holland has the breakthrough. Ul Hassan goes without scoring, and it's 4 for 1.
Yeah, that was a good delivery. He realised in that first over in Holland that the ball wasn't quite swinging back into Ul Hassan. He was leaving it quite easily, but with the angle from around the wicket, ball coming back into the left-hander with that natural angle, he had to play at that delivery, and just played down the wrong line. Good sharp catch taken there at third slip, and Leicestershire get exactly what they wanted, the early breakthrough. Glamorgan 4 for 1, and Ul Hassan looked tentative in this over, and finally on his way back.
Yes, dismissed from the 11th ball he faced, as Kieran Carlson comes in at number 3. And I think it's fair to say that you will see more early aggression from Carlson than we saw from Ul Hassan. It's not the sort of wicket that you can play his natural game, really, Ul Hassan, to grind it out, to take the shine off the new ball, soak up a large number of deliveries on behalf of your side. Sheridan Gums was the catcher there in the slips, and they are correctly positioned for the slightly slower speed of Ian Holland. Used to him wheeling away at this medium fast pace, and so the slips have crept a bit closer than they would certainly for Hull at the other end. 4 for 1. Reminder that this morning's session is through till 10 past 1, as Leicestershire look to make early inroads in reply. Carlson, 657 runs, Glamorgan's top scorer in the championship at 46.9. As Holland jogs in and bowls, and Carlson defends his first ball. 2 mid-on, successful over for the Foxes, 4 for 1 Glamorgan. Email from Clive Almond, who's got his controversy cap on this morning. Enjoying the live stream. We're all about the county and not the whole of Wales. Plenty of those in the north support Liverpool, Man United and Lancashire cricket when they have their long good seasons. So glad we don't waste time going up there now, says Clive. As for the middle bit of Wales, too hilly for cricket. Yes, I think you're in a bit of a minority there, Clive, but thank you for your email. I think most Glamorgan supporters in the south support the odd jaunt up north.
Josh Hull back into Asa Tribe then, who tucks the ball off his hip out towards deep square leg. It's timed really well. It's going to run all the way for 4. Beats the effort from long leg. And it just kept going and going, didn't it, across this quick outfield?
Yes, very good timing, as you say. It looked more like a sort of firm defensive push for 1 or 2, didn't it?
So Tribe with a couple of boundaries here early on. One lovely drive out towards backward point. And a nice tuck off the hip. This is what you do get from Josh Hull in amongst those lovely deliveries. You do get the odd loose one. Hull back in. That's down the leg side. A few oohs and ahs. Wasn't too far away from the bat of Tribe, but not the line he really wants to be bowling there, Josh Hull.
In terms of Glamorgan playing in North Wales, the men's team haven't done so since COVID because I think a few changes of personnel at the Colwyn Bay Club. I think they had problems with the clubhouse at one stage, and an issue with some of the regular volunteers who decided they'd had enough after COVID.
Here comes Hull once more, and that's pushed away out towards backward point. The Tribe, no run.
There have been discussions with Conway Council, who did sponsor it, and with various other venues in North Wales. I heard a whisper at one point about Rydal School Ground being used. But sadly it hasn't come to pass for the men's team. Certainly have enjoyed reporting on Championship cricket in the north.
It's always nice going to different venues in the outgrounds for county matches. Here comes Hull again, and that's left just outside off stump.
And Glamorgan tried to make it so that they played Lancashire there, so you'd, to be fair, you'd often get as many, if not more, supporters from Lancashire as fans of Glamorgan, but all made for a good atmosphere. Little ground, I mean, no more than about 1,500, 2,000, but when you've got that many packed in, it feels like an occasion. The women's team have played a couple of one-day matches there.
Hull then back at the top of his mark, running towards us from the Bennett end. Goes very full to Tribe, who drives off the toe end really out towards mid-off, and there's no run. Well, Leicestershire used to play a lot of cricket at Oakham. It's now Kibworth, which is the preferred outground. Kibworth Cricket Club, just south of the city towards Market Harborough. Lovely place for cricket. So Tribe on 8. He's got all of Glamorgan's runs so far. A couple of lovely shots. Final ball of Hull's over. And he is to Tribe, who defends into the offside. And there is no run, so 4 overs completed in this innings. Glamorgan making their way to 8 for 1. I'll hand over to you now, Nick, and you'll be joined by Adam Whitty.
Thank you very much indeed, Nikesh. Yes, we had a little outground tour with Glamorgan during the one-day cup, where they played the first 2 home games at Neath, the only outground matches that Glamorgan played. Then we had the delights of Radlett with Middlesex, which didn't last long. Glamorgan were absolutely rolled over there. Then it was up to Gosforth, the South Northumberland club, the game against Durham, which I didn't attend in person, and then Repton School was the venue for Derbyshire. As Holland bowls and beats the outside edge as Carlson plunges forward the second ball that he's received and made no contact through to the keeper, Johnny Tattersall.
Well, we've got the answer to our question, Nick, haven't we? Which is, how is this pitch going to play for both teams? And the answer is it is nibbling. It's a tough one. You think you can free up your Sunday?
Holland in Bowles. Carlson plays on the leg side, looks for a quick single and gets it with Tribe responding to his call. That, well, just about a good call from Kieran Carlson. But it was a tight one, 9 for 1. But Leicestershire ran mostly well between the wickets, apart from the Gums fiasco, where he went 3 ways at once.
He ran 3 and simultaneously none at the same time. Yeah.
Wasn't on the same wavelength as his then partner Hamza Sheikh. As Tribe takes guard at the far end for the first time. 9 for 1 in reply to 1-5-1 all out. And yes, I think any Glamorgan supporters who've booked in for the duration will be looking for alternative tourist attractions.
I can give you plenty if you want, Glamorgan listeners.
Holland bowls, Tribe defends.
How do you think they would feel about a king in a car park?
Yes, that one's the fairly close to the top of the list, you would have thought.
Yeah, there's Bradgate Park as well, which is where Lady Jane Grey used to live, and there's loads of deers. It's sort of Richmond Park vibes.
Oh, nice.
There's deer, and that's a really lovely place. And Foxton Locks, which is like one of those big hills with a canal.
Holland is into bowl, squirted away on the leg side by Tribe. Carlson wanted a single, but it was more or less straight to square leg. It wasn't there. Foxton Locks. Sounds like some sort of gentleman amateur cricket player. Particularly with the Fox.
It played 3 games for the West Indies.
Yeah.
10 individual locks, and then you've got I think 2 canals meet at the same time, don't they?
Okay.
I think. And
I'll
then
take your word for it.
there's a big hill full of locks. It's very good. That's South Leicestershire. I mean, you could try the Stilton and Pork Pie, Melton Mowbray as well. There's loads going on around here.
There we are, Welsh listeners, you've been told. 9 for 1. Having said that, we'll probably go till 6:30 on Sunday evening, but I can't see it as Leicestershire bring in a short leg for the first time in the match. And probably the only question there is why it hasn't been done before. Holland into ball. Tribe plays gently on the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket, no run. Adam has an alternative vocation for the Leicestershire Tourist Board.
Yeah.
Tribe 8, Carlson 1, Ul Hassan back in the hutch down beneath us. As Holland balls turned towards short leg and well, a shout to catch. I don't think it was a chance. But certainly brought short leg into play with a nice diving stop. 9 for 1 at the end of the over. It's the sort of game that you can't take your eyes off for long because looks as though it continues to look as though wickets could fall any ball as Carlson and Tribe go down for a chat, and any bonus points that Glamorgan earn with the bat are going to be well earned indeed.
It's a very hard fought match. This every run seems so vital. Ian Holland though is a class act. It has to be said. Well, they've missed him. They missed him in the middle part of the season. He in key parts of the T20, and I think those 2 matches in the middle of the county championship too. Just that experience. Josh Hull is going to bowl his third over. He bowls left arm over the wicket. There's appeal for leg before wicket, big appeal, but the umpire is unmoved. 9 for 1. It's Carlson struck on the pad, but it's a right-handed batsman with Hull bowling across the line, going down the leg side. Good, not a bad shout. Carlson did move across his stumps, but I think probably moving down the leg side. But pitched in line, good bit of in swing to the right-hander from Hull. We've got blue skies with white cloud above. Much more relaxed and sedate atmosphere than yesterday, and Looks like we'll be staying on for a lot of the day. I think there's rumours of showers at around 5. I think you were saying, Nick, weren't you? As Hull comes in, he bowls, and that's a remarkable shot from Carlson. He clears his front leg out the way to almost... I mean, it sort of played like sort of the bat flow of a cover drive, but with his front leg cleared right out the way. Extraordinary shot.
Yes. You can understand the clearing the front leg bit, but didn't really time it.
Do you think he was expecting a shorter ball, maybe, which is why he was trying to get his front leg out of the way? I don't know. Here comes Hull. Moves in, leaves Carlson. He lets that go past him. So 9 for 1 the score remains. Carlson 1 from 6, tried 8 off 16.
Yeah, I mean, although Carlson has developed more of a defensive game in the last couple of seasons, I think it's an occasion when his natural instincts that attack is the best form of defence will come to the fore.
How long run up. He is probably 3/4 of the way to the boundary by the time that he starts. 6'7" tall man comes in, bowls, defended by Carlson, who pushes it back at Hull, who turns and throws it to I think that's that Ahmed at no, it's Sheikh at mid on. So we've got 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. As Hull comes in, defended by Carlson's 2 men out on the leg side, fine leg and mid wicket.
Thanks to Graham Brill for your email. Don't need to pass it on to my Leicester colleagues, to be honest, because slight difference in spelling between the 2 gentlemen you mentioned. He's said he played loads of times against a guy called Malcolm Combs. Well, this Leicestershire guy is Gums with a G, so won't be any relation, but thanks for your email.
Hull steams in now, bowls, and wide, tempting line that from Hull, trying to get Carlson to drive at it, but he is mature and responsible enough to let that go past him. End of the 6th over on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Sport Wales. I'm with Nick Webb and Nikesh Ragani with you. So in response to Leicestershire's 151, Glamorgan 9 for 1.
Graham Smith emails, the reason put forward for the lack of good spinners in English and Welsh cricket is ascribed to pitch conditions. Driest summer in many years and we have a pitch like this. Has to be marked down as poor, says Graham. Why aren't we producing a pitch for spinners when Leicestershire have an England hopeful in Rehan Ahmed? There we are. Well, they got a win with a similar pitch against Yorkshire, so I suppose if it works, do it again. But yeah. Holland is in to bowl and Tribe is forward defending back to the bowler. When you've got Ahmed and Patel in the Leicestershire side, and you've got Kellaway and Crane in the Glamorgan side, you would hope to see quite a lot of spin, but I don't think we will be.
No, but well, Leicestershire obviously have designed a pitch that they thought might spin. They've been happy to leave Patel out.
As that's driven on the leg side by Tribe, and he's got that one through and race away down the hill towards the meet for 4 runs, 13 for 1.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. Over-pitched. And when there has been over-pitching, we've seen some lovely drives in that V sort of area. Really beautiful lean across from Tribe and glance through mid-wicket.
So Patel's missed out on some games, has he?
Yep, they didn't play him against Essex as a prime example in the game a couple of games ago.
Holland in, bowls to Tribe, who deflects that one just past short leg. They'll jog through for a single, but certainly danger of short leg being brought into play. 14 for 1. Tribe to 13 not out.
You know, when they feel like spin isn't right or he's not playing, it's rare to leave your overseas bowler out.
Yes.
But they have been more than comfortable to do it.
Is that the overseas Nick Kelly under the lid there? I think it is. Thought I saw a 55, as well as Ace of Tribe's 55. Holland in, balls outside off, Tribe shoulders arms.
Let me have a look. Is that not Nick? I think that might be... Is that not Kelly at mid-wicket there? 53.
Oh, 53, sorry, I was misreading the number.
It's Ahmed.
There we go, see Rayan Ahmed. Apologies. As the next delivery is turned off the leg, or possibly off the pad of Carlson, it'll run down towards fine leg. It will be signalled as a leg by. Not that he'll worry too much. It's one more to the Glamorgan total. 15 for 1, reply to 151.
I think that tells you a lot about Ahmed, by the way. You could argue, you know, he's the star player, and short leg is normally the punishment for being the youngest player, isn't it, or the least experienced player. But he always wants to be involved in the game, put himself in right in the centre of things.
As Holland bowls, Tribe leaves, it goes past his off stump, came in a little bit, but rather too late to disturb the timbers. 15 for 1. Glamorgan's short leg has often been Ace of Tribe, who was pretty much the youngest player in this side, round about the same age as Ben Kellaway, both 22. Sean Dixon's done it on occasion, who's one of the older members, so it doesn't have to be the youngest, but you're right, it's usually the youngest is judged as having the best reaction. And I suppose Rayan Ahmed is among Leicestershire's youngest,
he will be, yeah.
Despite having been around for several years.
As is this man here, Josh Hull, who starts a new over by bowling a very, very good line length there, swinging it back into the right-handed Carlson, who's 1 not out of 12 deliveries. 15 for 1 is the score. Leicestershire bowled out early for 151. So 136 behind with the loss of 1 wicket. Tribe stands at the non-striker's end, teapotting. His elbow leant against his hip on one side and then the other one holding the bat. But it's Carlson who waits bat raised and then flashes at this off the back foot. It goes to gully, where Hamza Sheikh is fielding. There is no run. Back off the back foot from Carlson. He got 95 in the return fixture. 104 50s so far this season. That's 100, and 4 50s. That's Hull. Slightly bent over as he runs in. Bowls short, pulled to mid-wicket, not timed at all. Gumsfield's at mid-wicket. Wonder whether... You see that delivery, you onto it quite quickly, but with a fielder there catching, I think he possibly pulled out that a little bit, Carlson.
Yeah, he might be just fretting a little bit, Kieran Carlson, 1 off 14 deliveries. Not that there's any sort of time constraints whatsoever. But not quite timing it as yet. He is looking to play aggressively.
From the Bennett end then, Hull left arm over the wicket, bowls down the leg side, and that's a very good take from Johnny Tattersall, having to go, all of his momentum would have been going to the right. He had to change and dive to his left. It was parried, but he stopped 4 byes certainly, and they weren't able to get through for the single, the Glamorgan batsmen, so they remain 15 for 1.
That's a horrible one for the keeper, isn't it? Left arm over bowler slipping down the leg side, doesn't see it until the last moment.
Crowd still making their way in at Grace Road. A little sparse today, but it's a Friday afternoon. In comes Hull. bowls, driven down the ground straight to mid-off where it's fielded. There will be no run added to the total.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a few more after lunch with people working from home on Friday afternoon.
It's a big thing, this. I think other counties should tap into it. I don't know if Glamorgan tapped into working from...
Surrey, I've seen, have
Surrey.
advertised it deliberately. I haven't seen Glamorgan market it that way, but...
I did see someone tweet, though, that they joined in on a meeting, having pretended that they weren't at the Oval. Here comes Hull. Up to the wicket now. He bowls outside off stump. There is no run. It's left by Carlson. And just as he unmuted his computer, it went from the pavilion end, Colin Ackerman. So there's the risk of it.
Yes. The background noise will give you away. Good afternoon to Alan Metcalf, who cheerfully informs us that it's 35 degrees in Cyprus.
Thank you for that.
And says 1948, 1969, 1997, question mark. Those are the years of Glamorgan's previous championship triumphs. Bat all day now, hopes Neil on X. Yes.
You've been to Cyprus before?
Once I had a family visit when the kids were younger. As that is driven but not timed by tribe. Driven at mid-off.
I've never been to Cyprus. Don't know whether it interests me or not, really. For 35 degrees sounds nice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big lover of Greek holidays, and there are a lot of islands to explore in Greece. Very similar vibe, Cyprus.
Have you been to Mykonos?
No, don't think that's my vibe. Holland bowls and tribe pushes forward defending, and there is no run.
I went to Mykonos last year.
Okay.
I would not. I don't.
Yeah,
think
but you're 30 odd years younger than I am,
Yeah.
so.
Well, I wouldn't recommend it. It's too much for me.
It's quite pricey as well for Greek islands,
It
isn't it?
is very
I'm told.
pricey.
My daughter's been there.
I did see Anthony Joshua
All right.
and Salt Bay. Those are the two celebrities that I saw.
Okay. Holland bowls. Tribe defends. No run. 15 for 1.
It's a bit of party island Mykonos. Yeah, I went and thought I would just like to be on another Greek island. Like, the overall vibe of a Greek island is lovely. The pumping club music less so.
As Holland bustles in from this pavilion end. Bowled. Oh, that's come back and gone, I think, over the top of Tribe stumps as he played no shot. Encouragement for Leicestershire. Glamorgan struggling in selection in these early stages. Shot selection as Tribe goes down for a suspicious prod. Well, he's seen enough of the pitch from slip for 60 odd overs. Should know how it's playing. As Holland bowls. Tribe is forward. Getting a firm defensive shot on that one.
Builds pressure, Holland, line and length. That's a perfect sort of delivery from him that you see. Just top of off, regular consistency. His economy rate is very low. He gets wickets but builds pressure for the other bowlers to take wickets.
15 for 1. Yes, he's conceded just 6 so far in his 4.5. As that remains the case. Tribe dabbing, thinking about a single, and they wisely decided that it wasn't there because it was rolling straight towards point. 15 for 1 at the end of another tight Holland over. Yeah, if you want a bit of glitz but a bit of more variety, Santorini is
Oh yes,
very enjoyable. Been there a couple of times. Yeah, just a reminder of the speaker that lunch is 10 past 1 rather than 1 o'clock because we get an extra 10 minutes on the first 2 sessions because we get an extra 8 overs on the day overall, which is scheduled to be 104.2 overs. today's play if the weather holds.
I'm intrigued by what a bit of glitz in Santorini looks like from your perspective, Nick. Bit of dancing.
Others may well have been dancing.
So this the 10th over of the Glamorgan innings. They are 15 for 1 in response to Leicestershire's 151 all out. It's Josh Hull who's going to charge in towards us. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, and a late dab by Carlson, who's 1 off 18, cutting a frustrated figure at the moment.
There's some very top-end accommodation in the north of the island towards Iar and Imerovoglia, which are the areas from which probably about 50% of tourist pictures that you see of Greece will be of the Santorini north end.
I think that's where my sister got engaged there, in those exact pictures that you are talking about.
The trouble is, it's very difficult to take those pictures and block out the 5,000 other people trying to take exactly the same picture at the same time.
Have you climbed Snowdon recently?
I've not climbed Snowdon at any point.
Have you not?
No.
Here is Hull. Up to the wicket he bowls. Forward comes Carlson and defends. There's no run. Because that was just a battle for selfies at the top. I technically didn't reach the top because the line was so long to take a selfie at the top that I decided it wasn't worth it. You're absolutely right. I think Santorini is one of those places that is so touristy now, they can't find anyone to live there. It's just a sort of selfie haven.
Well, you get loads of cruise ships coming in and deposing thousands of people and stressing the poor old donkeys who, when I was there, were still carting people up the hill.
Hull bowls. It's a tempting line and length, but Carlson does well. He shows some discipline to leave it alone.
I'm going to have to leave you alone for a few minutes while I update BBC Radio Wales listeners.
Lovely. So lunch at 1:10. If you are listening to us from any exciting, or watching us from any exciting parts of the world, do let us know. Cyprus is a favourite, but if you're in Italy, Spain, wherever you are, let us know. Send us a picture. Nikesh is going to join for the last 10 minutes of the session as Hull kicks up his heels, moves past the umpire, bowls, and that's an edge for 4. Through the slip cord, and there's 2 slips. That probably would have gone to a 4th slip position, I think. But Hull going fuller this time, and it caught Carlson by surprise. He drives, finally gets some runs, but far from convincing manner in which to do it. 19 for 1, Carlson on to 5.
Yep, streaky. But, another boundary for Glamorgan. They'd dearly love to go into this lunch interval, having not lost more than the 1 wicket, that of Zainul Hassan.
Carlson waits as Hull moves in, bowls full again on an off-stump line, ball swinging back into him. It's defended by Carlson. It's a dot ball. Pakistan 53 for 3. That, in theory, that game could be over today.
Yeah, it might be over before the evening session, the way Pakistan have gone.
Low-scoring game at the Utilita Bowl, where Hampshire 119 for 6. In response to Yorkshire's 173. That's a game that Leicestershire fans will be watching with interest in their relegation battle. It's probably going the Foxes' way in terms of, it looks like it's going to be a low scoring draw. In comes Hull, he bowls, and that's angled across him outside off stump. Good over that from Hull. 4 runs off it, but a streaky 4. An edge through the slips. 19 for 1. Hull's figures 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12. And then Glamorgan will look at some of the other games involving their fellow title contenders. Somerset 426 for 9, the tail wagging there. James Rue is on 50. Surrey 84 for 4 against 97 for 4. Sorry, the screen's just updated in front of me. Against Nottinghamshire, who were 184 all out. That's an interesting game there. Surrey very much underperforming this year. Warwickshire 30 for 1 in response to Sussex's 156 all out.
Got a change in bowling here as Tom Scriven is into the attack for the first time. Chance to get at least 1 over under his belt before lunch, if not 2. Got 2 slips and a leg slip in place as well. It's a very wide leg slip as Scriven is in, and that's past the outside edge of Tribe. Just has a little flirt with the ball, which was outside off and swinging further away.
Well, we've got a update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Part of the news bulletin. With Scriven turning as the second ball of his over. And there's a dot ball. Well, Leicestershire have got an early breakthrough despite being bowled out cheaply earlier today. 151 they managed on what is a pitch full of demons, but it is the case too for Glamorgan. They have lost Zain ul Hassan, their opener, to Ian Holland for a duck, and they are making the Glamorgan batsmen work very hard for every single run. So Glamorgan 19 for 1 in response to Leicestershire's 151, but this looks like it could be a quick but very tight game here at Grace Road.
So Scriven, 3 balls into his spell, on the money pretty much straight away. I just feel that Asa Tribe will be a massive wicket if they can dismiss him relatively early. That'll really give Glamorgan something to think about, because if he gets away, he scores very, very quickly. Oh, he's nearly edged one onto his stumps there. Another sharp rising delivery just outside off, inside edge, not too far away from the stumps. So Scriven getting that swing away from the right-hander, but Tribe just playing down the wrong line, really. Looking to force the issue, trying to punch one through the covers. Scriven in once more. Big LBW shout. Massive appeal. Turned down.
Sounded a bit woody to me. I don't know. Does it to you?
It did a little bit, whether or not his thigh pad. That was the sound, yeah. Inner thigh pad, just outside off stump maybe. Perhaps a little bit high. Very, very good start here from Scriven. 5 dot balls for him so far. As he runs in once more, and Tribe makes it 6 in a row with a defensive shot into the offside. So maiden over for Tom Scriven to start with. Glamorgan still 19 for 1. And well, we often see, don't we, an over of spin before an interval. I don't quite like that. Spinners don't tend to like that either, because they can't get into their rhythm really. But it doesn't look as though we're going to go that way just yet.
I suppose they will. It's sometimes when it's 8 minutes past 1 or something, they'll go to it. But it being 5 minutes, they do have enough time probably for a full over. And it's going to be Hull to bowl from the Bennett end. His 6th over, and he comes in, bowls, appeal for leg before wicket, very strangled. Excuse me.
Bless you.
There's appeal for leg before wicket, but strangled. You could hear it fade on your effects microphone, I'm sure. Just heading swing from Hull.
Heading down the leg side, that one.
Hull's bowled well. He's bowled with consistency, which I think has probably been what he's struggled with this season, is finding that consistent line and probing length. But he turns, holding the ball in front of his chest. His highlighted hair bouncing as he runs in, bowls a shorter delivery that spits up at Carlson and hits his gloves or the top of the bat handle, and just rolls away into the leg side where it's fielded by Gums at mid-wicket. Interesting session.
Certainly is.
We certainly know we've got a game on, don't we? I think 151 felt a very low total, but I think we've seen how difficult it is to bat out there. As Hull storms in now, all 6'7" of him, bowls, and there's a back foot punch, there's an appeal for a catch, he's out! Must have been a feather on that from Carlson. He's been swinging the ball back in to the Welshman, but I think he went across him there, and Carlson attempted a drive off the back foot. It was well away from his body, and he got a feather on it. Second wicket falls, and just before lunch, Leicestershire strike. 19 for 2, Carlson has to go for a very laboured and weary 5 from 26 balls.
Yeah, very important wicket that, from a Leicestershire point of view. Taking the one early was very good. They were 4 for 1, just starting to build a little partnership between Carlson and Tribe. And Josh Hull, as you say, just pushing that one across the right-hander. He was almost caught in no man's land, wasn't he? Shaping up to play the in-swinger, which has been Hull's stock delivery. And then just at the last moment, having a poke at one away from his body there, Carlson. Really good stuff from Hull. And Leicestershire now with their tails up.
Well, it's the oldest pace bowling trick in the book, isn't it? To bowl, 4 or 5 deliveries, maybe even more than that, in a certain rhythm, and then change the line of attack. And that was pulled off really effectively, I thought. 19 for 2. And it's interesting, actually. I was going to make the point, this has been a fixture that's been defined by high scoring draws and certainly lots of runs scored. What did I did some stats on this to see. Averaged about 385 an innings, these teams, in the past few years, since that game where Glamorgan scored 700 here. I think Leicestershire got 500 in that game and lost. But yeah, there's been about, I think it was something like 8,000 runs or something in the past 22 innings between these two teams. So it has been a very high scoring fixture, but this is going to be a very low scoring one, based I think as much around the pitch as anything. So we've got a leg slip in place for Kellaway. Interesting that we didn't stop for, you would have thought we would have stopped for lunch.
For lunch, yeah. Just enough time.
Unless the umpires don't think it's going to be the final over. Hull comes in now, bowls, driven by Kellaway, first delivery, full outside off stump. Is he going to get 4 for it? It's racing away through the backward point region. It's stopped on the boundary rope, right in front of the popular seats to our right, and there is a round of applause and a toot of the vuvuzela in that Uptonsteel stand to our right hand side.
Ben Kellaway is the new batter. It's interesting. I remember in club cricket once we bowled a side out quite cheaply, and because we weren't kind of close to tea time as it is, we had a little period where we had to bat just before that tea interval. As Hull comes in again, bowls, and that's past the outside edge of Kellaway, and we lost an early wicket, and we sent in a tea watchman.
Really?
For about 5 minutes.
Wow. I mean, I can see it. There's no more dangerous than the rest of the time, is it? And if they were to lose another wicket now, it would make the scoreboard look particularly ugly. 151 Leicestershire, 21 for 2. And Hull with the all-important wicket. So we've got 3 slips and a gully. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on. And then 2 men out on the leg side square of the wicket. Here comes Hull. He's up to the wicket. He bowls. Oh, and that beats him. He's got a thick outside edge that's raced away to the boundary rope for 4. And hands on heads in the slip cordon. Bowling with real pace and zip is Hull. Just watching the replay. That wasn't a drop, was it? I think it went on the bounce.
It bounced just short of gums there at third slip. It brings us to lunch with Glamorgan going in on 25 for 2. That's in reply to Leicestershire's 151. 2 men dismissed. Zainul Hassan was the first man to fall, and then Kieran Carlson just before 1:10, just before that lunch interval, out caught behind off the bowling of Josh Hull, who's been impressive so far in his spell. 1 for 18 off his 6 overs. A couple of streaky boundaries in there as well. So a very even contest so far this morning. Ball definitely dominating bat, and Leicestershire still leading here with Glamorgan 25 for 2. They trail by 126 runs.
Yeah, well, what we said was that we needed to see both teams bat on it, and I think now that we have seen Glamorgan bat on this, we can see how difficult a pitch it is to be a batsman on. We have a game on here. It's going to be a low scoring one. It's certainly going to be entertaining. Batting is going to be hard. You'd think a 50 from one player could be match winning. So 25 for 2, as Nick Hess says, in response to Leicestershire's 151. The 2 not out batsmen, Tribe 13, Kellaway 6, the 2 wickets to fall in the Glamorgan innings to Hassan caught Gums, bowled Holland, and then Carlson caught Tattersall, bowled Hull. The bowling figures: Holland 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6. Hull 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18, and then Scriven 1 over and 1 maiden. We will be back in about half an hour's time for the resumption of the afternoon session. But from me, Nick Hess and Nick, we will see you very shortly. Enjoy your lunch. I say, I can do it. They'll give it to me. I'm pretty happy with that. Like, I know what I am today, which is they're never going to give me a penalty again. They're never going to go. What I did. She did ask me to do, it doesn't quite count, but she did ask me to do one on the final day of the season. It was the best Forest and I couldn't do it because I was doing the Leicestershire game and just I just
They all have to do loads of post-match.
What do they do? Because I've never been asked to wait. I've been asked twice, 5 live to wait and go get interviewed.
Just interview. I've done interviews, but it's more.
Half the time, if nothing was going on that day, I have no problem. The only issue is, and I had this load the last day of the League One season. What I didn't realise was that giving the score, giving the air to that counter, and I couldn't hear it. So I was so they not tell you.
Usually I get told to watch the score.
Didn't get that. So what
He's constantly.
well, he was brilliant, and what he did though, I didn't know. Because I listened through to that, it was at the right, or Saturday. And Deno and Stephen Reed had literally gone through all the temptations, had gone through, they've gone through the goal, they've got the score, this means this, all the results going their way, and then they got a comeback, and then they went, let's get a goal. And I repeated it again, and it was so shit. But I didn't know, nobody told me, and that's the only problem with the share, is you don't hear what you're being led into.
Sometimes with when I've been shared the other one, I can't keep it out of school. Jason's love for example, when the Oasis tickets. We're just coming out with Oasis. Then there were certain reports from 5 Live who come in and Jason
That is the only problem we get, because we don't hear what's going on. Like when it goes wrong, it's really bad.
and also like even if Jason doesn't see it like some weeks you might have food feed and not eat.
Yeah.
It
It is getting a bit off.
It's very good, Joe.
My pet, one of my radio pet peeves is when we talk about food in the game. It just sounds like it's you. It's
Because we're doing it Cardiff again, and I've done a few games with you in Rothesay there, and obviously Leicester, Leicester stuff, just chatting. He's always got a good
Well, hello there, and welcome back to Day 2 coverage of this County Championship match at Grace Road between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. The situation as it stands then, Glamorgan 25 for 2 in response to Leicestershire's 151. The two not-out batsmen, Ben Kellaway, who's 6 not out, and the Asa Tribe, the bespectacled batsman, on 13 not out from 32 deliveries. I think what we've learnt so far is that this is a very difficult pitch to bat on, and bowler-friendly conditions. This looks like a low-scoring game between the two promoted sides to Division 1. Nick Webb is also with us for coverage. Joining us for the start of the afternoon session is Nikesh Regani. Nikesh, hello.
Good afternoon, Adam.
Just turn my microphone on there. Good afternoon, Adam. Good afternoon, everyone. It should be set for a good afternoon of cricket here between two sides newly promoted at the start of the season from Division 2. Glamorgan having much the better of it so far in Division 1, just 9 points off the top of the table. Whereas Leicestershire desperate for a win here to try and give their survival hopes a boost. It's going to be Tom Scriven to open up the bowling with Glamorgan 25 for 2, trailing by 126 runs. Still got 3 slips in place, got a short leg as well. It's not been easy going so far for Glamorgan's batters. In comes Scriven, and that's a thickish outside edge past third slip. It's going to run away for 4. Was played with soft hands by Asa Tribe, but certainly not where he wanted it to go. Fortunate boundary for Glamorgan. They move on to 29 for 2.
I think that's I'll give him a try, the benefit of the doubt there. I think that was a well played shot. Playing it late, running it off the face of the bat. But I think there's going to be a lot of oohs and ahs throughout this afternoon's session. Leicester feel like they've got their tails up. They are back in this game.
Here is Scriven once again running away from us. Bowls quite straight, and that's been clipped away leg side for a single. Just past that short mid-wicket fielder.
Hasn't played too much, Scriven. He was a vital part of the bowling attack last year. But hasn't been preferred in many of the formats this year. Played in the One Day Cup quite a bit, but wasn't really involved in the T20. Hasn't played a huge amount either in the County Champ.
It's Kellaway on strike. Right now, so Tribes move on to 18. Kellaway 6 from just 3. Scriven into Kellaway, who's forward in defence. He's been on the money so far as Tom Scriven. And, really good line and length. In fact, do my eyes deceive me?
The scoreboard has deceived you. It's Ian Holland.
It's Ian Holland. Apologies, we've still got Scriven on the screen in front of us. Holland is in, and that's a sharp rising delivery, which is well defended in the end by Kellaway into the ground, just in front of short leg. Holland into his 6th over. One of the wicket takers for Leicestershire. Josh Hull with the other. 1 for 11 into his 6th over. 3 maidens in there as well. Here he is, Holland, and it's been guided away just past backward point. Will be another single. So Glamorgan ticking over the scoreboard. 6 runs now so far from this Holland over. 31 for 2. They trail by 120. They will feel that all it will take here is for one big partnership, one decent partnership, and they should get themselves into the lead here quite comfortably, Glamorgan. Holland in once more, and that's another solid looking defensive shot there from Tribe this time. End of the over, 31 for 2. Tribe 18, Kellaway 7. More bright sunshine over us here at Grace Road. You can see the reflection there off the white roof of the hospitality tent on the far side. Yeah,
I agree with you. I think I'm reminded of that England-New Zealand test from earlier on in the summer, where it was basically Emilio Gay's 50 that won the game, wasn't it? Just what it feels like that. If one player gets a 50 in this game, whatever innings it is, I think that team will win. Any more, obviously, if someone gets more than that, then that will be a huge contribution. But I don't think it will take many more than one big partnership in any of the 3 remaining innings to win the game. Feels up for grabs at the moment. It's going to be Ben Mike to bowl, right arm over the wicket from the Bennett end, his first overs of the day. Again, I mentioned Scriven. Mike hasn't played a huge amount of 4-day cricket either, but here he is. He really thunders in, does Mike. He's up to the wicket, bowls. That looked quick, and it's defended by Kellaway out into the offside. And it's a dot ball. Just going to have a look at how many first-class games he's played this season. I mean, he's been a bit in and out of the team. 3 games in the One Day Cup, got a 71 not out against Northants, which is incredibly helpful. Quite a lot of second team cricket, few T20s, but he hasn't been involved too much in the 4-day format. In he comes now, elbows jutting out, and bowls a straight delivery. Straight on his line is Mike. Maybe a touch full there. It's driven by Kellaway and there is no run. .31 for 2 is the score. 151 Leicestershire's first innings total. So 120 runs the difference with 8 wickets remaining. Mike bowling to the right-handed Kellaway. That raised at shoulder height as he goes back to defend a straight ball from Mike. He's got a perfect line so far. He's had all of his deliveries basically on that off and middle stump line. Got their accuracy right this morning, Leicestershire. There's a big grey cloud above us, but it is... I'm just looking off to my right hand side, which is where the most of the clouds come, which will be over to the west. Tend to come across us from that direction at Grace Road, and there's one ominous looking cloud above, and then it looks a bit cloudy over to the right. Sun poking through though as Mike runs in. He bowls a delivery just a tad back of a length, and it spits up off the surface. Kellaway shoulders his arms and lets it go by. 4 dot balls from Ben Mike.
That's what they need, Leicestershire. Just keep the pressure on Glamorgan. Don't allow them to score very easily. Just keep bowling in those right areas. And the pitch and the conditions will probably do the rest.
Mike moves in towards us. He's up to the wicket, bowls. That's on a leg stump line, and that probably could have been punished by Kellaway. In fact, he raised his head to the sky as the batsman, because that was full on his ankles, and he practices flicking it away off his ankles. He found mid-on instead, and so there is no run. By the way, if you want any Leicestershire content, the Talking Foxes podcast, the place to go. Claude Henderson, the most recent person to be interviewed by Jack Rafferty. That's a really lovely interview. BBC Sounds, the place to go for that. 31 for 2. Kellaway not out on 7. Drives at this, straight to mid-on again. Full over from Mike. Bowling full, I think, trying to find that lip between the two tones off the pitch. 31 for 2 is the score. 120 runs the difference, and a maiden for Ben Mike to start us off with.
So Talking Foxes is the podcast.
Yeah.
Running Foxes is what this team was known as for a few years. Have we slipped out of that again, gone back to just Foxes? Or
I think the Running Foxes thing was a failed experiment.
Hashtag Running Foxes.
from previous management. I don't think that worked particularly well for everybody. Surprisingly difficult to name a podcast. Really sort of had to launch it from start to finish. It's very difficult to find a phrase that many people haven't used before, or isn't used in some sort of capacity.
Here is Ian Holland again from the pavilion end. 3 slips still in place. Runs in, bowls to Tribe, who leaves the ball outside off stump. Nice line and length there from Holland. Maybe could do with being just a tad closer to the stumps to tempt Tribe into a shot.
They've bowled Leicestershire with consistency and accuracy since they've come out from the lunch break. It's only been 2 and a bit overs, but I've felt like they've put the pressure straight back on the Glamorgan batters.
Holland in, and that one keeps low. It's well defended by Tribe. Some wicket-to-wicket delivery. And, see where this pitched. I think it was just on that green middle zone. It was just short of a length and just skidded through. Holland once more, slightly fuller, and again defended by Tribe, this time out towards point. It's been a lot more watchful than we usually used to seeing here. Ace of Tribe. A 18 from 38 balls.
I'm looking forward to seeing him. I haven't seen him in the flesh before, Ace of Tribe. Heard lots about him. He's rumoured. He's one of the many players touted as a potential opener, wasn't he? He was one of those names in the frame that sort of Emilio Gay took place on.
Holland in, and another defensive shot from Tribe, this time on the move. He's very highly spoken of. First class record, very decent early on into his career, but before this innings, 26 matches, 46 innings, an average of just over 40.
He's a Jerseyman, isn't he?
He is. He's played for Jersey, played for Jersey under-19s as well previously. Another defensive shot from Tribe into the offside.
Okay, so here you go. You may well have known this. I was just thinking, if he plays for Jersey, can he play for England? He has played for Jersey apparently, but because Jersey is an associate member,
Yes,
he can play for England as well
certainly
as
can.
as well as. Can you play at the same time?
Well, no. I mean, his last. Let's
No.
have a look when his last international was. As Holland is in, completes the over with a nice delivery. Tribe plays and misses at that one, just outside off. It's a maiden from Ian Holland. Glamorgan still 31 for 2, so he hasn't played for Jersey since July 2025. That was a T20 international. Played ODIs for them as well. His last ODI though was 3 years ago against the UAE. So yeah, I mean, there's no reason why he couldn't represent England. Played for Welsh Fire in the 100 as well, which was completed recently. Played just 4 matches for them, only batted twice. Made 11 not out and 13 not out, so got an infinite average in his 100 stint this year.
As in comes Mike, and it's driven back to him by Kellaway. New over from Mike. First over was a maiden. I was just looking at some of the emails that we have got in. Less cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch. Also Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to message us. David Hawkins has done that. It's obviously apparent that Glamorgan have adapted far better to life in the top division than Leicestershire, who will need a miracle to avoid the drop. This was a discussion we had this morning about what Glamorgan have done to sit in 4th, whereas Leicestershire are bottom, despite the fact that both are promoting. Actually, Leicestershire finished ahead of Glamorgan last year in Division 2. Mike bowling from the Bennett end, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Kellaway. In he comes, outside off stump. There's oohs and ahs that you can hear from the Leicestershire fielders, but it's left alone outside off stump. David says, I can only hope that the Foxes don't become one of the yo-yo clubs bouncing back and forth between the divisions. The only bright ray of hope is Hamza Sheikh, joining us on a permanent basis from Warwickshire, but overall the team just isn't strong enough, especially in the bowling department. I genuinely want to be optimistic, but I can't find it within me. Certainly I think bowling has been an issue for Leicestershire for yonks, and here comes Mike in bowls, back goes Kellaway and defends. Last year they had Chris Wright, who was such a dependable bowler for them. They had Ian Holland, they had Scriven, it felt like they just sort of got the balance right last year, but
That was Division 2 as well,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
yeah, but we came into the season wondering whether the bowling would be good enough, and they've had their days, but I think, and the development of Alex Green is a real plus point, but I still just think they haven't bowled as a unit, and they're missing Ben Green in this game. I'm pretty certain they will do. He's injured at the moment. Here comes Ben. Mike, though, bowls straight and driven by Kellaway to mid-off. Sheikh, though, a real star, I think. I think he's a real
Certainly is, yeah,
real
very
player.
good signing. Performed really well in the One Day Cup, in particular, a couple of hundreds, a couple of 90s in there as well. I mean, if you look at the last sort of 25-30 years or so of Leicestershire cricket, bowling wasn't really a problem previously. If you go back that far, you had the likes of Alan Mullally, David Milnes, Jimmy Ormond,
Yeah.
So many others that, Phil de Freitas came here at the end of his career once again, with Chris Lewis and people like that.
Mike, really pacey, bustly run up. Straight delivery on a good length, defended by Kellaway, no run.
And then obviously the likes of Stuart Broad and Harry Gurney coming through the academy.
And they've got another generation now with Ahmed, Hull and Alex Green. 3 players who I think could play for them for a long... if you have Hull on form and Green on form, those are 2 players that, in a couple of years maybe can really form the basis of your pace attack.
Unless, of course, Hull goes and gets himself an England contract and isn't available to
Yes. Or, indeed, the England selectors do actually have a look at Ahmed. Here comes Mike. Bowls, bit of outswing away from Kellaway. And that's a good over from Mike. He started well in his 2 overs, yet to concede a run. 2 overs, 1 maiden. 2 overs, 2 maidens from his 2 overs so far. 31 for 2 is the score. Glamorgan in response to 151. And I'll just read this email from Mike Jelfs as well. Although the top order batting lineup didn't come off this time, it's great to see such a talented group of young players which offer a really bright future. Also the first time I can remember Leicestershire playing a majority of black and minority ethnic players in the top 4. Yeah, Patel, Gums, Ahmed and Sheikh.
Yeah. It's been a while since we've seen that many, as Holland is in, and that's outside the off stump, comfortably left by Asa Tribe.
Well, we've spoken plenty of times. I think we've spoken about this on commentary, haven't we? The need to get the South Asian community in here, and you hope that people, if they see players who look like them, might fancy coming down and seeing some more first-class cricket.
Holland at the top of his mark. Runs in, bowls, and it's inside edged towards short leg position, and they get through for a quick single. Well, it's a risky single, and the run-out chance didn't come because Ian Holland, in his follow-through, and his head would have been taken off by the throw had it come in. So another run onto the total for Glamorgan, 32 for 2, still trailing by 119 runs. That run rate dipping below 2 runs and over for the innings after some tight bowling from Ben Mike. Holland bowls, that's a beauty. Lovely delivery, an absolute jaffa, just outside off, forcing the attempted drive from Kellaway, and he goes whizzing past his outside edge.
Oh. Such a good idea, that's such clever bowling. He's bowled so tight, hasn't he? Line length, top of off. Just open that line out a little bit, dangle the carrot to try and get the drive, basically make you think it's a bad ball.
Yeah, just a little bit fuller, a little bit wider, as Holland goes back to his top of off line, which is defended away by Kellaway, now towards point. Kellaway 7 from 20, Tribe 19 from 43, so both have been very watchful, looking to build a partnership. We've talked about the importance of partnerships in this game. Leicestershire unable to really build one of any note. Glamorgan can, they'll really put Leicestershire with their backs against the wall. Holland in, that's been pushed only as far as mid-off, and there's no run. Ian Holland into his 8th over of this innings, 1 for 13 his figures. We talked about the importance of a captain's innings when a captain comes out to bat and the side's in trouble. So when you've got a captain who's an all-rounder, you need him to show the way with the ball, and he's certainly doing that at the moment. Holland runs in, bowls, and Kellaway It's forward in defence once more, so just 1 run from the over. Glamorgan 32 for 2, still trailing by 119 runs. Adam, you're packing your notepad away, which can only mean one thing.
I just have a look at. I was just looking at the other scores around the country. Somerset 469 all out. Essex have just improved their score from 2 for 3 to 4 for 3. Wow. So I shall make way for Nick.
Yep, thank you, Adam. Meanwhile, in the Test match, they are back underway after a slightly delayed lunch break. Pakistan 73 for 4, still trailing by 165 runs. So England very much looking for an innings victory, if possible. And they'll hope they can wrap it up today.
Treasure's not going to like that. Keep it going to an extra day. Here comes Mike then, into bowl, and he's got Tribe squared up. The off stump is struck, and it's 32 for 3. Tribe goes for 19. And the string of low scores in this game continues, with 23 the best effort so far out of 13 batters dismissed.
Yeah, just goes to show how difficult it is out there. That was a lovely delivery though from Ben Mike. Exactly what you want as a seamer. He's built the pressure through 2 consecutive maidens and then bowled one just on a slightly fuller length than he has been so far. Hits the top of off, and there wasn't too much that Tribe could have done about that. What's going on here with the umpires now? There's a bit of finger pointing going on towards the pavilion beneath us. Not quite sure what that is all about. But, Morgan now 32 for 3, still trailing by 119, 7 wickets in hand now. Colin Ingram strides out to the crease with a bit of work to do here.
Yeah, Glamorgan's second top scorer of the season, behind Kieran Carlson, averaging 40. I think Glamorgan would be very grateful for a 40 from him. Yeah, or something bigger if at all possible. Hit 133 not out in last year's match, but conditions were rather more favourable for batting on that occasion, as he has a chat mid-wicket with his young partner Ben Callaway. Colin Ingram, 41 years old. We await to see whether he plays on next season. Chris Cook having announced his retirement at the age of 40.
Colin Ingram absolutely loves life in Cardiff, though he's commentated with us on the BBC previously on Test Match Special, and talked about how much he loves life there in the south of Wales.
Yes, I think he's domiciled here for the long term.
Likes batting against Leicestershire as well.
Despite the joys of his farming background in South Africa, as he faces up to Ben Mike, cuts at a wide-ish ball and hassles through for a quick single to get off the mark. Well, even the most experienced of batters can experience a few nerves. And no wonder that you can hear the bounce of the Leicestershire fielders as they change round between right and left-handers. There's certainly plenty for them to be enthusiastic about in turn. 33 for 3.
Got a career best 257 not out against Leicestershire a couple of years ago, and then last year 133 not out to secure a draw in that match.
In comes Mike, bowls to Callaway, who pulls. And I was looking towards square leg, and the ball has ended up at second slip.
On the bounce,
yes.
Crucially, but a good bit of fielding there from Patel. Just Patel having to put in a dive to his right.
Maybe off the toe end of the bat there, I think, or the bottom edge. one of the two. So Square Leg retreats to the boundary if Callaway is willing to take on things short. As Mike is in and bowls, and he's edged and gone, or off the glove, caught it slip. 33 for 4. The crash of wickets continues. Callaway gone for 7. Mike has a second wicket.
That was another beauty, wasn't it? A sharp rising delivery from Mike, taking the glove.
Oh, it's caught behind, yeah. Didn't get as much deflection as I thought.
Just a bit of glove, a feather through, and he's on his way back, Callaway, for 7. So both of the set batters, I know he only made 7, but he was out there for 25 deliveries. And, 2 new batters at the crease now, and Ben Mike bowling with his tail up at the moment. He's been absolutely brilliant so far in this spell. 2.4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets for just 1 run.
Yes, a ball that maybe got up a little more than Callaway expected. Sean Dixon, another experienced county campaigner, having made the move to Glamorgan from Somerset. I think it's fair to say that in recent years he's been more of a white ball player. Didn't really make an impact in his latter years with Somerset in the Championship. But he does have a triple first-class century to his name. So
I don't think we'll be getting close to that in this match, in these conditions.
What, for a side combined in both innings? Yes. Yeah, 3 half-centuries after rather a rocky start to his Glamorgan career. In fact, he was dropped early on and then came back in straight away as an injury replacement for Callaway in the second game. Now he's replaced Callaway at the wicket, and Glamorgan deep in the mire, and Leicestershire could even be dreaming of a first innings lead, having posted just 151 as Mike is in to bowl to Dixon, who drives into the offside. Will get a couple of runs here as it's picked up just inside the point boundary by Sheikh, and they're back comfortably for 2. 35 for 4. Batting to come, Chris Cook, century last time out against Surrey, but overall averaging just 26 this season. Tim van der Hoogten averaging just a fraction under 20. Mason Crane with a first class average of 44, including a century and that 99 against Leicestershire. Mike in, bowls a short pitch ball that might have been close to being overhead high, but it's allowed as legitimate. 35 for 4 then Glamorgan in reply to Leicestershire's 1-5-1 all out.
Good aggressive stuff from Leicestershire here. 35 for 4 then Glamorgan. So Leicestershire have managed to get 1 bonus point at least. They'll be keen to rattle through this Glamorgan lineup as quickly as possible, and as you say, maybe dreaming of a first innings lead at this point, despite making just 151 in their innings. Ian Holland will continue, and he'll be coming round the wicket here to Colin Ingram. Holland with one of the wickets to fall. Hull has got 1 and a couple for Ben Mike now. As Holland round the wicket, bowls down the leg side, and well, there's a half appeal from behind the stumps. I don't think it was close at all to the bat. Let's have another look. No, it's just a horrible delivery. Good take by Tattersall.
Yeah, might have just flicked the strap of Ingram's pad on the way through to make some sort of noise, but no real reaction from keeper or bowler.
Holland in and bowls, and It's been defended away by Ingram. It keeps slightly low. It's pushed away to mid-on. I guess as a batter coming in a situation like this, on a pitch like this, very difficult just to play your natural game. You've got to be extra watchful because similar balls bowled around similar spots are doing different things. One's keeping low, the other one's taking off. Holland runs in, bowls slightly short, and that's pulled away. A controlled pull shot by Ingram, and all the way for 4. Out towards deep backward square leg. It's a lovely shot. In full control of that one. Ingram just using the pace on the ball.
Yes, it was on the hip. Just had to swivel, dispatch it away. Particularly strong forearms, Colin Ingram, in terms of muscling the ball away on the leg side. Also got a peach of a cover drive. It's Glamorgan supporters will be hoping to see 1 or 2.
Holland returns over the wicket to Ingram now, and that's defended away leg side. Now, that's one thing I did notice about him when he was commentating with us. He's got a good firm grip, good strong forearms.
Yes,
Not particularly tall man.
No, he used to post the occasional video of one of his off-season strength exercises, which involved a huge hammer and a huge tyre.
Wow. Here's Holland once more. Edged! Oh, just dropped short, I think, of Ajaz Patel there at second slip. He gets a hand on it, but it races away for 4. Difficult opportunity. But, just judging by the reaction of Patel as well, who's still down on his knees, maybe feels he could have grabbed onto it. No, it's one of those where you might look on the replay and say, well, he could have dived forward a little bit as well as to his left, but in the split second it's very, very difficult to do that. So it's a good effort. We've got 2 conventional slips in place and then a little bit of a gap and then a 4th slip, and just in between that gap. Next one is well, hacked away by Ingram. Slightly thickish part of the bat out towards deep third, but it's 4 more. Bit of extra width offered from Holland, so back-to-back boundaries for Ingram there. One off the edge of the bat, and the other one just cashing in on a slightly wider delivery. Glamorgan now 47 for 4.
Oh, the Barabrith is being advertised again over the loudspeaker. Very good it is too. 47 for 4. Yes, Ingram's one of his training exercises, just smashing hell out of an old tyre with a heavy hammer lifted above the head.
It's proper old school, isn't it?
Yes.
I like it.
In comes Mike. Bowls. Dixon tries an expansive drive and gets it right off the bottom of the bat, and the ball dribbles about 8 metres from the bat on the leg side, where it's fielded by Scriven. So I think Ingram has shown already that he's going to try and get on with proceedings and take the attack back to the Leicestershire bowlers. I think there's a saying, there's a ball with your name on it might apply in this match to everyone, no matter of what standard. Bowling, to be fair, has been up to it as well, both sides, as Mike bowls through lowish outside off stump, and Dixon playing no shot as it goes through to Tattersall. And yeah, you have to say that the seamers of both sides have kept things pretty tight. Put the ball wicket to wicket and let the pitch do its worst.
Absolutely, and that's what you've got to do in this kind of situation with these conditions presented in front of you. Just put it on a spot, and eventually the ball will do something out of the ordinary and bring about a chance.
Mike in again, bowls, and Dixon square drives on the offside. Doesn't quite time it, but he's timed it reasonably well. It may be hauled up just inside the boundary. It is. They will come back for a third as Colin Ingram eventually puts the after Berners down and said, "What? You sure about that?" 3 runs for the 34-year-old, batting with the 41-year-old. Not necessarily the pair that are going to take sharp runs all day long. But Glamorgan's 50 is up.
It is indeed 50 for 4 inside the 20th over. He's got number 41 on his back. Has that always been his number, or is that?
Yeah, no, it's just
to do with his age?
coincidental that it's reached his age. It hasn't gone up with the years.
Maybe it's a vision he had.
I
Retire
will
at
play to the
41.
age of 41. Ingram faces up. Mike round the wicket. Well watched, well defended by Ingram, out to cover, no run. Yes, he's not one of the Glamorgan players who have changed their number. Billy Root started off as Route 66 before deciding that he'd had enough of the joke and switching to 7. Chris Cook started off as 24 before becoming 46. David Lloyd, the former captain, also changed his number for some reason. As Mike is into ball, Ingram hit on the pad, out, LBW. Didn't get far enough forward, 50 for 5. Ingram leg before Mike has his 3rd.
Fantastic spell of bowling, just angled in from around the wicket, almost takes his front pad off. That one, and it looked like a pretty good shout in the end, hitting around middle and off. Well, didn't have too far to travel. Was angled in to the left-hander, but probably would have crashed into leg, middle and leg. And, I think that's a good decision there. So a 3rd wicket for Ben Mike. 3 for 6 his figures. Well, almost 4 overs here, and he's been right on the money. 50 for 5, Glamorgan, still trailing by 101 runs, and that 101 looks a long way away at the moment.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? If Leicestershire do pick up a victory here, you do wonder what the umpires, match officials' marking of this pitch is going to be, and whether they might lose a few as well as gaining a few.
Yeah, well, you'd hope not from a Leicestershire point of view, but you're right, it has behaved quite erratically over the course of a day and a half so far.
It's not really an even contest between bat and ball, is it?
No. As a seamer, you've just, as we keep saying, just got to put it in that spot, and eventually chances will come. Although that was just an in-swinging delivery, it didn't do anything too special. Came in a little bit towards Ingram, who was just, I guess, done for a little bit of extra pace. So one of the wickets that we've seen today, which wasn't necessarily all to do with the pitch, as Cook comes in, the new batter, Chris Cook at number 7.
Yes, into the final straight of his professional career, packing it in as a professional after this season, and facing up to Ben Mike. Pushes forward, he wants a quick single to get off the mark, as Ingram did earlier. 51 for 5. All happening here at Leicester. Don't make plans to be here on Sunday.
Not at this stage. Not with the way the weather looks for the rest of today, certainly. We're going to see a lot more action, I suspect, in terms of wickets falling.
66 overs remaining in the day. And at the rate things are going, we could see a substantial portion of the Leicestershire second innings as well.
Yep, certainly could. Well, the run rate's picked up a little bit. Seen a couple of boundaries from Ingram, and 3 that was run just before he was dismissed. Right, it was. You could see by Colin Ingram's intent that he knew that that's the way he's going to go on this pitch. 13 from 9. Tried to get on with things. Holland then begins a new over into Cook. It's full, it's defended away. to the offside, and there's no run. It's amazing to see, isn't it? The body language from Leicestershire wasn't particularly great when they stepped out onto the field initially. But having taken a few early wickets, they've realised that actually this 151 that we scored doesn't look too bad now. Lots of noise being made out there by the fielding team. Holland bowls, and again Cook is forward in defence. Good gentle outswing there from Holland, just putting it on that spot in and around off stump.
Josh Tongue is doing his best to make it a 3-day test. Pakistan 82 for 6 in their second innings, still 156 behind. And Tongue has got 3 wickets in his first 3 overs, 2 to Archer, 1 to Robinson.
So there won't be any more cutting of the ball. No one's going to get 5 and 5. Tongue will certainly hope for another couple to get 10 in the match. Then he can have a whole ball, I suspect, from the second innings. Holland, 3 slips waiting, runs in. And Cook, again, just planted on that front foot, defends away out towards point.
Low scoring at Southampton as well. Hampshire 143 for 6 in reply to Yorkshire's 173 all out. 3 wickets to George Hill for Yorkshire. 2 to Adam Lyth. What's going on there? It's the 7th bowler used. Very much an occasional dobber is Lyth.
Holland back in, down the leg side. A rare loose delivery, but he gets away with it.
Taunton, Somerset piled up 469, Essex 43 for 3 in reply, having been 2 for 3. Critchley and Tall Paul Walter trying to repair the damage there. Low scoring at the Oval as well. Surrey 119 for 6 in reply to Notts 184 all out.
Holland back in, bit of width offered, cut attempted by Cook, and it's through to Tattersall.
Almost
very wide.
Fell over there, Chris Cook, hurling himself at that one.
His eyes just lit up at the last moment when he realised he might have a scoring opportunity. Still 51 for 5.
And Warwickshire 73 for 2 in reply to Sussex's 156 all out.
Holland then to complete his over goes wicket to wicket, and it's defended away by Cook once more. So another maiden there. He's bowled 10 overs, Ian Holland, 1 for 25 his figures. Glamorgan still 51 for 5. A few more thoughts from you, Nick, and then I'll pass over to Adam Whitty.
Interesting that at this time of year that 4 out of the 5 First Division matches have failed to produce a first innings of the match of 200. 4 out of 5 sides batting first bowled out for under 200. In the case of this match, it looks very much like both sides will be bowled out for under 200 as Ben the Destroyer Mike 3 for 7 prepares to charge in from the Bennett end again. Sean Dixon is the man on strike, and Dixon allowing a wide ball to go further wide as well.
So I had, in my brief period away, Nick, I had exactly the same thought that you just had, which is I find it interesting. It may not be directly correlated, but I found it very interesting that there were very low scores in the county championship today after the month that we've just had. I mean, look, there's 2 sides to that argument. Number 1 is, I mean, how many players actually played in the 100 that are playing right now?
Yep.
And they have been playing in the One Day Cup, which does reward taking a little bit more time.
In comes Mike. Bowls to Dixon, who pushes into a gap on the leg side and will jog through comfortably for a single. 52 for 5.
So Ahmed, Carlson, anyone else?
From the Glamorgan side, yeah, Tribe played in the 100,
Yep.
only batted twice. Dixon played in every match. got some runs. 8 matches. Kellaway played in 6 matches and batted once.
Really?
Yep. Batted once, bowled once.
Right.
Good job, he's a good fielder.
So it may be coincidence, it may be that the conditions have changed.
As Mike bowls and Cook defends gently up to mid-off. It's often been, say often, we've only had the 100 in for 5 years or so. This is the 6th year. Anyway, it's been on several occasions that Glamorgan have struggled in their first match back in the Championship, the first match in the final block. Maybe coincidental, but there have been several occasions where they've had several players away who haven't played an awful lot. In Glamorgan's case, I suppose you might say that Dixon is the only one who's batted regularly in the 100.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the answer again. It might be that actually people haven't been playing that much.
Mike running in and bowling to Cook, who plays it gently to mid-off, and there is no run. And whether the weather plays a part, obviously ground staff have a lot of facilities at their disposal in terms of watering wickets. It's not like playing in your local parks pitch on a council strip, but they can only do so much to mitigate the effects of the weather, I guess. Although it has to be said that Leicestershire have deliberately cut the grass in this fashion anyway. So whether the dry weather, I mean, presumably it makes it a lot more difficult to produce a good contest between bat and ball. Mike is in to bowl to Cook, who works on the leg side for a single. And it's a no ball as well. So Glamorgan will be grateful for all contributions as 3 go onto the scoreboard. 55 for 5 Glamorgan in reply to Leicestershire's 151 all out.
Must credit Mike for this spell. I just wrote a piece on the BBC Sport website. If you're heading out and about, you want to follow the coverage, you can listen to it, but you can also read live text updates of, you know, he's can be a bit mercurial, can Mike? Sort of feast or famine type player.
Bowls now to Dixon, and it's defended back down the pitch.
You will watch him get spanked around all over the place just as much as you will spells like this, but when he is on form, he is a real talent and a really good player. He's a lovely, lovely lad as well, Ben Mike. But he has, you know, he wouldn't have been picked for this game had there not been injuries to a few of their key players, the likes of Ben Green. Probably is who Ben Mike is in for today, but I think he has certainly justified his selection in this match.
In comes Mike. Bowls, Dixon up on his toes, defending well. Garantios on X says they'll be renaming it the Gordon Bennett end at this rate. Yes, there'll probably be a few batters muttering Gordon Bennett or something a little stronger.
We had some fun when Essex were here because Charlie Bennett was playing and bowling from the Bennett end. And we were trying to work out whether there had been a player who had bowled from an end with the same name as theirs that wasn't themselves.
That wasn't themselves, yeah.
I.e.
Jimmy Anderson.
Or Botham. Or
Yep.
at Somerset, there was a few that we came up with. I think we thought there may have been a Latham, but
Okay.
not. Ian Holland is going to bowl from the pavilion end.
The Dutch end.
In he comes, bowls, and that spits up a tad off the surface. Cook almost looked like he was protecting himself from that delivery. He rocks back and defends. But I also wanted to point out, you know, Mike has been the strike bowler, the one who's taken wickets, but must credit Holland too at the other end, who has just bowled consistent line and length, not allowed any scoring shots from the other end. And I think that is what has forced the errors from the Bennett end for Mike to take his wickets. So these two have worked really well since lunch. 55 for 5 the score. In comes Holland. Outside off stump, there is a slightly rogue ball, and probably Cook should have taken advantage of that. He goes to cut, but it goes straight to cover, and there is no run. Sort of going through how many. He played 3 one-day cup games, Mike. I think he played a few T20 matches, but he was certainly with the ball quite expensive. Hasn't played too much 4-day cricket in the last few seasons, really. It's Cook who waits with his bat raised just above hip height and out to the shoulders, and he defends a thick inside edge. And there's brief appeals behind the stumps for an LBW. So that may have gone pad bat and out. We're on Sports Extra 2, I'm told. Welcome to listeners on Sports Extra 2. This is we get texts. Oh, it's literally just happened just now. So, welcome to listeners on Sports Extra 2. This is day 2 of Leicestershire against Glamorgan in the county championship. And it's Ian Holland bowling. And there's an edge and caught! It's there, there's an appeal for a catch. And the umpire's finger is raised. Cook has to go. He doesn't look particularly happy about it. There's slight confusion because the umpire took ages to raise his finger. There's an outside edge from Holland, well taken by Tattersall behind the stumps, and another wicket falls for Glamorgan. And they are 55 for 6 and in huge trouble in response to Leicestershire's 151. Cook gone for 2.
Yes, well, if he didn't edge it, he was out LBW. We'll see what comes out on the board. I think Leicestershire are appealing for anything there. We will wait to see. Court Holland is indeed what appears officially. And Chris Cook has to go one way or another. 55 for 6, and bizarrely Leicestershire heading for first innings lead despite having posted just 151. And if you are just joining us, the wickets to go, those of Ul Hassan without scoring and Carlson for 5 before lunch. In this afternoon's session, 4 already. Tribe for 19, Callaway for 7, Ingram for 13, and now Cook for 2. 2 wickets to Ian Holland in his 11th over, and 3 to Ben Mike and 1 to Josh Hull. As Mason Crane is sent in ahead of Tim van der Hoogten. Crane having got 99 in the first meeting of these two sides this season, which...
and then 100 against Surrey?
Yeah, made 100. Got there having been out 1 short of a maiden century. And 106 against Surrey, which was his last first-class innings. Almost recent.
59 days ago, 60 days ago. Remarkable, the calendar, isn't it? So if you're just joining us on Sports Extra 2, battle of the 2 promoted teams here at Grace Road. Leicestershire earlier bowled out for 151 on what is a 2-tone pitch. The middle is very green, the ends are very finely cut. Leicestershire have done this for a 2nd game in a row in the county championship. In comes Holland. It's up to the wicket, he bowls. Oh, there's appeal for leg before wicket. That's going to be hugely close, huge appeal. But the umpire's finger stays down. That was close. I'm going to watch the replay. I have to say, Nick, I didn't know about you. In my head, I went out.
Yeah, maybe he's just shuffled outside off stump Mason Crane there. Looked a very good appeal.
It did look a very good appeal. 55 for 6 the score remains. So Leicestershire bowled out for 151. Pitch is doing all sorts. Glamorgan bowled very well. Bowled as a unit and got the last 3 wickets this morning. Here comes Holland. He bowls and that's an inside edge into the floor and the ball spits back up again. And then, so just 151 for Leicester. Very good over from Holland. His figures 2 for 25 off 11. 5 maidens in there. He has been a very stingy boy indeed in terms of conceding runs. 3 wickets for Toole, 2 each for Van Hoogten and Gorvin. And it looked like a very low total, but we were waiting to see what would happen when both sides would bat on it, and it turns out it is an incredibly difficult pitch to bat on. Glamorgan 55 for 6, 3 wickets for Ben Mike as part of that, 2 for Holland and 1 for Josh Hull. So it has been a very low scoring game, and we mentioned this earlier, didn't we, Nick? I have a feeling that 150 from someone is going to win this game.
Yes, the highest score so far in the match has been Ian Holland's 23. Sheridan Gums made 22. No one else has made 20. There we are. Leicestershire prepared this sort of pitch deliberately, having succeeded with a similar surface against Yorkshire, or similar looking surface, but it wasn't quite as deadly to the batters. Mike charges down the slope bowls, and Dixon plays gently to mid-off, and there is no run. Looking at the scores of that match, I mean, Leicestershire piled up 460 odd.
Yeah, they batted really well. 2 centurions in that innings. They skittled Yorkshire out very cheaply, but I said this to you yesterday. The players themselves said the pitch, which was very similar in terms of being a bit two-tone, had no real impact. And the head coach Alfonso Thomas said that it was all about the appearance of it looking different rather than it actually being different.
Mike is in, bowls, and that one sizzles past Dixon's chest from just back of a length. I think we can safely say that this one does behave differently depending on where you land it, as well as looking, Dave, different. And bowlers have bowled well, might have got into batters' heads to a certain extent. Do you play attacking shots? Glamorgan haven't really gone on the offensive particularly, which has surprised me slightly, as Mike comes down from the Bennett end, bowls, and Dixon forces, got up on his toes, and we'll just get a single because there's a fielder at third man who comes in and does his work. Dixon playing it deliberately wide of the slips, did well to get on top of it. 56 for 6, Dixon to 7.
Interesting one though, because of the variable bounce and because of the ball going, it's leaping off the surface. It's quite difficult. I mean, you could sort of try and rock back on the back foot and try and pull and cut everything away, but I think it's difficult conditions to really start flaying your hands at stuff. I could be wrong.
Been a lot of people hit on the glove. A few catches off the glove, a lot off the edge. Now an LBW or 2 thrown into the mix as Mike bowls, and that one is a short ball that Crane plays no shot at until it's almost in the wicketkeeper's gloves, and then rehearses a potential swat which he might have played, which might have had him caught at third man had he actually played it. Sun comes through again, and well, it's difficult to know whether you need shades because the sun keeps going in and out every 5 minutes as well. Had lots of poor weather yesterday. Today may be a shower late in the day, but we should get most, if not all, of the day's overs in. As that one keeps low and Crane inside edges it down towards backward square, where it's fielded by Kelly coming in from the boundary. 57 for 6 as Crane gets off the mark with a shot that he didn't know a huge amount about.
It's tough batting out there. We're fascinated to see. I mean, someone like Ian Holland would be perfect to speak to, I think. Someone who has batted and bowled on this surface, about what it's like to get the most out of it, what it's doing out there. It really has caused... I mean, nobody has looked remotely comfortable, have they?
No. Mike in from the Bennett end. Bowls up in the block hole. Dixon drives, gets a thick inside part of the bat on it, and has got 4 runs because square leg had come in on that occasion, and the ball ran down the backward square leg boundary. Dixon moves into double figures, and Glamorgan is 61 for 6, still 90 runs behind Leicestershire on first innings. The Foxes have 2 bowling points, Glamorgan have 3, and unless we see a ridiculous turnaround in the nature of this game, we're not going to see any batting points. Remember, you need 250 for those these days.
Yep.
And Holland is going to continue to chug away. Glamorgan's seamers won't have had much rest. I mean, Van der Hoogten sent down 22 overs and Toole 19, give or take.
61 for 6. Dixon. In fact, it's Crane, who of course got up the single off the last ball of that over, didn't he? So it will be Holland, who sort of ambles in. He's a very calm approach, straight delivery on a middle stump line. Forward comes Crane and drives back to the bowler. There is no run. It's quite a nice sedate atmosphere out around Grace Road, but I could hear the supporters while I was having my break, really enjoying the Leicestershire ones anyway, enjoying the Foxes getting back in the game. I think there were some Glamorgan fans who thought they were going to see a very good day's cricket today from their side, and I think they're going to get it. Here is Dixon, who waits, and a tempting testing ball from Crane was waiting, and Holland bowls to him, and it's defended.
Yes, there's some cross people in social media in Wales. Josh Curtis saying Leicester should be docked all the points they get from the game.
I mean, it's what I think is interesting. I mean, to give you some context, Glamorgan supporters, about this pitch. I sort of hinted at it in the previous answer when I was talking about it. Here comes Holland, defended, and that spits up and hits Crane on the glove, and that's hurt him. Walks away, takes his glove off, throws it on the floor, and that's a painful one for him. So I think he's just going to have a few moments away while he deals with that and takes some deep breaths. Hopefully he hasn't broken it. I think the reason Leicestershire it appears to me that the ground staff have left more green on the pitch. They've left more grass on it than they did against Yorkshire, because I would think they thought that it didn't do anything in the previous game. So they have sort of
doubled down on it,
but sort of made it a bit, sort of hope to get more out of the pitch, and what they may have done through, and different circumstances, different weather, an extra millimetre or so looks like it has caused a dramatic amount of difference. Would be what I think has happened. That's me speculating slightly, but as I say, against Yorkshire, a similar pitch did nothing. And so,
yes, there were off the record comments from the Glamorgan camp before the game, or before the collapse of wickets had started, suggesting that they thought something like this might be on the cards.
And look, it's easy for me to say as the Radio Leicester person who's got that slight Leicestershire bent, but I don't have a problem with people trying things. I think it's quite inventive. We can have a chat about it. The supporters can have a chat about it as well. It's just, and I was saying while you were away, this is a game that's been characterised by 450 plays, 550 plays, 200 for 3 declared draw. Over the past 3-4 years, we to see a game that's dominated by the ball is not the end of the world. The issue here is that, as I said, there has been no batsman who has got in so far.
Yeah, it's gone too far the other way. You haven't missed any action, by the way, because Crane was having a bit of magic spray applied to his hand.
3 balls left in the over. Holland 2 for 25, his figures off 11.5 overs. 22 on his back. He runs away from us from the pavilion end, and Crane doesn't look comfortable there, sort of hopping and jumping and defending.
Batting virtually impossible, says Philip Richards on social media. Surely there will be an inquiry. Well, you don't need sort of pitch inspectors and things these days, because you've got a match referee and an umpire's report as standard work, really. So you don't need a special inquiry as such.
Holland runs in. That's tickled. Fine. Lovely shot, that from Crane. Just strayed a bit too much there, Holland. Onto a leg stump line. And that was a glorious shot down the ground. He moves on to 5. Oh, was it just leg byes? You were Nick was. He was tapping his leg, and I thought you were clapping the shot. No, just telling me my idiocy. No, it's leg byes, but I missed the umpire's signal. 65 for 6 the score, so Crane stays on 1. Thought it was a beautiful little tickle down that fine on the leg side. Now, are we waiting for a change in the field here? Deep square leg is going out.
There we are. 5 live have left us, so don't worry about it.
And here comes Holland, bowls, straight delivery of a good length, and Crane defends, and that is the end of the over. 65 for 6, 25 overs gone.
Michael Muslin says there is a ball with a name on it, as I suggested. Attack and get out or defend, that is the question. Well, no one's found the answer as yet. Alfredo Noakes says this game could be over by lunch tomorrow if a partnership doesn't click. Josh Curtis suggesting only one batter got out playing a poor shot, Rayan Ahmed. Maybe Kieran Carlson to a certain extent. The rest have just been unplayable due to the pitch.
Have there been? You'd think you'd say Ahmed. I mean, Ahmed plays the way he does, and his was a bit of a aggressive shot and a needless shot. The silly run out. Has there been a Glamorgan batsman out?
Carlson slashed as a wideish one, didn't he, from Hull, and got caught behind. But then you say, well, he might have played that shot because he'd seen what the pitch is doing, so you need to get after anything loose, so you're more liable to get out to loose balls occasionally.
And it was a good bit of bowling where he played, but Hull had been moving it into Carlson, hadn't he, and this one went across him. And it was a wide ball outside off stump.
Here comes Hull back into the attack, and Dixon drives nicely down the ground and will pick up 4 runs up to long off. Made off, did not bother to chase. Sweetly timed for once, and Dixon moves up to 15, which makes him among the higher scorers in the game.
And we've spoken, haven't we, all over the past 2 days about the fact that the straight drive is one of the few shots that people have been able to pull off with any confidence and any success.
Well, if the ball is pitched up, enough. Not time for it to misbehave between pitching and meeting the bat. That's wide outside off stump. Dixon plays no shot. 69 for 6. And it'll be interesting to see how long Holland can go on for, really. Because he's bowled long spells. He hasn't bowled every over from this end, has he? Because there's one.
No.
I think he was replaced by Scriven for 1. But he's done a lot of work. Mind you, he is bowling at a not gentle pace, but it is decidedly medium, as Hull pulls out of his run-up for some reason. Dixon maybe.
There's a bit of movement behind the side screen.
Might have been someone walking just the side of it that caught Dixon's eye. It's a fairly wide side screen, so shouldn't be too much to disturb. 69 for 6.
It's happened again, you see, it's people
or
walking
on top.
behind.
No, it's on top of the side screen, I think. In those suites up there. Someone just going inside now. Yes, above the sight screen, which I suppose is more understandable than the side of this very wide sight screen. Hull in bowls. Dixon defends on the offside, wants a quick single, and eventually Crane, who wasn't really expecting it, responds. There was a horrible moment there when both batters almost froze, and they eventually decided it was there. And the 2 batters go down for a little consultation to make sure that they're on the same page.
Look, a good run to me.
Not sure if Crane will want to punch gloves, having just been whacked on the hand. 70 for 6 then. Glamorgan in reply to 151. Hull bowls a short pitch ball that Crane ducks underneath fairly harmlessly. Threw it balloons to Johnny Tats.
That was nasty. That looked like a nasty one, didn't it? Seeing plenty of deliveries of that sort of length keep their pace. To the eye, it almost looks like it's speeding up off the surface, bombing through to the wicket keeper.
Yes, managed to duck safely on that occasion. I think it would probably have gone over his head anyway. 70 for 6. Hull In to bowl to Crane, who drives through mid-off. There is that scoring opportunity that Dixon just took, and now Crane has taken. He moves to 5 and Glamorgan on to 74 for 6. A mammoth partnership of 19 developing.
Again, it's that straight drive where you get the sense as soon as it's over pitched, people are very confident playing the straight drive.
Highest stand so far of this innings has been 17. As Hull is in to bowl, it's down leg side. Crane can't get anything on it. End of the Hull over. He has 1 for 27 off 7, and Glamorgan is 74 for 6. Not even Bon Jovi to Leicestershire's 151 all out. Just looking at stands in the Leicestershire innings, 35 for the first wicket. Wasn't much that was of any substance. 30 for the 6th wicket. And that was about it, really.
Yeah. I mean, it's bizarre, isn't it? 35 for no loss.
Yep.
After the first hour yesterday is...
Still, at a quick reading of my indecipherable notes, the biggest stand of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, there we are. The partnerships have flashed up on the screen for our viewers.
This is the biggest of the Glamorgan innings, 19, as Nick was saying.
Yep.
So Tom Scriven is going to bowl from the pavilion end. Ian Holland has given himself a rest. The sun is hot. It's coming through our commentary box window. No, I think it's not blocked out by clouds. It's just out there, but it feels hot coming in here. Scriven, blonde-haired, average height, is driven through the covers for 2 by Dixon, who moves on to 18. The score is 76 for 2.
Graham Smith joins the chorus of Welsh listeners calling for a points deduction. This pitch cannot be marked as anything other than poor, he says. Not good for the game. Not sure why Patel isn't on the golf course, i.e. Ajaz Patel not likely to get a bowl.
Scriven moves away from us past the umpire. He bowls and Dixon tries to come down the track and in the end lets it go outside off stump.
Well, that's one way of trying to cut down the angles. And
well, you spoke about it, didn't you? Try and counter-attack.
Hit the bowlers off their length.
I mean, it's, you know, ask Ace a tribe whether he thinks this pitch is good. He'll say no. Ask Tim van der Hoogten. He'll probably say yes. Half of the Glamorgan team will probably be loving it. Dixon waits. And Scriven bowls a lovely delivery that curves and...
Tim van der Hoogten's also a serious batter these days after his One Day Cup century, which is his first in any format at professional level, at the age of 35. Never too old to learn. Crane getting his first class century this season as well.
Scriven up to the wicket, bowls. Oh, and he attempts a cut late, Dixon. It was wide outside off stump. But he...
did he play through that shot or did he pull out of it?
Well, what's the replay? Didn't look particularly pleasing either way.
Oh no, I think he might have had a last minute change of thought, but the ball was probably already past him by the time he did.
If there is a halfway between playing a shot and not playing a shot and pulling out, Sean Dixon just did it. He waits an 18 off 20 deliveries. The score 76 for 6, the deficit 75. In comes Scriven down the leg side. It's a poor ball. And Tattersall does well to dive to his left along the floor to pick the ball up.
Pakistan 111 for 7, still 127 runs in arrears. Robinson now has 3 for 25. Oh, that's 8 down, sorry. He's just claimed a couple. 111 for 8.
Scriven it is. with 88 on his back. Elbows jutted out as he kicks up his heels. Up to the wicket, bowls on middle stump, but he's getting out, swing away to the right-hander, rolling right arm over the wicket. That is the end of the over. Just 2 off it from the first 2 deliveries, from the first delivery of the over, I should say. 76 for 6 the score.
I think I'm due to do one more roundabout before wandering off, aren't I?
I think so.
Although we will have to nip out for the 4 o'clock radio update as well. Sun keeps coming and going, so you may spot the shades coming and going on your correspondence here. 76 for 6.
Have you got prescription sunglasses as well?
Yeah.
Pretty cool, kind of.
Very much so.
Oh yeah, I've got a friend who has magnetic things, so he just sticks them on. Or you could do a Dan Norcross and have the flips.
Oh no. Hull is into bowl, and Crane is on the defensive. Yeah, the clip-on shades were the bane of my childhood, really, before they'd invented prescription sunglasses. You thought, they just look so blooming uncool. But there was no alternative in those days.
Yeah. I mean, this is my friend Mike. They are. It's like just the lenses essentially, and then you strap. They're magnetic. They stick onto the front. Not convinced.
Hull is in to bowl, and Crane defends again. Takes the hand off the bat as if that had jarred something, possibly from the area that had been bruised a few minutes ago. Yes, the invention of prescription sunglasses was one of the major step forward of my lifetime. Forget the internet. 76 for 6. Glamorgan have halfway status, but they have 6 wickets down. And the batting to come: Van der Hoogten, Gorvin and Toole. As Hull bowls, and Crane plays a rather below par shot at that, to be honest. Not the shot of a man who's got a first class century this season, as he rather waved at that one outside off stump. And it's no use prodding at the pitch, Mr. Crane. That was a poor shot.
He's really found his home at Glamorgan, has he, Crane? He's sort of...
Yeah, well, they've trusted him. He's played a lot more than he did at Hampshire. And even in parts of the season where you don't expect a specialist spinner to be playing, as Crane defends that one into the point area, and there is no run. And I guess that's good for a guy's confidence to be, told that you're going to be playing. He's probably played 80% at least of the first class games since he joined Glamorgan. And sometimes, as in that first innings, he hasn't had anything to do in the first innings. But seen as a match winner, and if this does start to take spin, then he'll be the man. As he chops that one down towards gully, no run. Like most leg spinners, he can be expensive, but he can be a match winner in both red ball and white ball formats. Didn't get much of an opportunity with London Spirit in the 100. Played 3 matches and took 2 for 60. But like Kieran Carlson, he spent most of it on the sidelines.
I mean, they have big squads, these 100 teams, don't they? You hear a lot of these guys, unless you're an absolute superstar, they will play 1 or 2 games. Spend most of the time sat on those benches. I suppose you probably earn 35, 40 grand to do that, so there are worse things.
Yeah, there's a minimum salary of just over 30, isn't there?
Not too shabby.
For 3 or 4 weeks' work. As Crane turns that one on leg side. They just put in a leg gully, but Crane kept that one on the ground as Gums does the fielding. They go through for a single. 77 for 6 then. I'll take a break and see you in about half an hour.
Lovely, Nick. Thank you very much indeed. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Sport Wales, Adam Whitty. Nick Webb, and joining us shortly, Nikesh Ragani, as we bring you Division 1 action between the two promoted sides this season, Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Glamorgan, though, have very much proven the doubters wrong so far this season. Leicestershire have struggled, but it is the Foxes now on top. It's certainly been their afternoon session, with Ben Mike taking 3 wickets. Can Tom Scriven add to the Glamorgan misery as he bowls, and it's defended by Crane? 77 for 6 the score. Deficit 74. Nikesh has joined us. Hello, Nikesh.
Hello, Adam. Much more promising position for Leicestershire through the course of this session. 74 that deficit. I'll be hoping to wrap up these 4 last wickets very quickly to give themselves that first innings lead.
Scriven, right arm over the wicket, bowls to the right-handed Crane, who pushes at this, and it's Rehan Ahmed who fields at cover, and it's a dot ball. Yeah, 16 wickets in a day and a half. It has been, well, no, 16 wickets in a day, I think you could probably say, couldn't you? Because we were so rain affected yesterday, so I think we've probably had a day's worth of cricket. And 16 wickets have fallen.
Yeah, certainly if you look at it in terms of overs that were bowled, 62.5 yesterday.
Scriven, straight delivery, and it held its line.
Well, in fact, not quite 62.5 yesterday. That was the total of the Leicestershire innings. And then just over 28 here in this innings. So, yeah, just over 90 overs bowled. 16 wickets have fallen in that time.
And it is Dixon and Crane who will hope to build a partnership. One decent score will have a huge impact on this game, as Crane on leg stump guides this through square leg and will get 4. That's a pleasant stroke. Just a flick off the hips, square from Scriven. Just watch a replay there. I think he may have just shuffled across his stumps a tad to find room on the leg side. Indeed he did, although it's still a leg side delivery that deserved to be punished. Even if he hadn't moved across his stumps, the line had still strayed.
It's a very strange stance he's got, hasn't he? Mason Crane, a big sort of back lift, but pointed towards about third slip.
And he's hunched over as he faces that ball. Oh, there's an appeal for a catch behind. Well, that started off very exuberantly and then died a death quite quickly. It must have just nicked the thigh pad. Scriven initially interested, but then Tattersall, I think, killed it off by catching it and not appealing behind the stumps.
I think Tattersall sort of carried on a little bit, but it was Scriven who had the better view of it and realised that no, it was nowhere near the bat.
Here's Crane, he waits, 10 not out, Scriven in to bowl to him, straight delivery with a full face of the blade. You can see the sponsor's logo, or the batmaker's logo I should say, as it's played back to Scriven. End of the over, 4 off it, that nice shot through the leg side square of the wicket, so 81 for 6, the deficit 70. Trying to see what else is going on in the other games. As we mentioned, Leicestershire will be keeping a keen eye on Hampshire against Yorkshire, and the score's level in that game. So Hampshire 173 for 7, Yorkshire all out for 173. And Taunton, Somerset 469 all out, Essex 76 for 3 in reply. That's a real recovery. They were 2 for 3 at one stage, Essex, but Walter and Critchley have rebuilt that innings. Surrey 134 for 8 in response to Nottinghamshire's 184 all out, and Warwickshire 92 for 5 in response to Sussex's 156. When you headed off, I don't know if you heard Nick saying, Nikesh, actually I'll come back to this as Hull starts a new over.
Yep, in comes Hull from the Bennett end. Bowls to Dixon, who tucks the ball off his hip to a vacant mid-wicket area, takes the single.
Do we read anything into the fact that of 10 innings so far, one of them has got over 185?
I think we perhaps do, don't we?
Yeah.
The pitches are all not really producing the battle between bat and ball that we would like to see. Either that or it's a bit of a hangover from the One Day Cup in teams coming back to the Championship as Hull is in, and that's defended back down the track by Crane. Well, there is also, I mean, there's two sides to it, I guess. We've had all the dry weather this summer. The pitches have gone very dry. Yes, we have had a fair bit of rain in the last few days and over the course of the last week, but still there's that water will not make as much difference as if it was just raining consistently as it normally does through the course of the summer. So, spin might come into things, variable bounce, lots of cracks appearing in pitches and those types of things. As Hull pushes one wide, and that's a big play and a miss from Crane outside the off stump, looking to drive. And, the point about One Day Cup, batters, we've not seen it in this match too much, but not seen any of the action elsewhere. Batters just trying to play too many shots and giving away too many easy chances.
So, I'm tempted to agree with you. That feels like my gut instinct. However, it's the One Day Cup, the scores that I saw, you didn't see these massive 380, 390s of people playing slogfests.
Hull runs in bowls, and that's driven by Crane quite nicely, just wide of mid-off, who does eventually get down and field. They take a single. Yeah, but having said that, you still saw scores of sort of late 200s into the 300s, and they're still scoring at nearly 6 and over in most of those games. So that change of mindset to trying to score 6 and over to then trying to bat out in a 4-day match and play a sensible innings. Sometimes you might try and play one or two too many shots through the course of an innings, but like I say, I've not seen the action elsewhere. We've been here over the last couple of days, so we can only go by what's in front of us, and we certainly haven't seen that here. Hull in, and that's tucked away leg side by Dixon for a single.
There's been no irresponsible batting, has there, bar a few, and certainly no more than average. In fact, I'd say less than average silly shots in this game.
Yep, certainly. There's a bit of a battle going on at Headingley. It's not between Pakistan and England, because Pakistan are not putting up any sort of fight. They're still 113 behind, just got 2 wickets in hand, but it's the battle for another 5-wicket haul between Ollie Robinson and Josh Tongue, who are bowling in tandem. They've both got 3 wickets apiece. They both shared the ball from the first innings, of course, having taken a 5 for each. As Hull is in, and that's played and missed at outside off stump by Crane. I think it was looking for the wide to be called, perhaps, but it wasn't. So Glamorgan remain on 84 for 6. So we've got Mohammed Rizwan, the only real challenge in front of England as far as recognised batters are concerned from Pakistan. He's on 35, but they're 125 for 8. So England should wrap that one up pretty comfortably very soon, you would think. And Leicestershire will be hoping to wrap up this Glamorgan innings at some point soon as well. 84 for 6. 30 overs completed in the innings.
Tea at 4 o'clock too, so we've still got plenty of time in this session. Now this partnership worth nearly 30. So I think we might make it the second highest of the entire match. Tom Scriven is going to continue his 4th over from the pavilion end. The sun just blocked out by a grey cloud, and he bowls on a leg stump line, trying to swing it away from Dixon. He just places this into the leg side. They come back for 2. The applause, I think, down below us from the Glamorgan balcony for a well run 2. Dixon onto 21. 3 more runs and he's the top scorer in the whole game. 86 for 6, 65 Glamorgan trail by. Scriven thunders in and bowls a full delivery, which is clipped off. He's just not getting his line right, Scriven. He's too straight at the moment, and so Dixon able to punch him away on the leg side and pick up a single to mid-wicket. Just needs to be a bit more front on in his action, just a tad straighter, maybe come wider on the crease. Bit of chat out there at in the outfield at Grace Road on this Friday afternoon. Scriven up to the wicket, bowls. Oh, and he goes for a drive, does Crane. He's looked fiddly out there and far from convincing, and he half played at that really. And he's lucky to miss the ball that moved quite a bit off the pitch. We've seen loads of seam movement.
Yeah, we certainly have. It's bowled well, Scriven, without reward so far. I'm guessing there'll be another short spell maybe for Ben Mike before tea as well.
In comes Scriven, bowls, forward comes Crane, defends, 87 for 6 to score, 30.4 overs we have had now.
Yeah, Ben Mike with 3 for 17 in his 6 overs. What a spell that was. Started off with 2 maidens, created that pressure. Bowled really accurately, good pace, good lines and lengths. And a couple of unplayable deliveries in there as well.
Scriven from the pavilion end, bowls, beats him outside off stump. Nibbling away again, he prods forward at this and misses it. And Crane, I think, will be glad to see the end of this over. The last 2 deliveries, Scriven has got him all ends up. Do you reckon he'll go for the in-swinger here? Try it?
Well, he's set him up, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And Crane quite keen to play those shots to those balls just outside off. So if you can keep it on a similar line, move it in.
Scriven, final ball of the over. It's wide outside off stump, and that's a freebie for Crane, who smashes it through extra cover for 4. And that's a freebie for Scriven. He built up a bit of pressure and then has relieved it immediately. Full wide, and Crane just tucked into that buffet bowling. Didn't move his feet a huge amount, but just hand-eye coordination from the former England spinner. 15 he moves on to, 91 for 6. This now the highest partnership of the entire game. Now worth 38. 36, sorry.
Tells you exactly what kind of day it's been. Certainly wouldn't want to be a batter on a day like this. And it's going to be Josh Hull once again from the Bennett end. Hull will be bowling to Dixon, who's moved nicely on to 22 from just 26 balls. Here is Hull. Bowls, and it's down the leg side. Take by Tattersall, moving away to his left. It's the last thing you want, really. I know we've only seen the odd one down the leg side, but when conditions are so far in your favour as a seam bowler, you don't want to be giving the batters any kind of breathing room. You want to be on them all the time. Make them play, make them think. Dixon, tall is in his stance, punches the ball out towards point, but it's fielded there by Gums, and there's no run. So do you think that's probably a permanent move to keep Gums in the side until the end of the season?
Well, possibly. I mean, you would think Budinger would perhaps be the first choice in that department. He's close to a return. It might be that he's the type of player they want in that position. I'm intrigued to see whether they do. He's now putting a bit of pressure on them in that department. So the honest answer is I don't know, but I certainly think he has done enough to probably start.
Hull round the wicket to Dixon, who defends and runs a quick single. Ball was just knocked away towards cover. Hull fielded off his own bowling. And Dixon now level with Ian Holland as the highest scorer in this match, unbeaten on 23.
That's a very important partnership. Leicestershire still sort of have money in the bank, so to speak, because they've lost so many wickets for so few runs leading into this. But this could be a partnership that could be really, I mean, you know, only another 10-15 runs and that deficit seems very small all of a sudden.
Hull in, too much width offered, and that's cut away for 4. Mason Crane allowed another opportunity to free his arms outside off. That is not where Hull would want to be bowling. He's coming round the wicket, looking to angle the ball in, but starting really wide, and easy pickings for Crane.
Leicestershire have lost their consistency. They've lost their accuracy. They've lost their potency too. It's they've been bowling some freebies. Scriven ended that over with a pressure releasing full ball outside off stump, and that again is a pressure relieving delivery. Because all Crane and Dixon are going to think now is they've got enough runs from this over and they don't need to really worry about scoreboard pressure. They have started to put Leicestershire on the back foot, these two.
Certainly have. The umpire's just inspecting the ball right now after it crashes into the boundary. Maybe a change of ball is what Leicestershire need, but they're not going to get it. The umpire's satisfied with the condition of it. It's thrown back towards Josh Hull, and on we go.
I'm surprised that that's been hooping all over the place. They need a new ball, really, unless they really think it is truly misshapen.
I think when it crashed into the boundary board just there, it was thrown back, and perhaps some questions asked about it being out of shape as Hull is in, and Crane helps himself to a single out towards mid-wicket. So this partnership more than irritating now from a Leicestershire point of view, worth 42 runs. I've got to say, when you're going for the kill, you've got a side down, you want to take quick wickets. Perhaps Josh Hull isn't the man you throw the ball to, with a first-class average of 46.51 coming into this innings. Has got the potential, yes, but perhaps you want some of your more experienced bowlers to take charge. In comes Hull. That's left alone just outside off stump. Comfortable leave for Dixon. 6 runs off the over, and Glamorgan now 97 for 6. They trail by 54 runs.
If you're listening to us on the BBC Sport website and app, and you do want to watch the game, you can for free on the Leicestershire YouTube stream, where sadly you're currently seeing me in Nikesh's face, although Nikesh is wearing a very fetching cap. Nikesh isn't ruining it for everybody, sadly my face is. 97 for 6, 54 is the deficit. There are 54 overs left in the day as well, and as Nikesh says, these two have started to become irritating to Leicestershire. Were very much on top. 55 for 6 it was at one stage. As we approach tea in half an hour, we're going to have a very long evening session. Crikey, here comes Scriven. Bowls. Oh, there's a fiddle outside off stump from Crane, who has hit 2 boundaries in the last 2 overs, but he still looks vulnerable to those sort of shots. Love to get rid of Crane if they can. Sun comes out again. It's mild without the sun, and then the sun comes out right above us, and it's very hot indeed. It's just poked its way out from a big triangular shaped grey high cloud. Now bathes Grace Road in sunlight as he beats him outside of something. There's an appeal for a catch. There are some outfielders screaming in, including Rehan Ahmed from cover. Not the strongest shout sometimes when you've got your extra cover fielder charging in. He's the only one appealing. I've been there, appealing from square leg.
Rajas Patel at second slip was very interested. May just have been a sound.
Yeah.
That was ball past the bat. Could have been the bat flicking onto the pad.
Scriven with blonde hair combed over to the side. Typical Scandinavian look he's got. As he runs away, he bowls, and there's another drive at that, and he misses it. Crane, he's in trouble in this over at the moment. Scriven putting him under pressure. It actually should be pronounced Scriven, Scriven, because it's Danish.
He's okay with Scriven, though, is he?
He's okay. He says Scriven. It's been anglicised enough. But I think his dad's Danish, from memory. I think his dad's Danish. So he could have played for the Danish team, but apparently it's very difficult to get a Danish passport. So he had a look. So Scriven's in, beats him outside off stump. There's another appeal for a catch behind the stumps. He's beaten him all ends up. I think on every single delivery this over has Scriven. He's got Crane poking and fiddling around off stump. Can't get the nick.
Time for that in-swinger, I think. If he's got it in his locker,
yeah.
Now there's a time to bring it out.
2 balls left in the over. We've had 4 balls already. Is this going to be the in-swinger from Scriven? So he's just coming a little bit wide on the crease there and running in on the angle. And he comes. He's up to the wicket. He bowls. That's outside off stump. He's beaten him outside off stump again. This time he went for the cut. Missed it. Practices the cut shot, does Crane. If he survives, he will be a lucky boy, Mason Crane. Number 3 on his back.
Just 1 ball remaining in this over. Scriven will feel he deserves a wicket after this. The first 5 balls of this over.
Will he get it? He's past the umpire. Bowls. That's the straighter delivery. I don't know they've quite got the in-swing, but it was certainly a straighter delivery to end the over. Crane equal to it for the first time in the over. 97 for 6. Good cricket, that. Good battle between bat and ball. Crane 20. Dixon 23. It's 97 for 6. Glamorgan in response to Leicestershire's first innings total of 151. Scriven's figures 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. Run rate still just a little bit under 3. Ben Mike is coming back. The destroyer of Glamorgan earlier on in the session to try in this last... Oh no, we've still got half an hour left in the session.
Still a bit of time, and no surprise really that Ben Mike has been brought back in. Josh Hull just looked to be tiring there and holding a few looser deliveries. Ben Mike has been the chief wicket taker so far. 3 for 17. In he comes from the Bennett end into Dixon. Short delivery which ends up bouncing away in front of second slip. Set off the cue end of the bat onto the helmet. Certainly flicked the helmet on the way through, which is why we're going to have a short stoppage here for a concussion test. What day of the week is it? What did you have for breakfast? What's your name?
Steve. It's Sunday and I had
I mean, some of the questions they're asked, I've spoken to lots of current and former cricketers and footballers about this. They're always different, but they're often asked questions that they just wouldn't know the answer to anyway. Such as, for some of them, who is the Prime Minister? I mean, that's a difficult one for a lot of people these days, isn't it? Who is it this week?
You hear interesting stories, particularly I've heard rugby players talk about this, where they memorised what the questions would be. The questions were basically the same over and over again, so you did have concussed players who had essentially logged into memory what the questions were going to be and were able to talk their way out of it. As Anthony Watson, I think, said in the middle of a Lions test that he did that. So I suppose they need to vary up the questions a little bit, but yeah, you're right. Who is the Prime Minister is a difficult question.
It is
Shouldn't
now.
Be,
it wasn't before.
It's not. Let's put it this way: it's not their fault. It's a difficult question.
No. Absolutely. There was a time when Robbie Savage was playing for Leicester in the sort of mid to late 90s and got a strike to the head in training and went through the concussion test then, before concussion tests were a thing in the middle of matches. But they were at the training session, the physio comes on and asks him a few questions, asks him who's the Prime Minister. He says, I don't know. Yep. Right, he's concussed, let's take him off. And I think he was out for a week with concussion. Passed all the tests afterwards, came back fine, was asked again, who's the Prime Minister? I really don't know. I honestly don't know. Typical Robbie Savage. I think all looks to be okay. Dixon looked in no trouble at all when he was struck on the head, took his helmet off, realised that the physio's going to have to come on and go through the process. But both players ready to go again, with Glamorgan 97 for 6. Partnership, as I mentioned, worth 42 runs between these two, Dixon and Crane. Both into the 20s now. Only 2 Leicestershire players managed to get into the 20s. Sheridan Gums with 22, Ian Holland with 23. So Ben Mike, good short delivery there, which surprised Dixon.
He's bowled fantastic now. Saying in the commentary, I think when I sat down the next to Nick, Ben Mike can be a tad mercurial. Sometimes you watch his bowling, and sometimes his batting as well. He's got 99 not out at Lords, has Ben Mike, and I think he's a wonderful player, and he is a wonderful player, but he's just not consistent enough. This is him at his best, certainly in that spell before he looks really pacey, loads of life and energy in the way that he bowls.
Well, now after that long delay, this is disappointing because Dixon has just looked at his helmet and said, "Oh, I need a new helmet now because this one's chipped off." Well, surely that sort of thing should have been looked at with that long delay that we had. Looks like we're going to have another delay here. It's one of the first things you normally look at, isn't it, when you get struck on the helmet? Is it okay for me to carry on? I think it's the sort of extra protective bit just beneath the helmet at the back of the neck.
The little pad.
Yeah, the little pad, which has come into place really since the tragic death of Phil Hughes. Because he was hit on the back of the neck, and that extra protection has been in place and available to batters ever since. Looks as though that's been replaced now. And Dixon finally ready to get back underway. A few of the Leicestershire players just taking the opportunity to have a rest and have a sit down on the outfield.
That breeze is nice coming in from the back of the commentary box.
Maybe we'll leave that open for a bit. Bright sunshine streaming through. Right, back underway here with Ben Mike into Dixon. Another shortish delivery which he thinks about playing at and then just moves his arms out of the way. There's Dixon. Ben Mike with 3 for 17 into his 7th over here.
Just getting a bit of energy, a bit more energy out the pitch. A bit more life and bounce.
He seems to be bending his back today, doesn't he, Ben Mike? Mike at the top of his mark, running towards us from the Bennett end. Bowls, and he's punched away only as far as point there by Dixon. It's well fielded by Gums, I think it is, there in that position. And England have wrapped up victory at Headingley with a lot of time to spare.
So 2.5 days?
2.5 days, and it is all over. Pakistan all out for 135 in their second innings. Here is Mike once again to Dixon, who guides the ball, and it's caught. What a catch that is! Sheridan Gums diving low to his left at backward point. It was timed really well, that, by Dixon, almost off the middle of the bat. And it's another shortish delivery which has done the business for Ben Mike. Really good work in the field, and Leicestershire needed a bit of magic to crack open this Glamorgan partnership, which was getting just a little bit more than irritating. 42 runs it was worth. They played really well, Dixon's on his way back for 23. Glamorgan now 97 for 7.
Well, I don't mean to sound wise after the fact, but actually as he fielded the previous ball, I was tempted to say, one thing that you would say about Sheridan Gums is just how good a fielder he is. He looks totally at home in the field, and that's a fantastic catch. Those catches are so difficult, aren't they, standing in that sort of gully backward point region where the ball can be timed to perfection and come through at a rate of knots. So you've got to get down very quickly. It's coming in a real pace. You've got to have soft hands, and that's a wonderful catch. And more importantly, it has ended a very annoying partnership for the Foxes and put them right back in a position where they'll feel very much on top. So that's a huge moment in the game, that great catch. And Mike again, just getting that little bit of extra zip out of the ball and out of the pitch.
I did say you're more likely wicket taker than Josh Hull when you want to crack open a batting lineup. Obviously did bowl a 6-over spell, so needed a break, and has come back refreshed and straight back in amongst the wickets. It's taken an age for this over to progress, hasn't it, with the concussion test and then the change of that little sponge on the back of Dixon's helmet after the initial first long delay.
Yeah, so we've got 18 minutes until tea, so we will probably get through 3, 4, 5 overs in that period, won't we? So in theory the afternoon session will have 47 overs or so in it. I mean, in
theory.
Cut-off is at 7, is that right?
I believe so.
That's when the lights go off.
That's when the lights will go off.
Yeah.
I mean, it might still be bright enough. Here is Mike into the new batter, Van der Houten, who defends back down the track. He's just got that extra spring in his step today, Ben Mike, which is very good to see. As you mentioned, has been in and out of the side quite a lot this season, but showing exactly why he deserves his place today. 4 for 17 off 6.5 overs.
What are Mike's best figures, I wonder?
Mike in again, and ball loops up off the shoulder of the bat and almost carries to gully. It's a brilliant over from Ben Mike. Wicket maiden. He's come back from the Bennett end. Glamorgan 97 for 7. Still trailing by 54 runs, now with only 3 wickets in hand. I think, Adam, you're off for a short break, and Nick Webb is going to come back in alongside me. With, an interesting little passage ahead of us here. 16 and a bit minutes until the lunch interval. It's going to be Tom Scriven again from the pavilion end. Welcome back, Nick.
Thank you. Scriven is in then, running away from us and bowling to Crane, who tucks this one into the leg side and will pick up a single. Crane played miss quite a few times in an over from Scriven. He's just having a brief lap of the ground. Nice to see so many Glamorgan supporters here. I think it's probably the most I've seen for a Glamorgan match here. Even in the days when organised buses were put on. Scriven bowls and Van der Houten turns one off his legs, but this time it's straight to that man at a squarish mid-wicket position, and there is no run. 98 for 7. So still looks as though Leicestershire will manage some sort of first innings lead, with just Gorvin and Toole to come. That partnership 42 for the 7th wicket. Highest of the match. Unbelievable. Sun disappears again as Scriven is into bowled down leg side. Flicked at by Van der Houten. Off the pad it went for 4 runs down to the fine leg boundary. Applause for the 100 coming up for Glamorgan, but not with a lovely shot, so it doesn't gain a huge amount of applause.
Yeah, just a slightly loose delivery that from Scriven. has previously sort of set up Crane, hasn't he, with a lot of outswingers, and we've been crying out for that in-swinger. It did come on that occasion, but it's down the leg side.
102 for 7, 49 runs behind. Scriven bowls again. This again on leg stump. He really has strayed there in this over, and it's tucked away by Van der Hoogten through fine leg, through square leg, and he's come back for a couple of runs. Didn't hit it quite hard enough to reach the boundary. It's just isolated clouds at the moment rather than the sort of heavy overcast stuff that we had for long spells yesterday afternoon. Possibility of a shower in the evening session. There's Scriven bowls, and again it's on leg stick, and Van der Hoogten takes a single this time out towards forward square. 105 for 7. Crane 21. Will anyone in this match manage to break the magic quarter of a century mark?
They haven't broken 23 yet.
It's 23 from Dixon and Holland. Highest scores of the match. Ridiculous, and we're nearly 5 sessions into it. Scriven bowls to Crane, who swishes at a ball outside off stump that keeps low and reaches Tattersall on the second bounce. 105 for 7 then. At the end of the over, the deficit is 46.
What have we got? 13 minutes until that tea interval. So plenty of time for Leicestershire to get at least 3 overs in, if not 4.
Let's just hope we don't get any of that nonsense with 9 wickets down and the session being extended.
Let's carry on for half an hour. Well, that could well happen. The way wickets have fallen in clumps throughout this day, and yesterday indeed. Ben Mike then, once again from the Bennett end. Bowls, and that's on the pads. Van der Hoogten plays it nicely with a flick down towards deep backward square leg for 4. He's looked quite comfortable so far in his short stay at the crease. 7 from 7.
Is there any suggestion, do you think the wicket is calming down at all, or is it just that we've had a couple of batters who've been able to dig in?
I mean, well, we saw that partnership of 42, didn't we, which suggested that you can dig in on a pitch like this. It's not going to be, I guess, exciting cricket from a viewer's point of view, but it was effective, and a couple of more partnerships like that could have changed the face of the game. Oh, that's through everything. And away for 4 is full. It was just outside off stump, and I think he's got a bit of bat on that.
Don't think it carried to the slips though, just whizzed them between them.
It just shot along the ground, didn't it? Lovely delivery from Mike.
It's bounced short of first slip, between first slip and keeper.
Even when it was in the air, it just sort of shot very low, didn't it, just above the grass. So fortunate boundary there for Van der Hoogten. Mike in once more. Bowls, and played defensively into the leg side. So 115 for 7. Mike with 4 of the wickets to fall. Was that a no ball signal by the umpire?
Didn't spot it. Yes,
it was,
it's come
it?
up on the digital display.
Extra little bonus there for Glamorgan. Now trailed by 36 runs. Mike in once more. That one keeps slightly low. It's well kept out by Van der Hoogten. Just getting a little bit cloudier overhead. The sun being blocked away behind a big dark cloud, which is very close to us here at Grace Road. Doesn't look overly threatening though.
No, I wonder if they might. No, I don't think I'd even need to pop the lights on. It's not big enough.
There's plenty of blue away to our right where the weather comes in from. Here is Mike, slightly short, that's pulled away straight to mid-wicket. It sounded nice off the bat, didn't it? But it didn't quite go as hard as I was expecting.
No, that sort of sounded like playing a shot off a 60 or 70 overs ball, didn't it, rather than a 35 overs ball. Just a dull thud, and immediately the man who fielded that at short mid-wicket is moved out towards the boundary.
This partnership quickly worth 18 as well, between Van der Hoogten and Mason Crane. Mike in, and that's defended dead into the pitch by Van der Hoogten. This is all they need really towards the back end of this innings, Glamorgan. Just a few little contributions of sort of 15 or 20 runs. If they can just get a few of those, they can get to that Leicestershire 151 and perhaps beyond.
Yeah, I mean, Andy Corvin in next knows how to hold a bat. He's a top order batter in the South Wales Premier League.
Mike at the top of his mark again. Final ball of the over. And he is. That's been chipped in the air off a leading edge, and well, it's too far away for Ben Mike and his follow through, and it drops well short of mid-on. Didn't look convincing though from Van der Hoogten, but he's still there on 11. End of the over. Glamorgan 115 for 7. Wasn't a particularly great delivery that from Ben Mike. It was heading way down the leg side as well. Just sort of stuck in the pitch as it bounced.
We had one correspondent earlier on who said Ajaz Patel might as well be on the golf course. Well, he's proved that point wrong. He's actually going to get a bowl.
Well, it's the old give the spinner an over before tea, isn't it?
At 15:53, it'll quite possibly be just the one over by the time they've got infielders padded up, helmeted up. The old leg guards on as Hamza Sheikh. Who's the youngest in the team? Get that helmet on, sunshine. Off he trots to field at short leg then. There's also a slip. Cover is in quite close as well.
Is that a shake under the helmet?
Yeah. So here is Patel. Umpire now decides that short leg is blocking his view, so he'll go and stand at point. All making it more likely that it'll be just the one over from Patel before the 4 o'clock tea interval. As he bowls left arm, spin, and Crane defends his first ball. Patel having had all of a month with Glamorgan. 1 September, a couple of years back. Has steered into the offside, and Crane takes a single.
How did he get on in that short stint?
Reasonably well. I think he had 1.5 for. I'll tell you exactly in a moment as he bowls. Oh, hits on the pad. There's appeal for catch at slip as well. Appeal for anything, but Van der Hoogten is not out. I think that was started off as an LBW appeal and then transmogrified into appeal for a catch at slip. The replay will show us that was a good LBW appeal.
It was, I think, just slightly outside the line of the off stump. Ball just turning a touch away from the right-hander. Yeah, certainly just was all pad, so very good ball, but right decision.
As forward presses Van der Hoogten and defends. Look at Dr. Hignell's Glamorgan yearbook reveals that Patel played 4 matches, 14 wickets at 37. As there's another appeal, and this time it's a successful one. Van der Hoogten rather groping forward, and Patel strikes in his first over, and Glamorgan are 116 for 8. And that really just went on with the arm, I think. Didn't do much. Van der Hoogten possibly playing for spin that wasn't there. He's gone for 11.
Yeah, it's a lovely bit of bowling, because a couple have turned in the over, and this one just the arm ball going straight on. I think Van der Hoogten expecting a little bit of turn away from him. Wasn't there. And he was just trapped, trying to eventually at the last moment get his bat down in front of his pad, but he was far too late. Short but entertaining stay at the crease. 11 from 16. 116 for 8 then. Still trailing by 35 Glamorgan.
Patel played for Glamorgan in 2022. It was 4 matches. 106 runs at an average of 35 with 1 half-century.
He's a more useful batter than his stats would suggest in first-class cricket.
Andy Gorvin is in at 10. The slight figure. The Hampshire-born player came to Glamorgan through the Cardiff University's system. And he's been a little bit in and out of the Glamorgan side. He captained them in the One-Day Cup. But we'll have a bit of a workload of seam bowling in these final games. Bowled well, 2 for 18. What can he do with the bat? Defends his first ball off the back foot. End of Patel's over. He has 1 for 1. Glamorgan 116 for 8. Better go and inform BBC Radio Wales listeners of the crash of Welsh wickets. And I think you can get us safely to tea.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nick. It is going to be Ben Mike, so I think that's part of the reason why Ajaz Patel was bowled in that over. A successful over it was for Leicestershire as well. Not that he's not a very, very useful bowler, but I think they just wanted to make sure that they got an extra one in from Ben Mike before tea, which is going to be the case now, even with the fall of that 8th wicket. Welcome back, Adam Whitty, for a very short stint before the tea interval.
Is it you commentating?
It is. Here comes Ben Mike into Mason Crane. Short, and he has a flash at that. There's Crane. You suspect some more shots might come out now from Mason Crane. He's well set, 22 from 45. He knows there's not much batting at the other end here for Glamorgan. Mike with 4 for 27. A little bit more expensive in his last couple of overs, but there's been a couple of streaky ones in there, a couple of edges which have gone away to the boundary. Here is Mike, and Crane plays the ball safely to Gully along the floor.
I have to say, I would have thought you would have got long odds. Certainly for me, maybe not. Maybe I was being a bit naive earlier, but I didn't think there would be a hope that Leicestershire would have a first innings lead. 151 felt like such a low total. But
it's the old cliche, isn't it? Can't judge a match, really, a first-class match, until both sides have had a bat. Here comes Mike from the Bennett end into Crane, who gets an inside edge out towards mid-wicket, will help himself to a single. So he's not farming the strike just yet. As Gorvin faces up, and they go and have a mid-pitch conference as well, punch of gloves.
Crane on to 23 then, so one of 3 players to reach that, I guess, new landmark, shall we call it, in the course of this match. All 3 top scoring. Sheridan, Gums, Dixon, and now Mason Crane. Here is Ben Mike into Galvin, who leaves alone, and that was very, very close to the off stump. It swung back after whizzing past the off stump as well. Let's have a look at this replay. Lovely delivery. But Galvin would argue he knew exactly where his off stump was and left it well alone.
Yeah, good leave. Interesting, Crane does get there. There's been a lot of flashes and nibbles and things. He's ridden his luck in this innings, but he has stayed there.
Mike with a couple of balls left here before tea. In again to Galvin, who wants more shoulders arms. You can see what the intention is here from Andy Galvin. Just get through to tea. Keep your wicket intact and then reassess after the break. I guess he's playing a role of protecting Mason Crane as well, just for the remainder of this over. 1 ball left before tea. We're going to see a short one. We're seeing square leg or mid-wicket go not quite all the way back to the boundary, I don't think, but 3/4 of the way back in a catching position. Here is Mike, who doesn't go short, just spells on a length, and that's well defended away by Galvin. So that will be tea, with Glamorgan making their way to 117 for 8 in their first innings. 38 overs have been bowled. It's been the Ben Mike show, really, hasn't it? 4 for 28, fantastic effort from him. Mason Crane is still there and beaten on 23, and that deficit for Glamorgan still 34 runs, so Leicestershire very much with a chance for a first innings lead here. And Adam, as you mentioned, that seemed a long way away for Leicestershire when they were all out for just 151 earlier on today. If they do get a first innings lead here, I mean, there will be questions asked about the pitch, but we'll leave that for another day, because we've seen some low scores across the country. Surrey have just been bowled out for 162 at the Oval, up against Notts, who made just 184 in their first innings. So a very similar situation here. We've also seen a low-scoring affair down at Southampton, where Hampshire have just been bowled out for 197 in reply to Yorkshire's 173. So lots of low scores across the country, and if you want to catch up with any of the action and see what's going on around the country, including details of England's victory up at Headingley in that first test against Pakistan, you can do so via the BBC Sport website and app. But here at Grace Road, it is tea. Glamorgan 117 for 8. They trail by 34 runs, and we will be back in just under 20 minutes' time.
Headingley, where England have beaten Pakistan by an innings and 103 runs.
Race Road as Leicestershire are hoping to knock off the last 2 Glamorgan wickets in this County Championship Division 1 match. It's day 2 of 4 here in the sunny skies, and we have seen in pretty much, I would say, a day's worth of cricket in terms of overs bowled. We have seen 18 wickets fall, 117 for 8 Glamorgan up in response to Leicestershire's 151, so the deficit is 34, 2 wickets left, and I perhaps naively thought there would have been pretty long odds, Nick Webb, on Leicestershire getting a first innings lead, but that is certainly a possibility despite the 2 wickets that remain.
Indeed, I say it's a probability at the moment. The way the afternoon session went, with Glamorgan adding just 92 runs for the loss of 6 largely prime wickets. And Patel will start us off after tea. 1 for 1 in his 1 over. Bowls to Crane, who pushes forward, bat and pad together. And the ball just trickling wide of short leg. So short leg and slip crouch in attendance. Cover is pretty close in a catching position. Rehan Ahmed, as forward comes Crane again. Pushing forward to his fellow spinner. Crane hasn't had a bowl. Callaway has bowled 2 overs, 1 for naught. And this Patel's second over. So we've just had 1 run off spinners so far in this match, and they've taken 3 wickets.
Didn't seem to be spinning it too much in the 1 over and a half that he's got, but the arm ball's still causing issues, I think. Oof.
As Crane squirts that away.
It's pace variation as
Playing
well too.
It off the crease. Well, he's been around the block, hasn't he, Ajaz Patel, 37 years old, the New Zealand Test player. As that's glanced away by Crane, and he becomes the top scorer of the match. In fact, that's run down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs, and Crane becomes the first player to get to a quarter of a century in the match, and he overtakes or moves ahead of the previous best of 23 registered by Ian Holland and by Sean Dixon. Dixon's somewhat unfortunate in that he was out immediately after being clonked on the helmet, which is going to unsettle anyone. 121 for 8 as Crane pushes forward again. At the end of Patel's over then, he's whistled through that. 121 for 8, the deficit is 30 runs.
Well, they might decide, I don't know. I saw Rehan Ahmed bowling. They might decide they want to get through these 48 overs quickly, I don't know. They might feel that spin is the way to do it. Rehan Ahmed is going to bowl from the Bennett end.
Overrated -2, that's probably something to do with it.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if Rehan Ahmed can get any pace and bounce out of the pitch with his wrist spin. I'm sure he would have hoped to have wrapped up a 2.5-day win for England, although he's always, you could never doubt his commitment to Leicestershire. Came back to play in a couple of T20s when England didn't want him to. He came and played pretty much straight away after the end of the 100 to come and play in the semi-final of the One Day Cup. And here he is about to bowl for Leicestershire in the County Championship. He's bowling to Gorvin, who's yet to get off the mark, and he tosses this one up outside off stump, and it's driven to cover. There is no run. Bowled very well so far when he has had the opportunity in the County Championship, and he comes a straighter delivery, which is prodded at by Gorvin, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, Gorvin does have a first-class half-century to his credit.
Here comes Ahmed. He's in now. Bowls. Oh, and it's an absolute jaffer. Wonderful leg spin delivery. Flight dip on a good length, and then spun away off the surface. Brilliant leg break off, sort of pitching on middle, moving away to outside off stump. And he comes in bowls, and that's flash-driven shake fields at cover. Dot ball.
Yeah, I think he overpitched that one. Gorvin will probably think he ought to have put it away.
Here comes Ahmed. Diminutive, broad-shouldered, and he comes now. And that's the googly. It's a no ball on front foot, I think.
Strange.
Didn't see that very often from a spinner. The only thing, unless he wasn't too wide on the crease, was he?
Foot.
No, he wasn't. It would have been his foot. In he comes now, and that's another full pitch delivery right on the toes of Gorvin. So one more ball remaining in the over. Run rate 3.1. The deficit 28. Past the umpire now, Ahmed bowls. It's a typical leg break. And forward comes Gorvin with a typical forward defence. End of the over. The score is 123 for 8. 46 overs remain in the day. The deficit 28.
Yes, Patel and Ahmed certainly whipping through their overs in quick time. Gorvin was at the crease in the last over for the last 2 one-day cup matches. The first time Glamorgan needed 6 off the last over and lost. The second time Glamorgan needed 12 off the last over and won. So good for Gorvin that he was able to recover from his difficulties a couple of days later. 123 for 8. It's Crane on strike on a mammoth 27 as he pushes that one just past short leg, but there's no run. Highest score of the match so far. Ridiculous.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? It's been a certainly eventful innings from Crane. Plenty of wafts.
As that's tossed up and driven on the bounce to Ahmed at short cover, no run. Yeah, he was beaten a few times outside off stump. Flashing at the seamers. As that's fired short and flat by Patel, and Crane tries to cut and misses. Into the gloves of Tattersall it goes. 123 for 8. Glamorgan 28 runs in arrears as Crane pushes forward, pushes it back to the bowler, and Leicestershire might be quite grateful for a couple of overs of Glamorgan pushing the ball back, because they'll be able to make up their over rate in about a quarter of an hour, you would have thought, as Crane just flicks that one wide of short leg. Who might have got a hand to it, but it'll go for a single. 124 for 8. The deficit is 27. Gorvin takes guard against Ajaz Patel for the first time. I think you can take it that if we say Patel bowling, it's going to be Ajaz, unless we say it's Rishi. Gorvin defends to short leg, no run. And the over, 124 for 8 as we're whizzing through these overs now.
Still -2 though, aren't they, on the over rate? But that deficit 27 now. You're listening to BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Wales Sport. Rahan Ahmed is going to bowl from the Bennett end.
Yeah, we had the earlier suggestion that it ought to be called the Gordon Bennett end, and the grounds that that's the what the batters were largely left thinking.
Are there still some grumpy Glamorgan fans?
No recent contributions.
Do send us in your emails. I'll give the email address in a second. Do send us in your thoughts on what's happening on the coverage where you're listening. As Ahmed bowls and Crane comes forward and defends. Here comes Ahmed. Back goes Crane. And punches this back to mid-on. There is no run. As Ahmed tosses this one up on the... It's almost a low full toss by the time it's driven by Crane to mid-on. Graham Smith. You may remember I made a point, tongue-in-cheek, that Tim van der Hoogten might have enjoyed this pitch and not had a problem with it. Graham Smith is on the money, certainly at the start of his email. As Ahmed comes in, back goes Crane and glances this away into the leg side. He'll pick up a single to a sort of square mid-wicket position. Afraid you don't understand cricket. Now that is correct. If you think there's anything good about this pitch, it has to provide a fair contest between bat and ball, which I completely agree with you. And knowing Tim quite well, I'm sure that would be his opinion. Here comes Ahmed, driven by Gorvin down the ground. There's a dot ball again. No, I agree with you, Graham. I think my point was that it's slightly tongue-in-cheek that bowlers will have enjoyed bowling on this pitch. As Ahmed comes in, forward comes Gorvin and defends, and that is the end of the over. 125 for 8, just a single, so 26 the deficit now. High grey white. Let's have a look at the forecast, shall we? I don't actually know what the situation is in terms of. There was rumoured to be rain at about 5 o'clock, wasn't there?
Yeah, it might be not until after we've finished here.
Well, 5 o'clock.
BBC forecast.
5 o'clock. It's suggesting it. There's no sign of it around us at the moment.
Patel tosses this one up, and Crane drives gently to mid-off. No run. .125 for 8, 26 runs in at rears. As Crane turns one on the leg side, but Mike is there at short mid-wicket. Crane 29. And he breaches another barrier. He gets to 30, the first player in the match to do so.
A vital knock. I mean, he's been the saviour of the batting, hasn't he, Crane, recently, really? Last 2 matches.
Yeah, Glamorgan have seen Crane and Van der Hoogten contribute well from 8 and 9, as Gorvin is forward defending. Gorvin at 10 in this match. He's probably a number 9. Has been 11 once or twice. But Toole, I think, is a proper number 11. As forward goes Gorvin and defends, no run.
It's a proper forward defence. You can certainly say that. He's got good technique.
Yeah, as I said, he's top 5 in the South Wales Premier League when he plays for St Fagans. As he pushes forward, defends on the offside, 126 for 8, single taken off Ajaz Patel's over.
So 25 the deficit. We are working through slowly. The two working the deficit down slowly, but working through the overs quickly. It says on the BBC weather app that there is scheduled to be rain about 5 o'clock, but as I say, there's just high white cloud around us at the moment, so we will hopefully go for as long as we can.
It's only a sort of 40-ish% chance, isn't it? So
yeah, true. Ahmed bowling from the Bennett end. His first delivery is a leg break, and Crane rocks back and dabs it down into the floor. There is no run. 2 overs, no maidens, none for 3 before the start of the over. Similar ball from Ahmed on a good length. His neck is followed up, and there's a repeated shot by Crane, who rocks onto his heels and plays it into the leg side this time, but safely. 1-2-6 for 8. Ahmed. Back goes Crane and cuts straight to backward point. Ajaz Patel is fielding there. And nothing doing. So we've got a slip. We've got a cover. Mid-off, mid-on. That are probably about 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Mid-wicket. It's quite straight. Short, fine leg. As Ahmed bowls, Crane goes back and again just delicately drops the ball onto the pitch. It's fielded by Johnny Tattersall behind the stumps. Ahmed drags this one down quicker and flatter, and it's cut out to a man at deep cover. Sweeper out in the offside. So Crane on to 31. Highest score in the match now by 8.
Yes, I suspect I'll be interviewing him this evening.
Here comes Ahmed, bustling run up, quick action, and he forces Gorvin back. 18 deliveries, no runs so far, and he just sees off the final ball of Rehan Ahmed's third overs. 3 overs, no maidens, none for 4 for the England international. Gorvin is yet to score, as I say. Crane 31 off 71, 127 for 8. And we're just going basically at 1 and over at the moment. 42 left in the day.
Afternoon to Dave Bottrell, Glamorgan member. Thank you for your enjoyment of our commentary. Heard of Fox's playing the joker earlier on, saying Glamorgan up for the title. Probably knew that the pitch would scupper a decent first innings score as Patel's first ball is defended. On the pitch, if it continues to be difficult, do you think the umpires would report it? Well, there's a standard procedure really. You don't have sort of specific reports these days. As Crane is forward defending, in that there's a report on every pitch, every match from captains, umpires, etc. Patel floats it up and Crane drives, but straight to Ahmed at short cover, and there's no run. I mean, I have little doubt that Glamorgan will give the pitch certainly a below average, if not poor rating. But the important thing is that whether the umpires do likewise. As Patel pushes that one through, Crane tries to force off the back foot.
Interesting discussion, isn't it, whether it's a poor pitch?
I think in that it doesn't give a fair contest between bat and ball, yes.
If that's your definition, then yes.
Played on the onside by Crane, no run, but the umpires have seen it from a lot closer and a lot straighter. So they will make their decision. Apparently the match referee was inspecting it before one of the recent rollings, as that's turned away off the pad, I think, from Crane down towards fine leg. They'll just go through for a single. 128 for 8. Glamorgan trailing by 23 runs. Whether it's below par enough to get Leicestershire docked points, then we shall find out in the days to come. But I don't think the visitors are going to be saying anything much nice about it, even if they do win this game.
No.
I mean,
in fact, I seem to remember, I think Alfonso Thomas may well have criticised the Glamorgan ground staff for almost the exact opposite problem in the reverse fixture. As Rehan Ahmed is going to bowl his 4th over, and he forces Crane back. He defends. There's no run because it was there was about 1,000 runs scored on the pitch, and 23 wickets or whatever it was. So probably more than 1,000.
No, that's a fair point.
Well, Ahmed comes in, bowls, and swiped away by Crane, cut off the back foot. That wasn't meant to be, I suppose, a sort of tit for tat point. I suppose it was just that it has not been beyond Leicestershire to make comments about other people's pitches, to put it like that. That was my point. Ahmed moving in towards us from the Bennett end. Back goes Gorvin. He will get off the mark finally after 19 deliveries with a cut shot, making room for himself, stepping away from his stumps and crunching it along the floor out to the sweeper on the offside.
Be very tidy from the commentary point of view if we were to finish level on first innings.
Yeah. As Ahmed is in, back goes Crane, and that didn't bounce quite as much, but he was equal to it. Drives it to mid-wicket, non-drive off his pads. Ahmed tosses this one up. That was the googly that comes back into Crane, and that's well fielded by Gums at mid-wicket. He's really shown himself to be a very good fielder in this game. Tumbling stop, diving along the floor. Took a very good catch earlier to dismiss. Was it Cook he dismissed very well? A backward point.
Gums Dixon. Dismissed.
Dot ball off the final ball of the over from Rehan Ahmed.
Ollie Robinson was player of the match in the test, by the way, for an 8-wicket haul across the 2 innings.
I'm a big fan of Ollie Robinson. I don't know about you. I was very happy to see him back in the England team.
Yeah, I think he's rehabilitated himself well.
Yes.
After earlier in his top flight career, there were questions about his fitness. There are a few eyebrows raised by his partner as Patel bowls, and that's forced away backward of square on the offside, but just a single for Gorvin as there's a stop at point just behind the umpire because she might have filmed a few things behind the scenes that they weren't entirely happy about.
Well, he was seen as a bit of a bad boy, wasn't he? Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have a problem with a bad boy. I quite like bad boys in sport.
As Patel bowls and Crane defends.
But what he has said is that he wasn't fit enough. Which, if that is the case, and that seems to be the reason why he was left out, as much as anything, it wasn't the sort of other aspect of things.
As that's defended again by Crane, no run. Yeah, I mean, Rob Key did make 1-2 remarks about 70-odd mile an hour seamers don't do it at test level, or words to that effect. Is that dropped at slip? It was steered deliberately by Crane. He'll get 4 runs down to the third man boundary. It was very close to slip. He was playing it in that area deliberately, and he's got away with it. 4 runs, 135 for 6.
Looked like it just bounced in front of.
Yeah.
Was Patel at slip? Just bounced in front of his foot.
Almost through his legs, just wide of his foot. Next ball from T'other Patel is defended by Crane on the leg side. Rishi Patel lurking at slip.
Well, dare I say, what was the score when we left for tea?
Tea was 117 for 8, so 18 runs added since tea, and every 10 runs could be significant. As forward pushes Crane, no run.
I think these 18 runs have taken it from, and Crane's innings have taken it from Leicestershire being more likely to have a first innings lead to Glamorgan being more likely to have a first innings lead.
I haven't seen Toole bat. He got a few runs for the. Actually, he's had 3 innings, I think it was, for the second 11, and picked up, I think, something in the nature of 80 runs between the 3 innings. But he does have a very low first class average. Ray Toole with the bat, I think it was about 5. So wouldn't expect great things from the number 11.
If he got 5 though, and there was a 10-run partnership, that would probably mean that
he's done a bit.
They have retaken the lead. So Ben Mike, who has been the go-to bowler, 4 for 28. His figures. He has blown open this game and sent a lot of the batting lineup for Glamorgan packing. A bowling performance with real sprightliness and endeavour. He's bowled with real pace. He's got the ball to talk, got the ball to bounce off the surface, and he's going to bowl from the Bennett end down the hill to Gorvin, and he's up to the wicket. He bowls. It's a bouncer that Gorvin ducks under, and Tattersall runs to the left-hand side to pick it up. So yes, what was it? Average of 5.6. His best is 17.
Well, that was about Ryan Hadley's stats until he got a match-winning 50. Well, he must have played and missed dozens of times to infuriate Somerset.
Gorvin waits, bat pointing at about 4th slip, and he crouches down and now leaps up in the air to punch the ball away from his shoulders from a bouncer from Mike. 135 for 8 is the score. 16 runs the deficit between Leicestershire's first innings total and Glamorgan's current score. Gorvin 2 from 22, Crane 36 from 87, a vital 36 from 87. Without him, I suspect Glamorgan may have struggled to reach three figures.
I think there've probably been a record number of changes of glasses in the commentary box
I
today
agree
as well, between Adam and myself, swapping between normal prescription glasses and sunnies.
Mike storming in now. He's up to the wicket, bowls a full delivery, and that's played beautifully late past gully. There's third man there to pick the ball up, and he'll get a single. I've seen quite a bit of that recently. A batsman trying that. It's a sort of shot I'd associate with Joe Root, that kind of lean forward, just angling the bat away, guiding it behind square on the offside. 1, 3, 6 for 8. Gorvin on to 3. Yeah, whereas Gorvin, what are Gorvin's figures or his history?
First class best of 50 not out.
Average of 15, it's not bad. You're right, probably number 9. Here comes Mike in bowls. That keeps a little low, but Crane is equal to it. He plays it back to Rehan Ahmed, who's fielding at mid-on, and it's a dot ball. Bit more cloud in the sky now. That's why I've changed from prescription sunglasses to prescription glasses. Trees starting to sway in the wind. The breeze has picked up a tad around the ground as Mike comes in now. Bowls. Oh, it's a ripper. That's a beauty. Leaves him. It's a Jaffa that pitches on about off stump and leaves Crane. That is a beauty. Had him playing all ends up at that. Nothing doing though. Final ball of his 10th over. His figure's 4 for 29. As he turns at the top of his run up, right at the start of the sort of advertising sign on the field. It's past the umpire now. He bowls, and it's a leg stump line this time, which Crane can flick to mid-wicket. He'll get a single for his trouble. And that is the end of the over. Tom Scriven fields, and the score is 137 for 8 after 47 overs. 38 overs in the day remain. So I think we're going all the way to 7 o'clock tonight, if we're lucky.
Yeah, I mean, this is even with 2 spinners bowling at the moment. So we're going to get a more Ajaz Patel. Well, we had 2 spinners bowling until Mike came back into the attack. Over rate is still -2 on the board. I'm not sure if they're doing this on a running total or whether they just change this at match intervals.
Ooh.
As forward pushes Crane, is hit on the pad but was outside off stump and playing a shot. Leicestershire have not been slow to appeal. They've been jolly excitable. As forward pushes Crane again, defends dead bat. Apologies if the odd crumb of coffee cake is making itself felt in my voice. Very nice it was too. As steps back, cutting, beats point, fielded at deep point, and it's a single to Mason Crane, who moves on to 38. The score on to 138 for 8.
Did you get that from the Friends of Grace Road?
Yes, yes.
So another excellent selection. I couldn't believe how many they were on offer yesterday.
Forward pushes Gorvin and defends. Only had half a slice, but that was substantial enough.
So about 7 or 8 on offer. I had a lemon cake yesterday. Christian Hill had an orange cake.
Very good.
So I did. The bar of breath was all gone.
Oh. Patel bowls, more flight on that one, and Gorvin again practices his very best forward defensive. Andy Gorvin Not going to give his wicket away lightly, the way he's been playing. As he pushes forward once more. And just a single off the Ajaz Patel over. Glamorgan 138 for 8, trailing Leicestershire by 13 runs here on BBC Sport Online.
Slightly slow going. Going about a 1 and over at the moment, aren't we?
Yeah, run rate overall 2.8. Leicestershire's was just under 2.5, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a grind.
What for the purist, Nick?
Players from both sides have decided better off grinding it out than counter-attacking, and by and large.
I think by and large that is the right way to go about things. I think from what I've seen, I don't know about you, I just feel like you haven't seen a lot of reward for people trying to hit out. In fact, that's been those have been the shots that people have got out. Here's Mike bowling from the Bennett end, right arm over the wicket, and there's a drive from Crane. Didn't put everything into that, probably sensibly. Ball trickles away into the cover region. He'll get a single. 139 for 8. Crane on to 39. By far and away the top scorer in the match so far. So Hampshire 197 all out down at the Utilita Bowl. So that's a 24-run lead over Yorkshire in the first innings. Yorkshire actually 42 for no loss in reply. Mike up to the wicket, bowls down the leg side. There's a appeal for a catch there, the big appeal. But it looked like it hit the thigh pad to me. It's way away from the bat, just from up here in the angle we've got.
It was somewhat speculative, that appeal.
Well, yeah. I can see why they appealed, actually. It looked a little bit closer.
I think the pad, yeah.
That a game of interest because that is second against third bottom Hampshire and Yorkshire. So Leicestershire, as we've mentioned, will want a low-scoring draw from that. They might.
Well, we've got the low-scoring bit in
yeah.
the first innings. No batting bonus points.
Here comes Mike in bowls, and there's a nicely played shot. It's a no ball. The umpire signals. Front foot over steps from Mike, and there's a run off the bat as well. So, to be fair, there won't be a low... Unless the weather intercepts, we won't have a low-scoring draw. So someone's going to win that game. But I suppose the lack of bonus points will be a positive for them. Essex 138 for 7. That's a curious innings, that. They were 2 for 3 at one stage, then 104 for 4, and they've collapsed ever since then. Have Essex, a big gap there. 331 runs with 2 wickets remaining, the gap. Here is Mike in, he bowls, back goes Crane and guides this to Hamza Sheikh, who is one of the few players without a cap on.
Floodlights just flickering into action, a few of them at the lower half of the constellations of lights. I suppose we've got a little bit of dark cloud overhead, doesn't look particularly threatening as yet anyway.
Nottinghamshire 29 for 1. They've got a lead of 51 over Surrey with 9 wickets remaining. Here comes Mike. He's storming in towards us. He's up to the wicket. Bowls. He goes for a big pull to a short delivery. Does Crane and misses it. And through it goes to the wicket keeper. So Surrey all out today for 162. So first innings lead of 22 and now 29 on top of that for Nottinghamshire. And then Warwickshire creeping slowly to what looks like it's going to be almost even Stevens in the first innings at Edgbaston. They are 153 for 9 in response to Sussex's 156 in Division 1. So very interesting games for what is developing into the relegation battle and the 6-team title fight, which Glamorgan are part. Here comes Mike, back goes Crane and forces this into the offside. There's a big round of applause for that, just because it was a good shot. I don't think a milestone's come up, has it? Was it Crane getting to 40?
It's the first 40 of the match.
Yeah.
Partnerships 27, so it wasn't that. Yeah, just a Welsh crowd getting enthusiastic. applauding singles. Normally see that in the fourth innings, not the second innings of the game.
8 now, the deficit. I think Glamorgan will have a first innings lead now. Bar 2 quick wickets, and it will be Ben Mike who's the most likely to get them. In he comes now. He bowls full straight, defended by Gorvin. No run. And that is the end of the over. So 3 off it in the end, including the no ball. 4 for 35 off 11 overs for Mike. 1 4 3 for 8. The score: Gorvin 4, Crane 40.
Reminder in the Test match, Pakistan 135 all out in their second innings. England win by an innings and 103 runs. Mohammad Rizwan was top scorer for Pakistan with 41. There were 3 wickets each for Ollie Robinson, 3 for 29. Jofra Archer, 3 for 50. Josh Tongue, 3 for 43. The other one falling to Gus Atkinson. We saw just an over of spin sent down by Dan Lawrence in the match.
Not a great advert for Test cricket, that, I don't think.
Patel bowls, Gorvin defends. More lights flickering into action around Grace Road. Welcome along to listeners who've joined us after following the Test match. There's Crane on the back foot. Defends. No run. So still the short leg and the slip and cover very close in, almost in a catching position, as Ahmed is called into action, but fairly gentle action as Crane defends it to him at cover. And there's no run. And now short leg moves to silly point and Crane still defends. Right in the batter's eye line is Hamza Sheikh there. Patel bowls. Appeal for LBW, not out.
If that was pad first, which I think was what Leicestershire was suggesting, then that would have been a close call. I think it was pad first, but it was outside the line.
Yeah, just outside the line there at the point of contact. As Patel bowls, Crane drives gently to Ahmed at cover. A maiden over has passed by in the twinkling of an eye. 143 for 8. 8 runs the deficit for Glamorgan.
It's like listening to Dylan Thomas, that was. It was beautiful.
A lovely, ugly defensive shot. Yes. So looks as though it's going to be somewhere around even Stevens on first innings either way. As Gorvin and Crane meet for mid-pitch discussions, and a rather lugubrious public announcement signifies that Ian Holland is going to replace Ben Mike at the Bennett end.
2 for 25, his figures 7 maidens in his 12 overs. That tells you so much about the way that he bowls. In comes Holland, moving in towards us, down the hill, and it's a delivery almost like Gorvin had the forward defence ready for him before he bowled. He was in position for it straight away. 4 off 30 for him. The clouds, as they always do at Grace Road, moving from right to left across, so from west to east. That's Holland. Brown hair, average height, comes in. Back goes Gorvin and crunches this away for 4. He might get a boundary for this, Gorvin. Square on the offside. Hamza Sheikh is chasing it, and he will win the race, will Sheikh. So they will come back for 3 in the end. Bit of width offered by Holland, that's rare. And a big applause for a 3. Every run being applauded to the rafters by the Welsh folk among us. 146 for 8, so just 5 the deficit now. And it's Crane who waits. 40 not out. He's faced over 100 deliveries. And he crouches back at fourth slip facing. Oh, it's a appeal for leg before wicket. Struck on the pad. Must be going down the leg side, I think.
From the shot he was playing, yes.
Moving right across his stumps.
Nikesh is lurking with intent. I can't remember whether it's thee or me he's replacing.
I was hoping that you would know the answer.
Come on,
to that
captain the
question.
ship.
I was hoping you would know the
Bearer
answer.
of the rotor.
You may have the break if you want, Mick.
Have a little break then.
Holland. Dark brown hair. Trundles in. He's up to the wicket. He bowls. Always appeal for leg before wicket. That's a much better shot. He's out. Gorvin is out. LBW for 7. Holland's line and length paying dividends again. Front foot just a little bit too forward and it hit him right in line with the stumps. We're going to watch the replay in a second, but look out from our position. And yeah, just nipped in off the seam at the last moment. Struck the pad. And the 9th wicket goes 147 for 8. 4 runs behind still.
Yeah, a little partnership of 31 for the 9th wicket, which is valuable in the context of the this very low-scoring game. As the sunshine illuminates Grace Road, Gorvin gets a decent hand from the Welsh folk down beneath us for a battling 7. It's that sort of game, ladies and gentlemen. 4 behind, 1 wicket left, and Adam will be joined by Nikesh.
Yep. 31, incredibly valuable. I think the last 2 partnerships will be among the highest of the game. It's taken for Glamorgan from 55 for 6. And in fact, of course, there was a decent partnership of 42 between Dixon and Crane, and then 2 quite short, 1 short partnership. But then 31 there between those 2 has pushed them level. 147 for 9, and it's Toole, the last man, who, as we were saying, has got a first-class average of 5.6. And he comes to the crease, and now, what do you do here? Can I grind it out, I wonder? Toole might just try and get off strike, and Crane try and farm it closer and closer. Lewis Hill, and Alex Green, who got to let enlarge the drinks holders. And old and young as well. Lewis Hill won't like me calling that. I think I'm the same age as Lewis Hill. Come off, but Alex Green, the young, exciting new thing. Lewis Hill on his way out. I'm going to teach at Oundle. So, Holland then 2 balls left in his 13th over. 7 maidens, 3 for 28. He's coming round the wicket, right arm to the left-handed Toole. And Toole tentatively prods at this. There's a chance for a run outside. The non-striker's end, he's hit. There's appeal, and the umpire, I don't think, was expecting it to hit there. He's not given not out.
It was in a terrible position, the umpire, by the looks of it. It was sort of on the half turn. Very difficult for him to give that one, but that looked very, very close. Maybe just looking at the replay, he just made his ground. Did Toole.
If we're going to watch the replay here, yeah, there's still a bit of discussion going on out there, so you won't miss anything. So just played out into the leg side. Crane calls him through. There's a charge down. I think he was in. I think. We've got a front-on angle, so it's quite difficult to see, but I think he was in there, Toole. Final ball of the over. I'm surprised Crane called him through, actually. You would have thought leave him with 2 deliveries to face. Particularly for a risky run that could have ended in a wicket. There's a mid-wicket coming in, so what do we reckon? Full, straight, maybe even Yorker length here from Holland. He's up to the wicket now, bowls. It's a bit of a bluff, and it's guided down the ground for a single. And
Why would you allow him the easy single there? The cover was deep, 3rd was back on the rope. Just bring everyone in, force him to play the shot, beat the infield. Just a nice little gap there, wasn't there, in that cordon. And it will be Crane back on strike. Glamorgan just a couple of runs now behind Leicestershire. Long discussion between Crane and Toole in between overs. Ben Mike coming back into the attack from the pavilion end this time for the first time in this innings. Leicestershire very much hoping that he will wrap this innings up very quickly.
Chance to get a fifer for him. How many fivers has he got? He definitely has got one.
Here is Mike running away from us. Balls to Crane, goes short, and Crane just ducks underneath it.
2 5-wicket hauls in his career.
He won't get too many better chances than this. Crane has been resilient, 41 from 106. It's really been the difference between Glamorgan being 100 all out and being where they are now. Here is Mike in. Oh, that's a beauty. It's through everything. Slight fumble by Tattersall behind the stumps, but no chance that Toole is looking to sneak a quick single by running a bye. It's almost just leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, isn't he?
You take care of this one, Mason. I'll
might chip in for the last ball or two. That kind of attitude. Mike at the top of his run. Charges in again. Balls to Crane, who drives nicely out towards deep extra cover and should pick up a couple. A bit of work to do for the sweeper there, and that's scores level. Hence the round of applause from the Glamorgan faithful,
so
and the Welshman to our left as well.
It's a rousing reception for that.
Well, imagine what will happen if they get the next run.
Yeah.
Ben Mike then, 4 for 37. Running in again to Crane. Bowls and Crane backs away, chops it towards deep cover. So that is Glamorgan into the lead by a run. We didn't see that coming half an hour ago, did we?
No, credit to the tail of Glamorgan and to Crane in particular.
Crane has left Toole with a couple of deliveries to face here. Up against Ben Mike. He marks his guard. And it looks as though Mike's going to be coming round the wicket to the left-hander. 2 slips in place. I think they might want to be a little bit more attacking to the number 11, but it's not the case. Here is Mike into Toole, who well, plays and misses. He didn't see much of that, did he? It's done for pure pace. He was angled in. Toole backing away, just trying to prod his bat at the ball. Sort of feigned to duck. I think he thought it was a little bit shorter than it actually was initially. And got nowhere near it. Typical number 11 shot, that. Mike still vigorously shining the ball. Well, a similar delivery to that, maybe just a few inches further towards the stumps. Could well have Toole in trouble.
Surely a Yorker's the ball.
Cover going back out onto the boundary, offering an easy single if he wants it. Here is Mike, well, there's a half LBW appeal. It's through everything. He hits the body of Toole. And most importantly, from a Glamorgan point of view, he survives.
Oh my God, how has that missed the stumps? I think he hit that into the inside of his pub. You see him backing away. I could see all 3 stumps there. And him backing right into his stumps. Nearly did an Imzamam and trod on them.
That video has been doing the rounds recently, hasn't it, with Pakistan touring England. It's got to be one of the funniest wickets ever. I think along with Samit Patel being run out, just falling flat on his backside.
Holland to continue. Can he get his 4th wicket? 152 for 9. It's a lead of 1 for Glamorgan. Oh, appeal for leg before wicket. It's a great shot and he's out. Crane has to go. He knew he was out. He turned and walked off almost before the finger was raised. So, Glamorgan are 152 all out. We are even Stevens. Essentially, at the end of the first innings, Ian Holland finishes with 4 for 30 off 13.1 overs, and Crane has batted fantastically. He's hung in there for 110 balls and has got 44. Without it, that would have been a very, very damaging lead for Leicestershire to have. He batted well with the tail to get them up to parity. So it's a lead of 1 for Glamorgan. In what is a low-scoring game, every run seems to count. Contributions from Dixon 23 and Crane 44, the only other players to get into double figures. Tribe 19, Ingram 13, and Van der Hoogten 11. The wickets 4 for 30 for Holland, 1 for 36 from Hull, and 4 for 38 from Mike, the star pick of the bowlers, certainly Mike. With Scriven none for 17 off 6, Patel 1 for 13 off 8, and Ahmed none for 6 off 4. Right, so we've basically got a straight 1 inning shootout here over 2.5 days. We will be back very shortly as Leicestershire begin their second innings here under sunny skies at Grace Road. 32 overs, we'll lose 2 overs, won't we, I think, with the change of innings, so we've got 30 overs or so left in the day. We will see you shortly. if they find themselves 60 for 6, it may well be Glamorgan who will take home a vital victory in what could be turning into a title tilt. Whereas for Leicestershire, that could tilt them even closer towards relegation.
Yeah, massive period of play coming up for both sides. Floodlights are on, although I don't think they're necessarily needed at this stage. It's going to be Rishi Patel on strike. Sheridan Gums down at the other end. Van der Hoogten with ball in hand. And here he is to get us underway. Into Patel, who gets a thickish outside edge. It's running away down towards deep third, and it'll bring about Leicestershire's first couple of runs, and they go into the lead now by a run. No great raptures of applause from the Leicestershire faithful.
Do you agree? Probably the most decisive, probably the decisive period of the game here.
Absolutely. If Leicestershire can put on a decent partnership at the top, or maybe be 50 for 1 or something like that, that'll put the match heavily in their favour. Glamorgan looking for early wickets. That's tucked off the hip. Next ball by Patel out towards deep square leg, and it'll be another couple. Similar to how he started the first innings, with 2 twos to get himself off the mark off the first couple of balls. We're going at 12 and over at the moment, Adam, so the intent is clear. Sure, lots of challenges to come for the Leicestershire batters, but just a nice psychological landmark to take the lead early as Patel pushes the next ball back to Van der Hoogten.
I think 200 wins you the game, I think. It'll be interesting to see what happens when the pitch starts to break up, whether spin starts to come more into it, whether the seamers get as much joy as they have done in the first day and a half. That would be really interesting.
I think Patel and Rehan Ahmed will be licking their lips at the prospect of bowling in the second innings. It will dry out. There's not much rain forecast over the next couple of days. Van der Hoogten in again. That one keeps slightly low, and Patel just blocks it out down towards mid-on. Would be very much in Rishi Patel's sights to try and help Leicestershire stay up, that being his last contribution at the club, leaving of course for Hampshire at the end of the season. Might well send them down in the process if he does keep Leicestershire up.
That's true, yeah.
Van der Hoogten in once more, and Patel leaves one alone. Thinks about having a prod at it. It's not too far away from the stumps. A risky leave. Patel doesn't look too bothered though.
Well, it's a good leave, isn't it? That's, the best leaves are probably the tightest leaves. It means you've judged it the best.
Or you've been slightly fortunate.
Probably, but, also,
but the batter will never
true.
tell you that.
Yeah.
Final ball of the first over then from Van der Hoogten from the Bennett end. Back into Patel, slightly short, he shapes to pull and then just gets his bat down in time and leaves it. It's testing a couple of balls there to finish that over from Van der Hoogten. 4 without loss Leicestershire after the first over. They lead by 3.
So rearguard action from Glamorgan has taken them up to pretty much level pegging in this game. 1-5-2 plays 1-5-1. So we basically have a 1-inning shootout between these two sides. Change of bowling. Toole is going to bowl from the pavilion end. Ray Toole, he got 3 wickets, 3 for 48 in the first innings yesterday. Big, tall, burly Australian, 26 on his back. Brown hair, left arm over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Gums. In he comes now. Gums leaves the first delivery alone, but his shape moving back in.
Sheridan Gums with a key role, you feel, in this innings, just to hang around for as long as possible. That has been the way, hasn't it? The most successful batters throughout this match have been the ones that have spent time at the crease.
Bit of a jog on the spot from Toole. Now he bounds in, big long strides, and bowls a ball that nips away this time from Sheridan Gums. He leaves it alone. It was he who joint top scored in the Leicestershire innings, 23. This is third first-class game for the Foxes. Worried there was going to be some bad weather at about this time, but it has very much stayed away, which is a huge relief. And we should, I don't know whether we'll get all of those balls in, but I think we probably will. I think we may be here until at least 7 o'clock tonight. Here comes Toole again, bowls. That one keeps low, but Gums reads it. Left armour to left-hander, angling in. And right out of the middle of the bat. Stopped in its tracks, that delivery. 4 for no loss, a lead of 3 for Leicestershire.
Looks to say the bad weather is just sort of past either side of Leicester, towards Nuneaton to the west and sort of down towards Melton Mowbray, Corby way, moving south.
In comes Toole, left alone again, outside off stump. Gums is fine leaving those. That's a real relief, that. But, we've been able to get a lot of cricket. I think the game will be over tomorrow. Seems likely. But you never know. I suppose it's been quite slow going, hasn't it? We've had 62 overs in the first innings. 53. So we've had 110 overs. Going at just under 3 an over throughout the game as Toole comes in, bowls, driven straight back at Toole, and Leicestershire have some more runs here. They might get a boundary, the first boundary of the second innings. There's a big dive behind the side screen. I didn't spot whether it was saved. I think it was by number 88. Not quite sure who that is. Who's
Substitute fielder, maybe.
Substitute fielder, yeah. Diving down on the ball down there. So Gums off the mark with a 3, his first runs of this innings, and he drove straight down the ground well in his first innings. A lead of 6. It's an exciting game. There's plenty of Glamorgan fans here down below us. You will be able to hear them. If you want to share your thoughts watching or listening at home, we would love to hear from you. In comes Toole, final ball of his first over, and it's a beauty, shaping away from the right-handed Patel and leaving him as he pushes and prods at it. It's a lovely delivery. You can just see there on the replay, it begins to shape back into him on a sort of off-stump line, but then leaves him. Lovely stuff, and Patel did well to watch it and let it go past him. 7 for no loss. Been watching the floodlights slowly come on, one floodlight at a time. I think Nick beautifully described it. It's almost like sort of spotting stars in the sky shine as each bulb.
Speaking of which, did you, on the night of the eclipse, did you manage to spot any shooting stars?
I did. I was in Italy on holiday in a most beautiful place, but as soon as the eclipse started,
as Van der Hoogten is in to Gums, that's guided away backward of point. There's a bit of a mix-up here with Patel halfway down the track looking to steal a single, but he's sent back.
But it went behind a mountain, the eclipse. But once it did happen, it was a very clear night that night, so I was able to see some shooting stars. That was very good.
Must have seen 15 or 20 from Oadby, just down the road from a back garden.
I'm surprised the light pollution didn't affect you in Oadby.
No, well, we're good. In the sticks a little bit towards the south end of Oadby. Lots of open countryside there. As Gums is it's on the pad. I think he's got a bit of an inside edge on that. It was outside the line of off as well. Good testing delivery though from Van der Hoogten.
I was embarrassed myself that night actually, because it's the first eclipse. What was it, 99, something like that?
Well, yeah, the last one,
Yeah.
not the first ever one.
Sorry. The first one of my life.
Yes.
Is what I meant.
In comes Van der Hoogten again, and Gums again just dabs it down into the leg side off some part of his body. No run.
So it was on my birthday, so the 11th of August. I think it was 99. It was around then anyway, wasn't it? It was on a football camp. I remember.
99, yeah.
And then this next one was the 12th of August, so I was talking to my mate about it the day after my birthday, and I was going there. And I appreciate now how stupid this was. But I said, what a mad coincidence that is. It was around my birthday both times. He went, no, it's the time that the planets rotate around the sun, Adam. It's the calendar.
Makes sense when you think about it.
It does.
Van der Hoogten charges round the wicket, and that's a play and a miss from Gums. Another good testing delivery from the Glamorgan opener. 7 without loss still, Leicestershire leading by 6 runs. I think the next one is, 2050?
Is it?
I think there was a funny social media post from Stuart Broad, who missed the eclipse as Van der Hoogten's in, and that's defended away back down the track by Gums. I'm pretty sure I heard about this. Former Leicestershire and Notts and England bowler, of course, legend of the game, saying, yeah, don't worry, I missed it, but next one's at 2050, thinking it was 850. But it was actually it's the year 2050.
Wow.
It's got a little while to go yet before he sees it again, if he missed it. Van der Hoogten in once more, and it's left alone by Gums quite comfortably. So maiden over there, still 7 without loss.
Will I be 60?
Depends how old you are now, Adam.
24 years, I'm 34, so 58.
58.
Oh God. I'm probably of most of the people watching or listening to this, that's probably quite good. There's quite a few listeners thinking they probably won't see it. 7 for no loss. A lead of 6, and it's going to be Toole bowling from the pavilion end, running away from us. His second over, he's up to the wicket, he bowls, and that's a huge hit from Patel. Goodness me, has he got all of that? I think that's 6. First 6 of the day. Pulley almost sort of turned on it and timed it perfectly up into the air. There's no man out there. That's a huge hit from Patel. He might have decided he's had enough. He's going to go after this. 13 for no loss. What a shot from Rishi Patel.
Yeah, brilliant. Dismissive from Patel. And you have to make the most of those opportunities. Those slightly loose deliveries on a pitch like this, you've got to make the most of, and he certainly did there. Brilliant shot. Went a long way back. And the ball just being examined now as it gets thrown in from the stands over to our right. What do we call that? The Uptonsteel stand, is it still?
Yes.
The green seating over to our right.
As Toole comes in, struck on the pad there, Patel, but that must have hit outside the line. It was a half-hearted appeal from Toole. And what's the replay now? Yeah, and well, there was all sorts wrong with that. On the
pitched outside leg, hit him outside the line, a little bit high.
Yeah, that's 3 reds.
In the wrong way. Before the
greens?
appeal's even been made.
Yeah.
Well, 3 greens certainly when the ball tracking comes up on the screen.
In comes Toole, bowls, and that's defended by Patel, who gets behind that well. We've got 26 overs left in the day. Nick was talking about whether he thought Glamorgan should be counter-attacking. We don't know whether Rishi Patel will counter-attack and come out and try and play a flurry of shots, or whether that was just he saw that ball coming and decided to go for it.
I think he's just playing it on merit at the moment, but he will try and punish anything loose.
Tool in, bowls on the leg stump, and the right-hander just wristily drives this to mid-on, where he picks up a single. That is the end. Well, no, it's not the end of the over. It's just that we've got a right-hand, left-hand combination, so the field is changing over. 13 runs to lead. 7 runs off this over already.
Nice breeze blowing across the ground from out there. You can see the trees fluttering in the wind.
Tool, long run up, past the umpire, bowls, comes behind it and defends. I don't think you'll see any pulls for 6 from him.
I wonder if he's got it in his locker though. It'd be nice to see.
Well,
occasionally.
he did play in a T20 against Notts at the end of the season when Leicestershire were already out. So you would suspect he does have it in his locker. Otherwise, they wouldn't put him in the team if he was going to defend it. But he didn't get many runs in that game. I've seen no evidence of it. But I'm sure, like any modern player, he must have to have it. Here comes Tool in, bowls, and there's an attempted drive, and it leaves him full ball outside off stump, and he misses it. Lovely looking shot from Gums, but he didn't make contact.
Still looks as though he hasn't got a bat sponsor, or is there just a faint? I think he has actually. Yeah, it's a silver sticker, isn't it? So it kind of blends in with the wood. That's good to see. So 14 without loss then. Leicestershire. In the context of this match, a partnership of 14 is considered reasonable. Yeah.
Any score into double figures impressive.
Alright, it's Van der Hoogten into Patel, who defends. A little bit of an inside edge into the leg side, but solid enough. Van der Hoogten looked probably the most threatening of the Glamorgan bowlers in the first innings, without maybe the desired results. Vastly experienced cricketer though. Netherlands international, of course. 15 ODIs, 50 T20s for the Netherlands. Here he is, and that's been flicked away by Patel out towards deep backward square leg, and that's going to race away for 4. Lovely shot, just slightly over pitched, and Patel cashes in once more.
Yeah, well, there is a more aggressive stroke again. Real wristy flick, square of the wicket. It's a lovely shot. You see Rehan Ahmed playing shots like that quite a lot. That's a bit helicoptery.
Yeah, it's brought about a change in the field. So we've still got a fine leg, and we've now got a deep square leg. So setting a field for a bad ball. Interesting. That one keeps low, and Patel blocks it out into the offside. In a low-scoring match, that can often happen, can't it? And with the field spread now on the leg side, easy 1s and 2s available for Patel. Van der Hoogten's also had a couple of spells in the 100 with Birmingham Phoenix, Trent Rockets. Vastly experienced cricketer. Here he comes. Patel launches into this. That has been hammered out towards extra cover. It's gone for 4 more. And when you start taking men away from the offside and putting them out at deep square leg, that's what can happen. 22 without loss.
Well, this is really interesting cricket, and it's certainly nice to see. I wonder whether he's just had a discussion. I've had a discussion in the changing room about the fact that trying to play safe doesn't really work. There might be a ball on your name on it, with your name on it, but if you play aggressively, try and get, that lead already 21. We've already said 200 might be a match-winning total.
But this is good. It's controlled aggression.
Yeah.
Van der Hoogten in again, and that's defended by Patel. So respecting the good deliveries, but anything slightly over-pitched or slightly short, he's going to go after it, Patel. He's made that very clear. He's 19 from 16 at the moment. Partnership worth 22. As I say, if they can get to sort of 40 without loss or something, Glamorgan heads will just start to drop, especially given the context of this game and how low scoring it's been. Van der Hoogten in once more, and Patel again just defends back into the pitch. So end of the over, 8 from it. There's 2 boundaries, and Leicestershire now lead by 21 runs. You can see Rishi Patel's wagon wheel there on the stream. That's 6 out towards deep backward square leg. The flick for 4 out to deep square leg in the previous over, and then that gorgeous lofted drive out towards extra cover. The 3 boundaries so far.
Is it going to be Toole to bowl the next over? I may swap with Nick because I will head back on at 6 o'clock because Radio Leicester are going to take us for the hour on our weekend preview show. So I may take my time to have the break now and then. Not that the listeners needed to hear our voter meeting.
You go put your feet up for 15 minutes or so. Is Nick Webb in alongside me as Toole runs in from the pavilion end, delivers to Gums, and that's again past the outside edge. Gums has looked a little bit tentative in this innings so far, but he's still there crucially. It's Patel who's been the aggressor. And Nick, what do you make of Patel's intentions here? I would describe it as controlled aggression, respecting the good balls, but anything slightly overpitched or slightly short, he's going to go after it.
Yeah, you wonder if Leicestershire have had a rethink at halfway in this match.
Toole runs in, bowls, and Gums flicks the ball out towards deep square leg. Should be a couple, and it will be. 24 without loss. That'll certainly be his role, won't it?
Both sides have scored at under 3 and over, and lost lots of wickets while doing so in the first innings. So maybe the best way to go is a bit of, as you say, controlled aggression.
Toole back into Gums. Again, just outside off, and another play and a miss. Just completely misreading the line at the moment is Sheridan Gums.
And these 2 Glamorgan opening bowlers did quite a lot of work in the first innings, 22 and 19 overs, and haven't had that long a rest in between innings.
That could be crucial, because if Leicestershire can bat out the rest of the day, their bowlers will have a chance to put their feet up tonight. As Gums defends the next ball into the offside for no run.
Glamorgan bowled out in 53.1 overs compared to Leicestershire's 62.5. So Glamorgan still scored a little bit more quickly, but still at under 3 and over.
It's hardly Bazball in comparison, is it, to Leicestershire's first innings? As you say, just a little bit quicker. And we saw some quick runs towards the end, didn't we, from Mason Crane. As Toole bowls once more. Gums leaves alone this time. Still 24 without loss. That lead 23 runs now.
Temperature seems to have gone down to about 10 degrees in my last lap of the ground.
Yeah, there's a bit of a breeze as well, isn't there? Plenty of cloud cover too. When the sun comes out, you actually feel the effect of it, but when it goes behind the clouds, it does get quite cool. So we're heading towards autumn now, aren't we?
Don't.
Toole into bowl, and Gums leaves alone. He's hit on the pads. There's a big appeal for LBW. The ball's going to run away for 4, but he wasn't attempting a shot, so it'll be signalled as a dead ball, and it will remain at 24 without loss. It was outside the line, Gums, but that doesn't matter if he's not playing a shot. It's whether or not the umpire feels that the ball will still go on and hit the stumps, which he didn't. Looked pretty close, maybe slightly high.
Yeah, it's going to say a bit of a height issue. Probably saved Gums there.
So Gums survives. He's still there on 5. Just think if I was saying to Adam, if Leicestershire can just put on 40 or 50 for the loss of either none or maybe one, I might get some Glamorgan heads dropping, just considering how low scoring this match has been so far. Van der Hoogten in. That's driven. Sorry, I took that ball away from you, didn't I? Driven to mid-off, no run.
No problem. As long as one of us commentates, it doesn't really matter who it is. 24 for naught, leading by 23. Shame it wasn't completely level, but Glamorgan sneaking into the lead by 1 run when 9 wickets were down. Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Rishi Patel. Forces well off the back foot, but Glamorgan have got a sweeper over on the cover boundary away to our right, and they go through for just a single. 25 for naught. Patel has 20 of them. On BBC Sport Online. Reminder, England won the test match over Pakistan by an innings and 103 runs. In the bottom of the table, or lower table game in Division 1, as Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Gums, who defends. Yorkshire 99 for 2 in their second innings, leading Hampshire by 75 runs. Essex following on against Somerset, 23 for naught in their second innings, 288 behind still. Low scoring game at the Oval. Nottinghamshire 70 for 2, leading Surrey by 92. Low scoring game at Edgbaston. Sussex 32 for 1 in their second innings, leading Warwickshire by 27. Van der Hoogten in, bowls outside off stump, and Gums plays no shot safely enough.
There's been some very low scores, haven't there, across several games?
Yeah, particularly in the first division. Second division aren't much higher. There's a few 200 odds there. And 350 for Kent being the outlier in Division 2. Somerset's 469 in the first innings against Essex being the outlier in Division 1. Van der Hoogten in, bowls to Gums, who drives, doesn't quite time it. Hits it straight to cover. So lights on. Some dark clouds spreading overhead. And about a 40% chance of rain or shower in the next hour, according to the Met Office. 3 slips still. Ingram, Tribe and Carlson. As Van der Hoogten round the wicket to Gums, who defends it on the leg side. So Gums is going nowhere particularly in a hurry in this innings, but Patel has taken the attack back to the bowlers. He's scoring at just better than a run of ball, 20 off 19. Leicestershire 25 for naught, lead by 24. Even a 25 stand has been respectable in the course of this match, or the context of this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Good start for Leicestershire. Patel has been the aggressor. 20 not out off just 19. He's going to get a chance to face up to Zainul Hassan, who replaces Toole from the pavilion end.
Seem to have used Toole in fairly short bursts and swapped ends with him several times.
Here's Patel on strike, and umpire just checking the bails at the non-striker's end, making sure the stumps are properly aligned. Oh, Hassan at the top of his mark then, looks ready to go. Got the one tube sleeve on his left arm, and his right arm just the short sleeve with the bare forearm showing. And Patel, what a shot that is! Launches into it, smashed out towards deep mid-wicket, over the boundary, all the way for 6 towards the meet. And there's a bit of Caribbean flair about that as well. 1 foot in the air, wasn't all that short. He took a couple of steps down the track and absolutely launched himself into it.
Has he been watching his Viv Richards videos or something?
It definitely looked Viv Richards-esque, didn't it? That was huge. And a good way to put the new bowler under pressure immediately.
First ball goes for 6. Wow.
I think there's just a bit of a search on for the ball at the moment. Don't know where it's bounced off to. Just to the left of the meet as we look at it, there's a bunch of supporters just looking in between the seats and maybe down the little corridor in between the seats and the building of the meet there. Could well be a lost ball.
Well, they must know if it landed in that section or not. They seem interested in searching for it, unless it
just bounced away somewhere, yeah.
There's a dozen or so spectators over there looking for the ball.
We've not had the third umpire come out with his James Bond briefcase yet, but that could happen soon.
Some
fourth
drinks
umpire,
coming
rather.
out.
Yep. Both the batters and the fielders just taking the opportunity to have some liquid refreshments.
Only 7 overs into the innings. They shouldn't be sweating too much by now.
I guess you might as well take on some fluids while you can. There's a short break in play.
Well,
it's always intriguing to see when a fielding side is just hanging around waiting for something like this. There's little groups that form, aren't there, on the field. There's a sort of couple of sets of 2. There's a set of 3 down here. There's a couple on their own as well. There's one fielder out there at deep mid-wicket who has retrieved the ball.
Hooray.
With the help of some fans.
Well,
it's a ball because he's thrown it all the way out towards near the dressing rooms, near where we are. So I'm not quite sure whether that is the ball or it is just a random ball.
Give us an old battered ball quick and I'll chuck it back on. Why weren't they all looking for it? Oh dear.
Right, well, Zainul Hassan's got a ball in his hand. I'm assuming it's the correct one. Keeper Cook standing up to the stumps now after that shimmy down the track from Patel. Here is Ul Hassan, and that's a good delivery. Rises on Patel, just outside off. He tries to cut, misses it. Good take by Cook. This will be a good battle now because it looks as though Patel has decided he's going to target Zainul Hassan. He's not bowling with any express pace. Still got a couple of slips in place as well. Here he is, and that's another attempted cut, which is through to Cook. Another sharp rising delivery. Wasn't all that short, but it's just kicked up off a length. Patel can beat the ring there on the offside. There's no sweeper on the boundary. There is a man out at deep mid-wicket, and he's flicked it straight to mid-on. That is a soft dismissal for Rishi Patel, who was playing so well. It wasn't a particularly great delivery, just a normal length delivery really, and it has been chipped straight up to mid-on. It was on off stump. He was trying to flick leg side and just couldn't get the power or the timing behind it. It's a much needed breakthrough for Glamorgan here. Leicestershire now 31 for 1, leading by 30.
Yes, so a bit of drama provided by Rishi Patel as he wanders off underneath us. 2 sixes in his 26. First 2 maximums of the game, as I can remember. As Glamorgan go into relieved huddle and look to be trying to repeat his boundary from earlier in the over, but wasn't really in position, and Tim van der Hoogten had a relatively simple low down catch knee high at mid on without really having to move. So Zainul Hassan has started by conceding a maximum and then taking a wicket.
Class that as a good bowling change there. Glamorgan, it brings Rehan Ahmed to the crease. His intent was made pretty clear in the first innings about how he thinks we should be batting on this pitch. He only lasted 2 balls, mind you. Scored 3 off his first and then went chasing at 1 outside off on his second and was caught in the slip cordon. So he'll be facing up here too. Zainul Hassan with Leicestershire 31 for 1, going at 4 runs and over, just over that. 7.4 overs gone in the innings so far. Al Hassan is in to Ahmed, who defends to mid-off. With that wicket you can hear the extra volume out on the field amongst the Glamorgan fielders. Lots of encouragement for Zaini, as they affectionately call him.
Cricket nicknames don't go far, do they?
No. In he comes, Al Hassan, and that's another decent delivery, defended away by Ahmed. So successful over in the end for Zainul Hassan. Conceded 6 off his first ball, and then a wicket, a big one of Rishi Patel. 31 for 1, Leicestershire, leading by exactly 30 runs. Sheridan Gums still there on 5. Rehan Ahmed yet to get off the mark.
21 overs to go, light permitting this evening. I'll go and tell BBC Radio Wales listeners what's happening and be back in a few minutes as Adam Whitty will come in and introduce you into the delights of BBC Radio Leicester broadcasting.
As we have Van der Hoogten in again, and that's driven by Gums. Beats the dive of cover there, and it's away for 4. First real bit of aggression that we've seen from Sheridan Gums. Brings him a welcome boundary. Just a bit too much width, slightly over pitched. Gums leans into it nicely. Welcome back, Adam.
What a strange dismissal from Rishi Patel.
Very soft, wasn't it?
Probably. I mean, it's difficult, you know. They put Glamorgan on the back foot, playing aggressive counter-attacking cricket. Field was back, and so he'd done that playing that way, but it felt very soft.
Van der Hoogten into Gums again, and that's playing a miss outside off. We've seen him do that plenty of times. I guess the one good thing about Sheridan Gums is that he doesn't seem worried about playing and missing. As that's part of the game when you're opening the batting in the Championship in conditions like this where the ball is swinging around. You've just got to shake it off and get on with it. 35 for 1 then. Very familiar to the first innings, isn't it? A wicket falling around this time as Van der Hoogten's in, and that's left alone by Gums outside off stump. 31 the partnership between the openers this time around, 35 in the first innings. It kind of all went downhill from there for Leicestershire. They'll hope the same won't happen this time. I will say this, Rehan Ahmed's due a few, isn't he?
He is. I mean, he got 100 in his last innings, but...
Different format though, wasn't it? As Gums defends away. Or was that against Yorkshire, you mean?
In the
Sorry.
Championship, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, in the One Day Cup, he's not played an awful lot because he was at the 100, came back into the side, and even in the 100, sort of got a few starts, and then came back in the One Day Cup, got away a couple of boundaries, and then didn't quite kick on. But just the 100 for him this season, as opposed to the 4 in the Championship last season in that promotion campaign. Van der Hoogten in, and Gums leaves alone outside off stump.
Yeah, I think The difficulty is that Rehan Ahmed is a tad trapped here, because I think what would be best would be a typical Rehan Ahmed innings here, which is aggressive, flamboyant, swashbuckling. But if he gets out cheaply, 35 for 2 begins to put Leicestershire on the back foot, and he's got a responsibility to his team. So that's a bit of a bind. I suspect he will probably just play the way he normally plays anyway. That might be the best way to solve it.
And hooked it in, and another play and a miss from Gums. End of the over, 35 for 1.
And we are just about to join BBC Radio Leicester listeners live, so you will hear me introduce our coverage in just a few seconds and walk through the rest of the day. 35 for 1 is the score. Gums is 9. Rehan Ahmed is yet to get off the mark. Leicestershire lead by 34 with 9 wickets to go. We've got blue skies above, the floodlights on, and we've got an exciting final hour of cricket to go. Just about to introduce Radio Leicester listeners. Thank you very much and welcome to listeners on BBC Radio Leicester. We are live here at Grace Road as Rehan Ahmed pushes the ball out into the offside. Leicestershire are 35 for 1 in their second innings. We have had 2 days of tumbling wickets, with basically now a straight shootout in one innings. Leicestershire 151 in their first innings. Glamorgan 152, bowled out about an hour ago, the visitors, in this battle between the two promoted sides. Ben Mike with 4 wickets. 4 wickets for Ian Holland, as well as Ul Hassan bowls, and Rehan Ahmed pushes that back to the bowler. And he's still yet to get off the mark. And then, probably the most important period of the game happening right now. Leicestershire, if they go into the hut with 20 overs remaining in this day's play, about 80 or 100 for 1 or 2, they may well feel they are on course for victory. If Glamorgan can get a few more wickets, they will feel they will set up victory. As Rehan Ahmed slashes at this for 4. Through square of the wicket, through point, wide outside off stump, and Rehan Ahmed threw his hands at this. So Leicestershire lead now by 38 runs with 9 wickets remaining. Nick Webb is with me. Hello, Nick. No, you're not. You're not Nick Webb. You're Nikesh Regani. Hello, Nikesh.
Well spotted. Good afternoon to everybody listening on Radio Leicester. Yes, that was a lovely shot there from Rehan Ahmed. Too much width offered, and we sort of speculated about how Rehan would approach this innings. Difficult conditions. Run scoring hasn't been easy for both sides. He will look to play his natural attacking game, I think, but he'll have to be controlled aggression, respect the good deliveries, but anything loose you have to cash in on a pitch like this.
Hassan bowls. Forward comes Ahmed and defends. And a reminder, I suppose, the permutations for this game, really. Leicestershire at bottom of the table. Defeat would be a killer blow for them in their hopes of staying up in Division 1, the first time they've been in this division for 23 years. Whereas for Glamorgan, also promoted with Leicestershire last year, they've had a totally different season. They've had a wonderful campaign. They've won 3 games of their 8 matches, including wins over the big dogs Surrey and Somerset. And after they bowled Leicestershire out cheaply earlier, I thought they might canter to victory, but not so. Here comes Ul Hassan to bowl to Ahmed. He goes back and plays this to cover. And I suppose the key bit of context too to explain to listeners who haven't been following this game is the pitch. The pitch has caused quite a controversy because it is two-tone. The ends have been cut more. So if you imagine the area around the wickets, the ends of the wicket have been cut more than the middle, which is green. So it looks mulleted almost. Long on top, short on the sides. Hassan to bowl the final ball of the 10th over. It's left outside off stump with a lot of swing away from the right-handed Ahmed. So 39 for 1 at the end of 10 overs here, with the sun beginning to set around us. It's a mild evening in the centre of Leicester. And it is the Foxes who lead by 38 runs with 9 wickets remaining. Rehan Ahmed is on 4 and Sheridan Gums is on 29. The one man to go, Rishi Patel, who slogged and thrashed his way to a swashbuckling 26 before he was out playing a soft shot. So he has gone. What to play for there, Nikesh?
I'd say slogged is a little bit harsh. He played some flamboyant shots, all controlled until that wicket as Van der Hoogten's in, and that's left alone outside off stump by Sheridan Gums, who hasn't really shown much aggression. There was that lovely cover drive a couple of overs ago for 4 off the bowling of Van der Hoogten, but apart from that he's been solid. He's played and missed at a few, but crucially still there. 9 from 30, so he's eaten up deliveries, and he will look to be the anchor of this innings and allow Leicestershire's more attacking players to bat around him if at all possible. But as we've seen on this wicket, if you just try and occupy and don't try and score, you will have a chance or two against you at some point. Another defensive shot there from Gums to mid-on. I reckon we're probably going to get a bit of turn as the match goes on as well. We saw Ajaz Patel produce a hint of turn in his 7 or 8 overs that he bowled in that Glamorgan innings. It's meant to be dry over the next day or two. I don't think we'll get into Sunday probably, but there's not a lot of rain forecast over the next 24 hours, so the more this pitch dries out, I'd expect a few cracks to develop as Van der Hoogten returns to over the wicket and Gums defends out to point.
Yeah, we should explain, I guess, to listeners on Radio Leicester who don't really understand what we're talking about when we say the pitch. It means that there's been a lot of movement in the pitch. The ball has bounced unevenly. It's caused all sorts of problems for the batsman, which is why the highest score from anyone is Mason Crane's 44. Did he get? And then the next is 3 players have got 23. It has not been a high-scoring game. It's been difficult to bat. A few rumblings and grumblings from supporters.
Van der Hoogten bowls again just outside off stump. That's left alone by Gums, who then practices the back foot punch. 39 for 1 then. Leicestershire leading by 38 runs. So with Leicestershire making 151 in their first innings and then Glamorgan replying with 152, it's effectively a 1-innings shootout. Usually first innings leads and deficits can go a long way in deciding how the game goes from there on in, but having been even Stevens, it is basically all about how many Leicestershire can make in this second innings of theirs. Full ball driven at by Gums, just gently though towards mid-off, and it's fielded again for no run. Leicestershire going at just over 3.5 runs and over in this innings, which is comfortably the highest rate that we've had for this match so far. But we saw something similar in the first innings, didn't we, with Leicestershire? They got off to a pretty breezy start off the first few overs and then settled down and went into their shells a bit. That's a lovely shot from Sheridan Gums. Another full ball driven past mid-off and away for 4. Glorious bit of timing. It wasn't anything more than a gentle push, really. Just slightly over pitch from Van der Hoogten. Not a lot of swing on offer, and Gums, with his compact technique, just crunches it away for 4.
Just slightly over pitch by Van der Hoogten. You saw him staring into up to the skies afterwards. But it's a glorious shot. Foot to the pitch of the ball. Full blade on show. Full face of the blade on show and raced away for 4. We've had 2 lovely drives, haven't we? I think that's probably something he just needs to add to his game. I think there's been a tad. He's been quite slow in the innings that we've seen so far. And if he does have the opportunity to put batsmen on the back, put bowlers on the back foot, I should say, then I think he should take that opportunity, which is probably what he has done in this innings. I think they've been told to be positive by their coach. Here comes Ul Hassan to bowl from the pavilion end. There's appeal for leg before wicket. That was surely going down the leg side. So won't be given out. As it is, there is a leg by. The umpire raises his right leg and taps his knee to signify that leg by. Yeah, well, actually, maybe closer than I thought. I think still going down the leg side, but Ahmed had moved across his stump, so I can see why they appealed. Certainly, it's Gums, 13 from 35, the left-hander who will face now. Ul Hassan is going to bowl right arm over the wicket to Gums. You've got 3 slips, a backward point, fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, cover. And is there anybody else out? I don't think there is. Here comes Ul Hassan moving in, swinger. Back in towards Gums, using that angle across him. We're worried there was going to be a bit of a rain delay today like we had yesterday. We had a full day of cricket. It's a longer day too. 104 overs are going to be bowled. Still 18 remain. So I think we're going to be here past 7 o'clock. And we'll leave you on Radio Leicester, but you can hear it as Ulhasan comes in. Back goes Gums and plays that nicely off the back foot. That's going to race away towards the boundary. I don't think it's going to make it. There's a fielder racing from slip to field it. And they come back for 3 in the end. It's a back foot cut. Gentle from Gums, and he moves on to 16 from 37 deliveries. Just up the ante a bit has Gums, who was part of the second team set up for Leicestershire for 18 months before being given his go in the first team, and we haven't seen a 50 yet, but we've certainly seen plenty of promise and endeavour from him. Initially came through the Surrey setup. Here comes Ulhasan, jet black hair. Forward comes Ahmed, also with jet black hair, but you can't see it. He's got a green helmet on. Who pushes the ball to mid off. And it's a dot ball. You can get in touch with us on email if you want to. lesscricket@bbc.co.uk, leics@bbc.co.uk. We'll continue the coverage because we will hand over to the When You're Smiling podcast on the weekend preview. As Ulhasan bowls down the leg side. That's a bit of a gimme for Ahmed, who may have found the gap. No, it's going to come back for 2. Just flicking it off his heels there, Ahmed, and playing it square of the wicket on the leg side. He'll get 2 for his trouble. So we'll leave you at about 25-2 just afterwards.
Burton Albion, is it, for the Foxes tomorrow?
The pre-Burton Albion When You're Smiling podcast will be played on the show. Local derby.
Yeah, there's a few of them in League One this year, aren't there?
Starting with 2 local derbies. They had Notts County last week, 1-1 draw, and then they've got Burton Albion this weekend. Ulhasan charges in now. Straight delivery that Ahmed plays back with a straight flat bat. We'll have live coverage of that, by the way, tomorrow. That game on BBC Radio Leicester. It is a 3 o'clock kickoff. So 49 for 1 at the end of the over. Rahan Ahmed 6, Gums 16. Leicestershire lead by 48 in what is a 1-inning straight shootout, essentially, to see who can win this game. We're late on day 2 at the moment. High white cloud around as the floodlights on. Nice sedate atmosphere for late Friday night cricket.
Well, there's quite a few fans in as well, just beneath us. It's quite a busy area of the stadium. And just to our right as well, we've got some hardy Glamorgan fans who have travelled over from Wales as Toole replaces Van der Hoekten and bowls to Gums, who defends into the offside, and there is no run. So 48 that lead for Leicestershire. Building it nicely. And even Gums in the last couple of overs has just looked to be a bit more positive than we've seen at the start of the innings, and indeed in that first innings. Toole bowls and Gums defends to mid-on. He's got a very compact technique as Sheridan Gums. What I mean by that is there's no great foot movement, there's no sort of, not too much trigger movements going on. He stays quite still, plays quite close to his body, and doesn't have an expansive range of shots, it doesn't look like. Certainly likes a drive, so anything full he'll look to punish. Toole in, and Gums again defends into the offside for no run. There's still 3 slip fielders in place, looking for anything off the edge. Glamorgan will dearly hope they can sneak out another couple before the end of the day's play at least. Leicestershire can go through without losing any further wickets, and they'll consider themselves well on top in this match, which certainly didn't look the case when they were all out for just 151 earlier today. Tool in past the outside edge of Gums. It's a nice delivery from the big left-hander. Let's have a look at this. Looked as though it was angled in and then just nipped away, yes. Kept quite low as well. As Adam mentioned, we've seen some variable bounce so far. That's another example of it. Tool running in from the Bennett end. Bowls, and another one that keeps low is kept out by Gums. Just defended away with an open face towards backward point. Really has got that autumn feel about it this evening, hasn't it?
Yes, feels mild. Doesn't feel like an August evening.
More sort of late September vibes about it. Slight breeze, which is not quite as strong as it was earlier on, but lots of cloud up above, so the sun not able to provide us with that extra bit of heat as Gums plays and misses at another one. This time a sharp rising delivery just outside off stump. So 49 for 1 is the score, with Leicestershire still leading by 48. Maiden over there to start with from the Bennett end for Tool, who did bowl 3 overs from the pavilion end to get things underway, so they look to be using him in short, sharp spells here. Raymond Tool.
BBC Radio Leicester, you're listening to live county championship cricket between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Also live on the BBC Sport website and app, where coverage will continue until the close of play on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the Leicestershire stream if you want to watch the game. And watch us as well on Commentary Box Cam. Then you can.
They're quite keen on that this week, aren't they?
They are. I think they must think we're good looking. That could be the only explanation.
Might be.
Here is Gorvin, who's going to bowl his first over of the second innings. His first delivery is outside off stump. Ahmed goes to slash at this and he misses. Gorvin, who took 2 for 18, quite a sort of skiddy bowler. Slightly smaller than the rest of the attack, not by much. Leicestershire 49 for 1. They lead by 48 in their second innings. We've still got about, I think we've probably got an hour's play left. Weather dependent.
It's getting a bit gloomier, isn't it?
Gorvin kicks up his heels, bowls, and Ahmed comes forward and defends. Ahmed, the England international. Many think he should have been playing in against Pakistan this weekend, or this week. Game which England have wrapped up.
Well, they didn't need him, did they?
They didn't need him.
I don't think he would have got a bowl, certainly.
He might have got 1 over. Dan Lawrence got 1 over.
Yeah.
And 2 innings in 85 overs. Here comes Gorvin. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Ahmed, who casually and lackadaisically glances this away through square leg for a single. And he moves on to 7. The 50 is up. The Leicestershire supporters are less raucous on the big occasions than the Glamorgan fans.
Yeah, Glamorgan with a massive round of applause when they levelled scores in their first innings, and then when they went 1 ahead as well, I think it was maybe the very next ball.
They were cheering singles at one stage as they got closer. Gorvin moving away from us. He's past the umpire. He bowls to Gums, who I think has glanced that off the bat. It's going to run away for 4. I think there's a fielder chasing it, but he's going to lose the battle. 4 runs. I'm going to watch the umpire now. No, it's off the legs. It's leg byes. But 4 runs. Thought I heard a woody tickle. But no, just off the thigh pad. And went away fine down the ground for 4 runs, 54 for 1. Gums stays on 16 of 44 deliveries, but the team's total moves up. The lead over 50 now. Gorvin Bowls to Gums, and that keeps a tad low. Gums rocks back on his heels and plays defensively back to the bowler. It's a match between bottom of the table going into this and fourth. There is one game that Leicestershire fans will be keeping a big eye on, and that is down in Southampton at the Utilita Bowl, where Yorkshire are fighting back 121 for 2 in their game against Hampshire. They lead by 100 there, as there's a full ball outside off stump, and Gums isn't going to miss out on that. It was a full delivery, it's a gimme ball that, and he leant into it and drove it handsomely through the covers for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot from Gums, but really that was buffet bowling to tuck into. 58 for 1, Gums onto 20.
It's good to see Gums being positive to anything that's pitched up. Seen a few nice drives from him through the course of this innings. If you are just watching on the stream as well, you can see the floodlights sort of almost taking too much of an effect here at the ground. I think we're just about okay at the moment, but if it gets any darker and then the floodlights sort of make it look as if it's a day-night match, that'll be at the point at which the umpires have a discussion and maybe decide to call time on the day. I think the light just about okay at the moment as Toole runs in from the Bennett end round the wicket, and that's defended by Ahmed out towards backward point. It's a strange sort of regulation, isn't it, around cricket when you've got floodlights at grounds, you can carry on playing, the floodlights are bright enough for you to play at night, but when they take too much of an effect in a red ball match, the red ball can become a little bit difficult to see in those conditions, hence why they might decide to go off at some point before the schedule. That's another nice delivery there from Toole. That's the outside edge of Ahmed, who has a little prod at it and then practices his foot movement and perhaps thinks about leaving the next one if it's in a similar area.
Very sort of charismatic player, Ahmed, isn't he? Lots of gesticulation, lots of shadow batting.
Here he is again, facing up to Toole and playing and missing at another one. So he practiced the leave in his head. He's probably going to have to tell himself again, try not to play at those, although it's one of those that's angled in towards his stumps. He'll say it was potentially a leave, just playing down the wrong line. You do see a lot of batters who look like they're playing at the ball, but they're actually just playing down the wrong line, purposely leaving the ball. It wasn't too far away from the edge of the bat or his glove. Needs to just be a little bit more watchful. This Toole is in, and Ahmed hops around in his crease and punches this out towards deep point. He's timed it really well, and it's going to run away for 4. He examines the toe end of his bat, so it doesn't look like he middled it, but it still flew off the bat and had more than enough to race away for 4. An interesting shot, wasn't it? With both feet off the ground at one stage.
It's an extraordinary shot. I've never seen a shot like it, I don't think. He jumped up in the air, back, but also poking the bat away from him. Played it in mid-air.
It's like a number 11 playing against a 95-mile-an-hour bowler as Ahmed flicks the next ball out towards fine leg. Will help himself to a single. 1 ball remaining in this over from Toole. Leicestershire on to 63 for 1. They lead by 62. Another solid partnership here. This is what Leicestershire needed. They need to bat in partnerships for the innings. Have small targets to aim for. These two have done really well. 32 the partnership as Gums again plays down the wrong line. That's through to Cook behind the stumps. So end of the over, still 63 for 1. That lead 62. And I'm going to make way now for Nick Webb after some more thoughts from Adam Whitty.
Thanks very much, Nick. So that is the end of the over. 63 for 1, Leicestershire. They lead by 62. They're going at a decent old lick in this evening's session. They're playing counter-attacking cricket. Slightly under the pump in a crucial period. As we've said, it's basically a straight shootout in one innings, with the teams basically level at the end of their first. Both teams have got 3 points. No batting points. Batting bonus points as Gorvin is in. That's driven handsomely and very pleasantly indeed by Rehan Ahmed. I don't think it's going to go for 4. There's a long boundary for the offside to the right-hander from the pavilion end. Just lent into that and they run 3. So Ahmed moves on to 15. 66 for 1, the lead 65.
Yeah, they're cracking along at over 4 runs and over now, aren't they? Leicestershire, having gone at 2.5 in the first innings, and Glamorgan at just under 3, and all of a sudden the tempo of the game has changed. Now, is it that the pitch is easing slightly? Leicestershire playing with more positive intent, or Glamorgan bowling not as well as they did?
Gorvin's coming round the wicket to Gums, who pulls that beautifully, and that races away for 4. It's a poor delivery from Gorvin. Back of a length at the body, but all he had to do was just use the pace of it and almost twist on his on the ball of his feet to turn it round the corner. There's 2 men out there. I don't think they even saw it, and so it is hammered into the advertising hoardings on the far side of the field. 70 for 1, and you're right, the tempo has increased. I think it's option B. I think Leicestershire have come out and decided they're going to attack.
Yeah.
I think they've had a meeting in which they were told, I think the meeting in between innings was to be positive, to counter-attack, to throw your hands at the bad ball, but defend the good balls and not play any silly shots. I think that sounds like the message.
Yeah, Gorvin, having been ever so accurate in the first innings, now isn't, all of a sudden.
He comes in, and there's the defence. The next ball, a sensible shot to a much better delivery that climbs on Gums, and he drops his hands on it and plays it down into the offside.
Yes, it's somewhat concerning for Glamorgan, because Leicestershire, if they double their score here, they had 30 overs to bat. We're in the 16th, so if they double their score, get 140 ahead, then Glamorgan in some trouble.
Gorvin in down the leg side. Nothing doing there. Well, we may see, it may be that the pitch has mellowed somewhat. It may be that Glamorgan haven't bowled quite as well, but I don't think it is that, actually. I think Leicestershire just batted a little bit better and have been more positive and proactive on and managed the game situation very well. I suggested 200 might be a match-winning total. But
yeah, and they're a third of the way there.
Yeah. Gorvin past the umpire, moving away from us, left alone outside off stump. It's an in-swing delivery, and they're almost pained by the fact that Gums left that and it nearly moved back in onto the stumps. Howls of it was close.
That's
it was close.
Swung a very long way off the pitch.
Wow. I could now see why they reacted like that. It was a lick of paint away from the stumps. You could see just the outline of the off stump poking out from Sheridan Gums' body as he left it, and it nearly knocked that off peg back, but it missed. Here is Gorvin. Final ball of the over. Straight delivery. There's an appeal for a catch only from the wicket-keeper. Nobody else is interested. So that is the end of the over. Gums is on 24. Ahmed is on 15. He will have the strike. The England International 70 for 1 is the score. 2 overs, none for 12. Gorvin's figures. The lead 69 and 7 off that over.
Wonder whether Glamorgan might go to spin sooner rather than later, because Leicestershire really have been attacking the seamers. Going to see a bit more of Toole with his left arm medium fast from the Bennett end. Light levels are dipping, and we are getting the point where the players are casting significant shadows in all directions. As Toole is in around the wicket, bowls, and Ahmed shoulders arms through outside off stump. Ahmed's an attacking batter by nature. Goes down for a little prod at the the end of the dark green strip in the middle of the wicket, which for listeners just joining us recently for the first time in the match remains very much two-tone, shaven at the ends, long in the middle. As Toole in bowls to Ahmed, who defends back to the bowler, gets a fingertip to it and deflects it to Gorvin at mid-on. There is no run. It's difficult to tell with the light because sun pokes out from behind the clouds all of a sudden and it looks fine, but when the sun is behind the dark cloud that's now filling the majority of the sky, it is getting towards the gloomy side. Toole in, bowls to Ahmed, who digs it out, defends it up to mid-off, and there is no run. 70 for 1, 69 the lead. But nature of the second innings seems to have changed, with both sides really struggling to put partnerships together in their first innings. 1-5-1 plays 1-5-2. And the match towards the bottom, Yorkshire won 23 for 3, leading Hampshire by 99. Toole bowls and bowls him. Rian Ahmed beaten all ends up by that one. He's gone for 15. He has not managed to make a mark with the bat in this match, as Toole just angled that one in and Ahmed played slightly down the wrong line.
It's a beautiful delivery, but you are right, Nick, he played down the wrong line. Straightened a touch and he played for it to move in a bit more. That is a real blow for Leicestershire. Ahmed is their star man and has to depart for 15. Didn't overly look comfortable out there, did he, Ahmed? There were a few slightly strange shots. He's always got good timing and hand-eye coordination. Such a talented cricketer, which made him get away with it, but that's a great wicket for Glamorgan. They will be cock-a-hoop about that, and that's a lovely delivery, knocking back the top of off stump.
I'll tell you what, that floodlight now, the scoreboard now seems very bright indeed against the background of the dark trees away to our right, as Hamza Sheikh comes bouncing in, enthusiastic as befits a 20-year-old, playing his first-class match for the Foxes, and on a 3-year contract.
Yeah, and performed incredibly well in the One Day Cup. If you don't mind, Nick, I'll just take over because we'll hand over back to Jack back at Radio Leicester in a second, because they'll be playing the When You're Smiling podcast. So just a reminder to listeners, as Hamza Sheikh has a chat with Sheridan Gums, that coverage will continue of this game on the BBC Sport website and app. We've still got 13 overs to go. Whether we get them because of the light is another issue, but we may still be here for another 40 minutes. So if you want to hear what is a dramatic evening of cricket here, then the BBC Sport website and app, or YouTube, the Leicestershire stream, the place to go if you want to watch it with our commentary too. So do head for that in just a second. I'll maybe finish this over before we hand over. So Sheikh, the new man to face, and it's going to be Toole to run in. 1 for 17 his figures. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, and it's a nasty delivery first up that hits Sheikh on the gloves, and he tries to highlight the pain in his hand. In fact, he's taken his glove off. He's sort of moving his hand up and down. That hurt. 70 for 2 is the score. The lead 69. So Gums on 24. Sheikh, these two will probably want to see things to the close. I suspect it'll be interesting to see if they still have as positive an attitude. We'll bring you this ball and then I will hand back over to the guys at Radio Leicester. It's the end of the over. His Toole in bowls, defended by Sheikh, and that is the end of the over. So a successful over for Glamorgan. They are back in this. 70 for 2 is the score, but Leicestershire lead by 69 heading into the latter stages of the day. Coverage continues on the BBC Sport website and app, but I'll hand over back on BBC Radio Leicester to Jack Rafferty for the rest of the weekend preview.
13 overs remain for listeners here on BBC Sport Online. Our black on blue sky suggesting this game now feels horribly like two relegated teams playing each other vibe. I think that's a little pessimistic because there have been a lot of low-scoring matches around the country in this round. We've been discussing the reasons for that, whether it is a lot of players out of red ball practice, having been playing either the 100 or to a lesser extent the one-day cup. I think it's probably easier to go between one-day cup and this, as Gums is forward, squirting the first ball of Gorvin's over, down towards third man. In fact, a long way towards third man, because it's gone for 4 towards the ground staff tractor that's parked there in front of the scoreboard. Waiting was the flotilla of covers, and Gums moves on to 28, which is the second top score of the match now for Sheridan Gums.
He's played much better. This is the best innings I've seen him in. Wait for the commentator's curse, Nick. Here we go.
He's doomed. Gorvin in, bowls to Gums, who drives nicely through the offside. Well done, Adam. He's not fallen to the commentator's curse. He's got 4 more. And the total goes on to 78 for 2. Gums on to 32. The lead is 77. And Gorvin, having bowled so well in the first innings, 12 overs, 2 for 18, has now gone for 20 of 14 balls.
Yeah, there's been a few rank deliveries, hasn't there? Just a few gimmies for Gums to lead into. He's been a touch conservative, Gums, and I think that's the way he plays. What I've really enjoyed about this innings, he has been far more positive, far more proactive.
In comes Gorvin again, and that is a push and run on the leg side as the ball trickles towards mid-wicket. Ray Toole has a long way to go to pick it up, so it's a comfortable single. 79 for 2 as everyone swaps over between right and left-hander. This is a difficult call for the umpires now, because we get shafts of sunlight where you think there's no problem with getting through the rest of the overs. They are coming together. It looks a bit murky out there, to be honest, even with the floodlights on, or maybe especially with the floodlights on.
It looks a bit artificial, doesn't it? I don't know how to quite describe that to the listeners, but it looks like the ground is being lit up by artificial light rather than natural light. Oh, I think are they taking the players off? Looks like we're going off.
Yeah, the umpires are having a word, and people are trudging slightly towards the direction of the dressing room, so that may well be it for this evening's play. To the relief of BBC Radio Leicester producers, no doubt, who got a solid half-hour chunk of live cricket. 79 for 2 then in their second innings, with Gums on 33. Sheikh is yet to score. The Leicestershire lead is 78, and the home side are now slightly on the front foot, thanks to the efforts of Patel, 26, and Gums, 33 not out.
That wicket, though, at the end, I think, Nick, has brought Glamorgan right back into this. We have an intriguing final day ahead. I don't know if that is the end of the day's play. I suspect it will. I can't see it improving
very likely
from
to
here. But I think we've got a fascinating day 3 ahead. That might be the final day of action. And so if we are back, I don't think we will be, but if we are back very shortly. So Sheikh yet to score of 2 deliveries, and Sheridan Gums, who might hold the key for Leicestershire tomorrow, 33 not out.
Yeah, cover's coming on, so I didn't hear the announcement, but that looks like it.
Yeah, so we will be back tomorrow at 11 o'clock for day 3 of what is a fascinating game. Let's not forget you've got Glamorgan, who might be challenging for a title tilt. A victory would be huge for that. Leicestershire hoping a win can push them into a safer position in the Division 1 table. They are still scrapping for their lives for relegation. Tomorrow would be a huge day for it. 79 for 2 Leicestershire at the end of the day's play. They lead by 78. We will see you tomorrow. From me and Nick, goodbye.